Hello, and to whom this may concern. Ugh, a little late, a little drowsy, but that's why we do the princess juice. Hey, Sham. It kind of sucks that I started this late, but whatever. Make do. I keep trying to do too much, and everything just gets pushed back. Oh, that's good. I got that at just the right temperature. Hey, I really got to I really got to make a separate intro for non-gaming streams because I always go for the intro button on my stream deck once the countdown's over, and I hate accidentally running it on a non-gaming stream because the intro was so Let's Play related. And no, it makes no sense to play it if I'm just hanging out on a Sunday, which sucks. So I have to actually like physically remind myself not to press that button. So if I had a separate button that I could press instead, just for this kind of stream, you have to work in an hour. That's fair. You did mention that the man's got you working hard. Um, didn't you said you're getting more back shifts, right? So you're not as stuck on the front counter as often. Like what that crazy bitch that never comes to work ended up getting you to do. You got to play some games with your brother. Oh, for a second I thought you meant at work. Because we were talking about your work, I thought you meant like at work you got to play games with your brother. It's like, wow, your place is real chill. Oh, the opposite. Are they putting on even more of the hard stuff? Lame. Hang on a sec. Uh, Sometimes I'll get back area shifts on the weekend. Oh, I must have. I was thinking that because the last time I talked to you, I think you were saying that you finally got an out the back shift. So I thought maybe things had turned around for you, and you were getting the good stuff again, the chill stuff. Man, I worked at Kingsley's Chicken in Canberra, and I was all kitchen. The way they'd separated the staff, you were either a blue shirt or a red shirt. Blue shirts are out the front, dealing with customers. Red shirts out the back, working the kitchen. There was no crossover. People in the red shirts don't come out the front unless you're dropping food in the thing. Don't deal with customers. And the blue shirt people don't work out the back. There just was no. There was a complete segregation of the type of job. It was interesting. I'm surprised more fast food places don't do that. Clearly, McDonald's doesn't. If you work there, it sounds like you could be front counter, making food in the kitchen, or on the drive-through window. I guess the only thing that they wouldn't just shove you on is barista, McCafe, right? Because McCafe, you'd have to have barista skills, which some people actually go to 2-day training courses to be able to do. We've had a lot of people leave recently, and I'm one of the few crew that are full time and out of school. Oh yeah, so they're leaning on you. You're old reliable. I make coffee too. Well, if you're full time and you work all the other shifts, you may as well know how to do the barista shit too. I just know that that is a baristaing is a particular position that does require a little bit extra knowledge. So I assumed that most fast food places wouldn't just shove people on that. Like when I went to go renew my what do you call that license to be able to serve liquor so you can work in bars and gambling venues? There's two there's two licenses you got to get. You got to get a license that allows you to work in a facility that has gambling, and there's one that you need to be able to serve liquor. And you can get them both as a package. You can get them both covered in like the one training course over the weekend. If in at that same place, they also have the barista course stuff. So when you go in, you can actually sign up for the gambling stuff, the liquor stuff, barista stuff, and I think there was one or two others that were specific to other jobs that require a little bit extra. Macca's coffees in advance of Starbucks. I guess if McDonald's doesn't give a shit, then that's on them. I suppose most cafes. I don't even know Starbucks would, because Starbucks is a chain just like McDonald's, so they might have on-site training and they just treat it like everything else. But I know like restaurants and cafes tend to take the quality of the barista service quite seriously. Like you can't just dump a bunch of shit and make a coffee. Like it's an art form. A lot of people treat it as an art form, making good coffee, knowing how to do a real latte, cappuccino, all that crap. Which is why they have like weekend courses and how to understand the job correctly. But places like Starbucks and McDonald's don't treat anything like an art form. That's as far from an art form as you can get. So to them, it's basically, press this button, shove the thing in the thing. There's a fucking coffee. It's not like I've had vanilla lattes from McDonald's. I have them all the time. It's not like I'd ever get a McDonald's coffee confused with a proper cafe with a trained barista. There is a difference. Like I've had coffees from McDonald's that taste like slightly bitter hot water with some raw sugar in it. The best way I can describe it. But I mean, when you're craving a hot beverage, when you need a caffeine hit and you want to like warm up a little bit, I'm not that much of a hipster that I'll give a shit. I'll drink some hot water that's slightly bitter any day, whatever. That's usually a reason I'm there in the first place. But I'm not going to pretend like I can't tell the difference. You don't have to be a coffee hipster to tell the difference between that shit. That's for damn sure. Oh, everything is dinging at me tonight? Like fucking social media is going off. What is going on? Yikes. Yikes, dude. Tonight was like... Earlier tonight was like the saddest start to a night for some reason. And I feel weird about it because it's not based on anyone I know personally, but I don't know, I'm kind of like in a bit of a bummed mood from something I saw earlier. This might take some... Hang on, let me just think. I need to set this up. How across social media, like Instagram and Twitter specifically, we all follow a certain amount, at least somewhat, of like e-girls and sexy influencers, right? Like, I feel like most dudes would see a hot chick occasionally posting something sexy on Twitter or Instagram, and you just hit follow because you're like, I'm vibing with her aesthetic. I wouldn't mind to see more of that on my feed. Sure. You don't really give a shit, but Jessica Negri, yeah. I've followed her since Lollipop Chainsaw days, when she hit it big from being a model for that. The official model for Juliet. I know Jessica very well. And there's plenty others like her, either big name or just randoms that I've come across on like Twitter that I've just followed because, what the hell. You felt awkward opening Instagram in public? See, I don't feel that awkwardness. I very specifically don't give a shit. If I'm following a lot of hot girls on Instagram, it's because I want to see pictures of them show up on my feed when I wake up in the morning and I'm scrolling. Like, I'm like, yep, nice. Okay, I'll move on with the day. I don't mind doing that in public, because if someone's like, oh, what are you doing looking at that hot, big-titted babe for? I'd be like, that's a serious question, dude? Fuck you. You know exactly why I'm looking at that. And there's shame in my game. Twitter is particularly nasty because Twitter has no pornographic control. Like, I mean, you can have some level of personalized control, but for the most part, they don't control that shit for you. So you can see plenty of porn and stuff on Twitter that you can't on Instagram and Facebook. So I do find that when I scroll through my Twitter, it's a little bit more risky, which is why I try not to do it on stream, like on screen, if I don't know what's going to come up. Because I follow way too many things that are a bit sus. And way too many girls that I found attractive hit follow immediately. But technically, they're basically just like OnlyFans pimps. There's so many girls that are on the likes of Twitter just to push their OnlyFans. And then I end up following a bunch of them. And then, you know, titties end up on my stream. But this is leading up to something. There's a girl I found quite attractive that popped up on my Twitter that I did the usual, like, okay, follow. I wouldn't mind her showing up a bit more. About, I'd say a couple of months ago. At some point during the last half of last year. And I've occasionally seen her pics come up on Twitter since. And I've been like, oh yeah, there's Coconut Kitty. That's her name. You could tell she's an OnlyFans chick from the name. And the usual stuff comes up. I hadn't seen much from her for like, I didn't actually think of it because there's so many of them you don't really think about them individually. But I hadn't considered that I hadn't seen much for like over a month, even though I scroll Twitter regularly. And then something popped up about her, and I was like, oh, there's that Coconut Kitty name. I don't believe I've seen that pop up in a while. What's she been doing? Clicked on her profile just to see what the last couple over the last 2 months were, in case I just never saw anything come up. Just out of curiosity. And there was a pinned tweet as of 9 hours ago today. And it kind of bummed me out pretty hard. And I'm not sure why I found it so sad, because I don't know this person. It's just literally a random OnlyFans e-girl that I follow just because tits. Just for clarity, let me just pull up a pic. Just making sure this is safe. There she is. There's Coconut Kitty spruiking her OnlyFans. She's gorgeous, clearly. Hence following to see what else she might throw up. So anyway, this is the pinned tweet as of 9 hours ago. A couple of screenshotted text things. Very, very recent. To all lovers and fans of Coconut. Last Sunday, Coconut took her own life. It's unfair. Life isn't fair. We wish you guys could get to know her the way her friends and family did. She was such a light to this world. Truly, she was always glowing. You could never slow the girl down. She was so hard-headed and strong, but also just so kind. With the biggest heart we have ever known, she was always trying to lift everyone up around her. She wanted everyone to win. She always took in animals that needed a home. She was the type of person who would drop everything to help you with your problems and would always be in your corner. She would go to war for you if anyone would ever dare to try hurt someone she loved. The smile of hers could light up a whole room. It would turn your whole day around, and her laugh was so contagious. She was so funny, she would get you to laugh till you couldn't breathe. She loved to dance and sing and be herself. She was always her true self with her family and friends. Her energy was so pure. We wish so much that we could have taken some of the darkness that was weighing her heart. She always felt so deeply with her whole body, mind, and soul. She loved creating. She loved to make art and to express herself. We know a lot of you loved her too, and she was always so grateful. She was strong for so long. She was amazing and just a beautiful person. We miss her so much, and life is never going to be the same without her. She was a mom, a sister, a daughter, a best friend, a role model. Above all, she loved her kids, and being a mom, her kids were her whole world. She was devoted to them, and she wanted to make sure they were loved, and they were so loved. All we ask is that you check on your friends and loved ones. You never truly know what someone's going through. Call them and tell them you love them. You never know how much time you'll have left for the people you love. We love you forever. Coconut, rest easy. And then a 988 Suicide Crisis Lifeline ad at the end. Yeah. I saw this a couple hours ago, and I don't know, it's just been weighing on me a little bit for the rest of the day. I was expecting it was suicide. Yeah. I mean, it's such an out of the blue thing to just come across, especially in this kind of space. A lot of people either there tends to be two mindsets about the whole influencer OnlyFans spaces. Either you're a thirsty dude following thirst traps on Instagram and Twitter, or actually subbing to OnlyFans and getting what you need out of it, or you're one of those people that like just regularly hates on it. You know, basically just does nothing but talk shit about the chicks that do that, mainly from what seems to be a position of jealousy, because clearly these women are beautiful enough to be able to do this kind of thing. And so a lot of people that can't do that kind of thing see it as an easy street. It's like, how dare you make millions of dollars just from showing some titty on OnlyFans when I have to sit here in a 9 to 5 job? And it's like, dude, it's the cards you were dealt. If you could be doing it, you'd be doing it. You think you'd be doing that 9 to 5 job if you looked like her and you could sit on your ass and make a couple of $100,000 a month just from occasionally taking a photo of yourself? You would 100% be doing that. So don't hold it against them that they drew that card at birth. We all got to play the ball where it lies. Don't hate other people for having a better position. Just, worry about your own ball. I don't know why I'm using golfing terminology. I'm not into sports, but I don't know. They've got good metaphors and analogies in golf. But yeah, that tends to be what all the discourse around these kinds of women are like. So I don't know. There's something reality crushing about logging on one day and expecting to see the usual from a name that you're used to seeing come up in your feed, and expecting to just see like the usual titty thirst trappy stuff and being like, yep, that looks nice, moving on with my day. And then to see like that kind of cold hard reality hit you in the face is rough. And it's weird to feel that way, because it's like, you don't even know this person. This is like, she may as well not even be real. I mean, it's like with most celebrities and online personas, you don't know them. To you, they're just a 2D picture that you see occasionally. They're as far from the real world in terms of your life as they could get. They may as well be a cartoon. But yeah, like if you go through her social medias and stuff, she's gorgeous. And she's got an obscene body. Like, she's one of those girls that's really skinny, but somehow at the same time extremely curvy and has tits that are way too big for her body type. So it's like, to see this, it's like, you have a look that literally allows you to get anything you want in life. Like, if she wanted to, she can throw a wink in the direction of some random millionaire dude and live pretty the rest of her life as a trophy wife. Like, it'd be that easy. To think that the inner world of the mind can get so dark despite all the outward potential is upsetting. It's a hell of a sentence to join a stream on. Hey, meme god. Oh, we're just having a very bleak moment, to be honest. It's been a bit sad in here for the last couple of minutes, which is not what the image on screen would suggest, but yeah, that would be that would be awkward. Loneliness is a big crutch. You can have a large online presence but feel isolated. Yeah, from what I could tell, her OnlyFans was popping off. She was doing very well for herself. So it's like, money wasn't the problem. Fame wasn't the problem. It's hard to imagine sometimes. It's hard to put yourself in someone's shoes and understand how things could be that bad that it could get to that point. You just broke yourself down half an hour rabbit hole you just went down. Oh, what the fuck? What have you been looking at, meme? The expectation of happiness from receiving the opposite. Yeah, I mean, I know people say that kind of stuff all the time. Money doesn't buy happiness. Like rich celebrities at the level of people like Robert Downey or Tom Cruise or Johnny Depp. It's like, you got so much money you can buy islands. Women all around the world think you're the coolest shit ever. You could pretty much have anyone you want. So women, life comfort, money, like fame, celebrity, internationally, everything's pretty much there that you'd think you'd would make your life better, and yet a lot of those people can still be like kind of fucked up in the head. Go on YouTube and look up TV head mystery. It's really interesting. Oh, okay. I'll check it out in a minute once I'm done with my Disney Princess coffee and being sad about Coconut Kitty. Like, there's a part of me that feels like, am I being kind of weirdly shallow to feel this upset about someone I don't know having commit suicide just because they're that hot that, like, it hurts my feelings somehow to know that they're gone? Like, is that part of it? I don't even know. I'm trying to be like more introspective about this. I think it's complicated though. Like, on the one hand, money doesn't buy happiness, but on the other hand, it also does. I think it can be both. I think if I was suddenly a millionaire, I'd be a lot happier. I'm not saying I would be truly happy, or there wouldn't be things that I would still be depressed about or not happy about. But I think there's a bit of a balance thing. I'm sure I'd be a lot happier if I was suddenly rich. I wouldn't not take that over where I am now. But I wouldn't expect it to fix all problems. Like, I'm just going to be a lot more comfortable in dealing with my problems, you know what I mean? um, you know what's just so crazy about... Let me just be careful I don't see anything I'm not supposed to on stream. I'm looking for something particular. Hang on. Ah, here. As of about... Was it last month? She had an update about a cartoon she's got coming out that she produced and stars in. Coconut Kitty Cartoon Club. It's entered the final animation stage, and the final product will be ready at the end of the month. So she had a kind of a risque Looney Tunes-esque cartoon series coming out, starring her and a bunch of anthropomorphic animals. So she had stuff going on, you know what I mean? It wasn't just her and her Instagram or Twitter and her OnlyFans. Like, she had plates spinning. So, like, fuck, what happened there, man? I mean, the art is clearly solid. I saw an animation test a couple of months ago of this scene, like, in motion, and it was smooth. 18 plus Looney Tunes. I'm not sure if it's meant to be 18 plus or just, like, somewhat risque. Like, that, what you're seeing there is probably as risque as it gets. Like, implied nudity. Like, she's kind of naked, but she's got soap all over her boobs, so you can't actually see anything. Like, you can do that less than R. You can get away with an M15 doing that. It's only R if there is full nudity and actual, like, sexual content, like sex scenes. Which, I don't know, it might have had, but she could have just been making a kind of, like, cheeky, sexy M15 cartoon and would have worked just fine. Yeah. Rough, man. Rough. Hang on, let me just see what let me see what Meme God was talking about real quick. Just out of curiosity. Whoop. Oh wow, that's weird. What the fuck? Why is this person leaving old TVs on doorsteps? He has a TV for a head? Oh, good point. Fuck, Sham, I gotta stop doing that. I keep forgetting to reactivate the link thing. Whenever I do a Sunday stream. This is weird. Is this one of those urban legend type deals? Hang on, where's my headphones? It's only a minute 40. I'll check it out real quick. This seems trippy.
who's this dude wearing, of all things, a television on his head? And why in the world is he leaving an old-fashioned box TV on a stranger's front porch? It's a mystery that's baffling police outside Richmond, Virginia.
How? Wait.
It's a mystery that's baffling police outside.
How the fuck is he doing that? Like, for one thing, I get you can hollow out an old CRT TV or a computer monitor and your head would fit in there. Those things are pretty chunk. But my question is, how is he getting around with that on his head? You can't see shit through a monitor screen. TV, man. No, for real. Like that black, unless he could have replaced the glass part with his own custom like one-way black glass so it looks legit, but he can actually see through it. But like, to be honest, if you had like one of those for real in your head with the actual original screen, you wouldn't be able to see shit through that. You'd be tripping over everything.
Inside Richmond, Virginia. It usually happens around midnight.
They can't be.
TV dude
That can't be comfortable.
Fully aware he's on surveillance video. Watch him wave at the camera. As of this week, he's delivered at least 60.
That's mad creepy
sets.
though.
One looks like a tube television set manufactured in 1986 by Toshiba.
Why did we need that level of detail? Like, here's the actual make and model and brand of this particular TV he left on the doorstep.
Oh my god, they're everywhere.
These guys all woke up to a TV set left on their doorsteps.
I woke up to a bunch of phone calls telling me to check my front.
Fuck off, it's one of them. It's one of these creeps. They're all in on it. They wanted their 50 minutes of fame on TV. One of them is the dude in the TV head.
So I did, and there was.
Look, they're having a great time.
Tell me what you saw on the Ring doorbell and what you thought.
I was like, whoa, I was like, it's kind of funny, but it's also kind of creepy.
The three guys thought it was so nuts, they drove around the neighborhood, pointing out all the TVs left on the front porches.
That's another big one.
This is an inside job, dude.
Just discovered the set on her doorstep.
The theory is that the YouTuber from the first clip is TV Man. Yeah, see, that was my first thought. This has to be an inside job. One of the people involved in being interviewed for this is having a laugh right now.
On the scene when police got there to investigate and loaded all the TVs on a truck. Max Schumann opened the front door to also find a surprise.
This is the TV that was left at my doorstep.
He said
Hasn't
his
touched
brother
it.
Took it apart to see if there was anything dangerous
Okay,
inside.
like, to be serious for a second though, like, the thing that makes this problematic, the thing that's dangerous about doing this, is that people are pretty high alert about, like, domestic terrorism type stuff. Like, if you see some kind of electronic device, even if it's an old CRT TV or a radio or whatever, just left on your doorstep for no reason, just as old piece of junk, a lot of people's first thought is like, is there a bomb in this? Like, is this some kind of fucking setup? Kind of like back when the mail bombing was going on in America. He had a search warrant on his house, but nothing was found but similar clothing. He could have got rid of the monitor head that he made and kept the clothing. That's always possible. But yeah, like, this is the kind of prank that I would always advise against someone doing. Like, if you'd come up with this idea, I would tell you don't do it. Because you can get in some serious trouble if people legitimately believe. Like, if someone feels like their life was in danger because they aren't sure or not whether you've left, like, a bomb on their doorstep, that's enough to get you into pretty serious trouble. Like, because then it's a bit more than disturbing the peace. If someone feels like their life is in danger and you put them in that position, that's another charge altogether. You can't just say, like, oh, that wasn't my intention. It's like, intention doesn't matter. What you actually caused is what matters. Doesn't matter, like, whether you're like, oh no, I'm totally innocent. Like, I didn't want to hurt anybody. It's like, yeah, but you made people feel like someone wanted to hurt them. Put the fear of God into them. They had to call the bomb squad. You gotta be careful of that shit. Huge supply of TVs has dropped near his house, which is very sketchy. Yeah. See, the other thing I was thinking is that getting rid of large electronic appliances is expensive. I don't know what it's like in America, but here in Australia, you can't dump stuff like that. It costs you money to get rid of it. If I want to take a few kitchen appliances and an old TV down to the tip to have them take it off my hands, they charge you per item or per weight, depending on what you're bringing in. So it costs you money to get rid of stuff like that. So a lot of people will like resort to dodgy methods to try and get rid of this shit so that it doesn't actually cost them money, which is why you sometimes see large bits of furniture or broken electronics on the side of the road. Like someone will drive around at 3 in the morning in the suburb and just leave their shit somewhere and hope they get away with it. Someone opened one of the TVs, nothing more than the regular stuff was in the TV. I wasn't expecting there was anything inside it. Like clearly it's just someone doing a prank, but I'm just saying that the people need to be careful of pranks that can be misconstrued as something more. It's kind of like, you know, that prank where people like run into a public space and throw a backpack or a suitcase on the ground and then sprint just so that people will think like, oh, there might be like an explosive in that bag. This is some kind of like terrorist thing. And then everyone runs screaming from the shop. Like, that's seemingly harmless on paper because all you're doing is running into a room and throwing a backpack. But you will get in serious trouble for that shit. Like, that is way more than disturbing the peace. That's actually like a threat to public safety. It might not be a bomb. You might have not be actually intending anything terroristy. But if it can be construed as potentially a harmful terrorist, domestic terrorism kind of act, even if it's not what it was, and you were fucking around, and that's what caused it, then yeah, they can hit you with some pretty hard charges. That's much worth inciting. Yeah, well, the backpack example is worse than this because clearly your behavior is meant to incite that thought. But the thing is, things like this are kind of in a gray area in the middle where, like, leaving stuff on strangers' doorsteps that can contain something that they're not sure what it is. Like, if someone feels a need to call a bomb squad to check this TV out on their doorstep because they're scared of what it might be in this day and age, like, if they catch you after that point that you've actually freaked people out, then they can charge you on similar levels as the guy that went and threw his backpack into a public shop. This happened a year in advance. Another 60 plus TVs was dropped in the same neighborhood. Recording doorbells when it's popular. It seems like the kind of prank that works better with the doorbell camera thing. Because the thing that takes it from potential terroristy thing that scares people to straight up prank is the creepy nature of the TV head guy. Like, there's kind of a funny, like, weird creepypasta aspect to that, which makes it seem obvious that it's prank. It's on the prank side of the line, not the terrorism side of the line. It's still creepy, but like if I saw that on my doorbell cam, I'd laugh and be like, "Oh, that's creepy." I wouldn't automatically assume that it's something that's a threat to me. It's just some like teenager pulling a creepypasta in real life. If someone left a backpack at a class door, it's different. Yeah, I mean, it might be different nowadays because in America, with the level of school shootings and stuff they've had to deal with and the amount of cracking down they've had to do and the fear that's been instilled in like the school system, I don't know, there might be a little bit more hesitation with stuff like that. I'm not sure. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if things aren't as chill nowadays as they might have been once. You heard of the Max Headroom incident? I know who Max Headroom is, but there was an incident. Hang on, let me grab Sham's link real quick. Bloop. Beacorns Episode 3. Aureolus versus Catbirds. A peek at my creative process as I recreate a beacorn and I photograph it with an Oreo. What the fuck are these words? Create a beacorn and photograph it with an aureole. Alright, I gotta look up. I gotta Google search these words because I don't know what's going on. A beacorn. Woodland creatures crafted from acorns. Oh, like this. This little freak. Alright. So if you make a little man out of acorns, you've made a beacorn. I've learned something today. Photographed it with an aureole. I'm guessing this is the name of that bird in the picture. Yep, that's the bird. Olive-backed aureole. Makes me feel like Oreos. That's adorable. I never knew about the beacorn thing. That's such a niche hobby. Hold up. What's going on with Max Headroom? Just while before I forget. I believe I knew who's behind the Max Headroom incident. Oh, they're talking about it on Reddit. Hi, Reddit. Haven't been here in a while. The Max Headroom incident that occurred on Chicago TV in 1987. Oh, it's old. Is it legit 1987? Oh my god, it is. So someone pulled a real Max Headroom in real life? Wow. Colossal Mysteries. It looks like a whole lot of YouTubers are covering it. I'll leave that open for a sec while I dip back to the Bacorn thing real quick. I'll come back to that in a minute. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Acorns are little people that I make out of acorns and then photograph with animals. Last year, I made it a goal to get a
Tell me you get no pussy without telling me you get no pussy. Oh, I feel mean. I'm sorry. This is actually like really wholesome, and I just had to ruin it instantly.
shot of a beacorn with an oriole. I spent all spring trying. I'd set up this beacorn named Errol.
I mean, his beacorn carvings are good.
Well, after some modifications. I'd put Errol out, and I'd stand way back with the remote control to trigger the camera. And then I'd spot an oriole coming. I'd see it way up in the treetops on its way to the blueberry. It would hang out for a bit, then fly down to a
The thing I find interesting about it is that it's not just an interesting hobby, it's an incredibly specific hobby. Like, you know when someone has a hobby that's like something you couldn't have even fathomed? Oh, like I build a specific type of thing out of a specific type of other thing and then photograph it with very specific other things. It's like, dude, some people just play video games or watch movies. Like, you went in deep on the hobby thing.
lower branch, then a little lower, and then just as it was about to arrive, someone else would swoop in and take the blueberry.
That was adorable.
A gray catbird.
Did you have to go through all
should
the
I
effort of
say?
making the little storybook diorama just to tell us that?
A catbirdler. I would go to place another one in Errol's hand, and the oriole would fly away.
That one for an employed
Over
friend
and
at
over.
3:30 on a Tuesday.
Catbirds were just quicker, and there were a lot more of them. There were times when the orioles were the first to come, but they were pretty skittish about my camera clicking. Then
the
July
strawberry.
came, and their diet changed, and
fuck.
they stopped coming to the feeder. So I got some great shots of Errol feeding catbirds, but as far as oriole shots, I felt like I could do better.
He really wants that Oriole
I
shot.
do like this one, but it's a bit out of focus. But that was last year. 2022 would be different.
This guy's got the kind of voice that you hear someone narrating a kid's storybook on like a play school type show. It's got that kind of like soothing, like kid-friendly kind of vibe to it.
This year, I would get that perfect oriole picture. Hi, I'm Dave Bird, and this is Beacorns, episode
I don't
3,
think I can
Orioles.
give off that
And
kind of soft
catbirds.
vibe with any kind of sincerity.
My first
Like,
step
just
was
trying
to
would
put
make
up a
me laugh.
feeder. Orioles love oranges, but their favorite is grape jelly. So I put the food out in May, and guess who showed up? The catbirdler. I should say,
This
I have nothing
motherfucker right
against
here.
catbirds. They're beautiful. I think
Nah.
of them as nimble.
I want him to go in harder on this. I want him to be really pissed about the catbird thing. Like, these motherfuckers keep ruining my shot. If I see another catbird,
energetic. They're always flicking their tail, even when they're just standing there.
dropping the hammer
they
on these
grab a
bitches.
blueberry,
Let's go.
They're super fast, and they do this acrobatic twist thing, which is
Holy shit.
amazing. But I have enough captured
Whoa,
bird
wait.
pictures.
Wait, how do you...
Thing.
There it is. Got it. It actually, like, cranks its head upside down. That thing broke its neck to get a blueberry.
Which is amazing. But I have enough catbird pictures, and I wanted a
It's
bird
gravity's
with some
head.
color. It's true, catbirds aren't all gray, as my associate Errol here points out. Thank you, Errol.
Pointing at his butthole.
Fortunately, the orioles started coming to the feeder too. See, now that's some color. Step 2 was to figure
He's a little
out what
biased
picture
with
I
the
wanted to
Oriole
take.
thing.
So I started
He's being a bit
brainstorming.
bird racist.
I've never given a beacorn a flower hat, so I thought about building a scene around that. Then I was thinking about how orioles eat oranges. That's a bit dark. And then I found this stick. It seemed like the perfect bird perch, so I thought, oh, what if I have a beacorn
It's a
holding
question
the
mark.
stick, and I get an oriole to land on it? The beacorn looking up at his trusty oriole
Man, that's a bird Riddler trophy.
friend. Maybe they're explorers, and the bird is always scouting the area for
Bird
danger.
racist.
So I went down to my workshop, and I got to work.
You know, the thing with hobbies that are this incredibly specific and unique is that they can be unintentionally creepy if you're not careful. Like, can you imagine if he met a chick on Tinder and brought her home, and she found this room and walked in, and then he had to explain it? She was like, "What's going on in here?" And it's like, "Oh, this is where I craft tiny children out of wooden acorns and photograph them with colorful birds out in my garden." You know, just a usual, just one of those regular hobby type things. Anyway, would you like to suck my dick? I don't think it's gonna go down well. I mean, it would have the vibe of someone having to explain why they have a lamp made out of human skin. That looks suspiciously like the skin tone and cheek freckles of the young girl that went missing last week in your neighborhood.
Building a beacorn to hold this stick. At the start, I looked to this guy as my inspiration.
I mean, it's the having to explain to another adult the details of this stuff in that same kind of soft, kid show friendly voice is what makes it so creepy. Like it turns it into one of those like Buffalo Bill Silence of the Lambs type things.
His name is Tomkin, and I think he's one of the cutest beacorns I've ever built. I really
I'm
like.
kind of near it.
He's a cutie.
Used to work for Lego
I
and
thought
Barnacle.
Buckeye would
Oh,
be a
dope.
nice name because his helmet is a Buckeye, but I kind of like the sound of Berkey more.
See, once again, not a thing that makes for a good Tinder conversation. That having used to work for Barnacles. I used to make Bionicles, but now I make little children out of acorns. I'm a catch.
So I held a poll on Instagram, and Berkey it is.
Had a poll on Instagram.
Building hands is always a
Does he have like a
challenge.
huge
For
following
Berkey, I
for
found these
his stuff?
Tiny little pine cones in the bottom of a bin. I
Adorable.
only had 2 though, so I had to be really careful with them. I like Berkey. His proportions aren't as cute as my inspiration, but I kind of like that. He seems more capable, like a strong, brave explorer, and definitely worthy.
Does anyone else feel weirdly uncomfortable when you're watching like very minute, detailed craftsmanship? Like when the camera is this super close to someone's giant, scummy fingers, like poking away at like fiddly things like this. There's something weirdly off-putting about it to me. I don't know what it is. I think some people vibe with it in like a visual ASMR kind of way. Like someone with like a very close-up camera of someone's tiny tweezers, like working on little pirate ships and bottles, that kind of stuff. Like it's a vibe for some people, but there's something that creeps me out about it. I'm not sure why.
A bird friend. All right, time to get an Oriole on that stick.
Maybe it's because I'm not comfortable
bought a
with
new
my own
camera that
hands.
was silent, so-
Like, the thought of being so close to someone else's hands makes me think of being that close to my own hands, and I don't like the idea of other people looking that closely at my own hands. And so, like, there's like a weird projection thing going on in my own brain.
Wouldn't spook the Orioles like last summer. And then my plan was to set up a little scene and mount Berkey on some rods so he wouldn't shift around. I put the jelly right next to him. And the feeder.
Honey, what's that in the backyard? Oh, that's my wooden crate with a chunk of moss and some jelly. Would you like to take a closer look? I'll get my camera.
Here too, to draw the birds over. And when the birds would see the food, they'd fly over and land on the best stick in the area, Berkey's perch. Here we go, this is it.
Oh, the fucking catbirds. Again. We've had enough of the catbirds. He's not doing it. The jello needs to be higher, more in line with the perch.
Okay, well that didn't work.
I'm not
I've had
going to lean
success
down
in the past
from the
putting a
perch
good
that far,
next
just
to
get
a
to the
feeder,
jelly.
But clearly not this time, and I don't know why.
I didn't know that birds would just straight up eat jelly like that.
Somehow I needed the food
That's
to be
interesting.
up high over the stick, but also not in the shot. And then I had an idea.
Photoshop. It solved all my problems. I never have to do all this crazy shit again. Oh my god, he built like a whole winch system. Yeah, buddy, get in there. He's on the string. Fail. Man, they don't want to climb on your fucking acorn child stick. Oh, there we go. I spoke too soon. Wrong bird though. It's the catbird again. Hey, look how confused it is that the winch is taking the jelly away. No, but for real, like I know I was joking about Photoshop before, but for real though, if you want to hang it from the string and have them sit where they're sitting right now eating it, you could just take a bunch of photos of that, and I could literally just Photoshop out the actual Jello cup from that spot there. You could paint in the blurry foliage background. So you're not actually Photoshopping the subject of the shot. Like the bird and the acorn boy and the general, you know, mise en scene is legit. You're just getting rid of the Jello cup. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Where my food going? They're so confused. Birds are too stupid to understand engineering. They're staying on the stick long enough to get the shot, though.
It worked. I
Yeah,
got
you
some
go.
shots of Orioles on Berkey's stick. But I wanted to show some kind of bond between the two. And these
What?
birds are all looking up. It's not the connection I was hoping for. I guess with this one, you could say the bird.
I've got your solution. I've got the solution right here. Hang on.
It worked.
There we go. See that photo there? With that version of Berkey with his mouth open? Because the other ones after this, he always has his mouth closed. Shove some of the Jello in Berkey's open mouth, and you're going to get the Oriole making out with Berkey. You can get Acorn Boy and the bird tonguing each other. That's a
I
connection.
got some shots.
Do you notice that? I only just noticed this. But the acorn, all the acorn boys he makes all have dicks. That little stump at the bottom of the acorn between his legs. Has he noticed the fact that the stem of every acorn is always between the legs and it looks like they're hanging dong?
Shots of Orioles on Berkey's stick.
I mean, at least they're
But
anatomically
I wanted to show some
anatomically
kind
correct.
of bond between the two.
Look, see?
And these birds are all looking up. It's not the connection I was hoping for. I guess with
Berkey's got that 4-incher.
this one, you could say the bird is hiding Berkey from a squirrel up in a tree.
The
or
crazy
something.
frog type penis.
And I gotta say, the pose of this bird is pretty cool. But I wanted some more natural bird
That's the bird that was
poses,
getting mad
so
that the
in
Jell-O
order
was
for the
being
birds
taken
to
away.
look sideways, I changed the pulley to move the jelly sideways. This worked
This-
a lot better.
The more this video goes on, the more this is legitimately that unemployed friend at 3:30 on a Tuesday. Like that's becoming more like relevant by the second.
And their poses were a lot more natural on top of Berkey. Well, mostly.
They really don't like that Jello
It's funny,
leaving.
Each bird had its own strategies for getting the jelly. The catbirds could reach up so high. Look how long their legs get, and their necks too. The female Orioles had no problem jumping on the stick. Then they'd either grab the jelly dish or just jump right on. They were perfectly happy balancing there. The catbirds, not so much. The male Orioles were the funniest though. They would land on some nearby branches and like fumble their way to the
Did you
jelly.
notice that the male Oriole is actually like prettier than the females? The females are like a faded yellow, and their feathers are always like kind of like they just woke up that way and haven't brushed their hair.
They did
Look
it
at that! Look
a
at the
lot.
male.
My guess is that they preferred to land on things they can
The male is actually like sleek and has like bright orange plumage.
wrap their little claws around, because they also like to land on the string of the pulley and rappel down.
That's interesting.
So why then wouldn't they just land on Berkey's stick every time?
I suppose that's part of that mating ritual thing. Like the males have to be able to attract the females, so they have like a showier look about them. Like the peacock and the whole tail thing. Like female peacocks are ugly as fuck. Like, I wouldn't hook up with a female peacock. That's some bland shit right there. The males, on the other hand,
I don't know.
males are fire.
Anyway, after a
Those
couple
tails are
evenings
rad.
flying, I got some pretty good shots. I definitely could have stayed the course with this method until I got a shot of a male Oriole. But I wanted to dig in and get the best shot possible, and there were two things I thought I could improve. The
Did you
first
fuck a
was the
male one?
story.
I mean, I don't want to, but I mean, if you're offering,
I wanted an interaction
you got a peacock, meme god. You're
between the two
gonna
characters.
send
and
one
as
my
it
way?
is, they're just kind of standing there. Though there was this, which I love.
screaming
The
at each
second
other.
thing I thought could be better.
Did you notice that I think he is photoshopping. Have you noticed that the facial expressions on Berkey change in the photos? Look at his mouth. His mouth is different in every single photo. A little wider, even wider, like him and the bird are gasping together. A little bit more closed. That mouth is completely like a gasp, like he's horrified that the birds are fighting. And then some of them, it's just a line, like his mouth is closed. He's definitely not changing the model because he's only got the one, and he's just getting all these photos in one go. Like me with Ryan Reynolds. Wouldn't want to, but if given the opportunity. Well, yeah, you got to take it. I mean, you know, it's just one of those life things. Exposed.
Could Berkey
I mean, I guess, like, it's like what I was saying before. If nothing else about the shot is photoshopped and you're just adding this, like, one little fun detail, like changing the mouth to give him a different expression that fits the emotion of the shot,
really hold
it's
such
not
a
a
big
big deal.
bird on a stick with just one hand? I decided it was only possible if Berkey
Hashtag
and the bird
Bighorns
had
exposed.
developed this like deep connection over a lifetime.
Yeah, look at that one. That facial expression's gone all melancholy.
Training together. And that gave me an idea to improve the story. Berkey's a master. He should have an apprentice.
Oh, God.
It would be another Bighorn standing below Berkey, looking up in awe at the bird, wondering if he would ever be so skilled one day.
This guy is
It
so
would
obsessed.
change that one-handed grip from something that was kind of a mistake to something that was celebrated. And look at this guy, he's so cute. He's got this goofy, misshapen...
I feel like this is what he does on his downtime, so he doesn't have to actually, like, think about his divorce.
hat with a bit of hair sticking out and a cool spiral stick. I like this guy. By now, July was approaching, and I knew I was running out of time. So
This is what he's doing, so he doesn't have to think about the fact that his wife's about to take everything. The money, the house. He's not getting conjoined custody of the kids. He's going to have to, like, see them grow up through photos on Facebook. But he's got Berkey and his birds.
I just kept trying. I was shocked when a woodpecker showed up,
A woodpecker?
a bit late to the
That
party.
ain't wood. That's jam.
And apparently chipmunks like jelly too. I
Cool.
would have loved a picture of that chipmunk on Berkey's stick, but it looked like she was about to chew on his helmet, so I had to chase her off.
Oh,
And
yeah.
then
I
July
forgot
came,
Acorn.
and the Orioles stopped coming. So, how did it go? Well, I finally got some Oriole shots. This
Cool.
one cracks me up.
Oh, look, see? Photoshop. Change the face again.
The funny thing is, though, the pics that I like the most aren't the Orioles. They're
Oh my god, imagine if she took the acorns as well. And his camera. I've got nothing. All I have left is the jam. He's gonna be like fat and shirtless, sitting on his tattered couch, crying, just eating jam straight out of the container with his hand, getting it all over his like hairy stomach, screaming into the jar. It's getting really bleak.
catbirds. I know I said I wanted some color, but I think against this purple background, the gray of the catbird actually is really beautiful and is a better fit than the orange and black of the Oriole.
Yeah, the bird lady
My
from Home Alone
absolute
2.
favorite is this one. I love the bird's pose. It's standing up straight, just like Berkey, so it feels like they're meant to be together. But I think the star of the shot is really the apprentice. He looks so
Prentice also has a same size dick as Berkey, even though he's a child. Berkey, you've been shown up.
eager and earnest. So,
He also has
that's it.
elbow pads on.
As usual, I started out with a goal, and it changed along the way. Usually the animals surprise me, but I think this time it was the other way around.
He's got a bird t-shirt on
still
under
think
his
I could get a
hoodie.
better Oriole shot. I have an idea for next summer. Now that I know about this behavior of the Orioles, I think I could pull this off. The Orioles will be back in May, and I'll have about 2 months to get it. If you want to see if I pull it off, I'm
Oh my
active on
god.
Instagram.
Can you imagine
some other
spending 2
platforms
months
and
every
stuff
day
like
of
that.
just trying to get
I
these
have a ton
photos?
of content that doesn't quite fit into these long form videos.
Jesus Christ. That was cool. That was probably the best
And if
photo.
you still won't
That was the best photo of the night right
fit
there.
into these long form videos.
Wait. That is solid. That's fire. You really should shave the acorn pins off. Yeah, I feel like he's too wholesome to have noticed that that's what it looks like. Like he seems like that kind of personality that there's no part of his brain that even considered the fact that that looks like a dick. He's a soft bean. That's cute.
And if you still want more beacorns in your life, I sell prints.
I
on
like
my
the
website,
squirrel photos more than the bird
cards,
ones.
and even a calendar this year.
Neat. Do you make his own music for this? Hey, I've got that same mic.
Bye.
It's literally the one that I'm using right now. Bye. That was actually a sign off from a kids' TV show. I noticed that his website's name is like David M. Bird. That's adorable. This niche art form requires so many different skills. Modeling, nature photography, storytelling, and patience. I'm blown away. I want to be corn... Oh, I thought he was about to make a pun. Like, I want to be corn... a beacorn photographer or something. Like, become beacorn. I honestly thought he was about to make a pun. I'm so sorry. Space 107. What a lovely way to observe birds. Enjoy photography and the creativity of making characters, scenes, and story. All woven together so beautifully in a personalized way. Thank you. Thanks, Mitzi. David, I'm going through hard times, but your calming personality and incredible art really makes my day. Oh, I'm so sorry, Omar. Yeah. I'm going to prison for murdering 15 people. But your YouTube video made me feel so much better. Alright. Back to Max Headroom. Now that we've been all wholesome for a second. I'm guessing this first video was the actual TV hack. Oh, it happened during Doctor Who.
You should talk often with the old ones of your tribe.
Rip Doctor Who fans. Back in those days, there was no way to re-watch that episode as well. Well, that's creepy. That's so quiet. I wonder how he's doing the background in the 80s. Like, that's not a green screen with a funky little animation. Like, what is going on back there? I reckon a mate of his has probably got some aluminum siding from a shed and is like behind it and is rotating it just randomly while filming. Someone's holding a piece of milk. Yeah, well, we both just have the same idea essentially. Mom, I don't like Doctor Who anymore. Oh, it's getting kind of raunchy.
As far as I can tell, a massive electric shock. He died instantly.
Oh, back to Doctor Who.
Oh, you're always so careful.
It would have had to have been someone who worked at the, It would have had to have been someone who worked at the TV studio. Reddit username Bopag. Well, that might be the Reddit link that I just looked at a second ago. I was alive when this happened. Although, like, I was tiny, so I would have had no clue. He updated it saying he was wrong. That's a shame. Plot twist, it was the Reddit user. I don't think any Reddit user was alive in 1987. From my experience with Reddit. Did it happen more than once? I thought I saw something here say it was... There was more than one. No, I don't think it is. Oh my god, here's a 1987 news report
Chicago
about
television stations, someone using sophisticated equipment managed to briefly and illegally override broadcast signals on WGN-TV and WTTW. Jack Connerty reports now that both incidents are under investigation.
Even in a medium that is no stranger to bizarre moments, these were truly bizarre. Starting first on WGN-TV at 9:14 Sunday night during a sportscast.
12 quarters finally did.
Oh, it happened during a sports broadcast as well.
Take some pretty sophisticated microwave equipment operating in the broadcast auxiliary frequency
Microwave equipment?
bands and a significant amount of power.
About 2 hours later, the video pirate struck again.
Oh,
this
is
time,
loud.
the target
Holy
was a
shit.
science fiction broadcast on PBS affiliate WTTW.
Sorry.
And this time, it wasn't 25 seconds long. It ran for almost a minute and a half.
Oh, there's the Doctor Who one. So the Doctor Who one was the second time it happened. The sports one was the first.
By this time, the pirate had managed to insert audio as well, along with a display of a marital aid and a portion of his or her anatomy. It generated hundreds of calls.
Really kind of expressing sympathy over the fact that our signal would be interfered with in this way and that it would inconvenience so many thousands of our viewers.
What?
The incidents are now...
Hang on. Who the fuck is calling up the TV station about the TV hack? And why are they calling? Like, who the fuck is sitting there watching Doctor Who and then seeing like a Max Headroom TV broadcast hack for like 60 seconds? And they're going, you know what? Honey, get me the phone. I need to call up the TV station and get to the bottom of this. Who the fuck are you? Like, what's going on down there? I was enjoying some fine broadcasting, and then I saw some filth. I don't even like Max Headroom. Explain yourself. CEO of television. I would think it's a weird commercial. Oh, if you were watching Adult Swim or MTV, 100%. That's exactly the shit that they would do. I wouldn't be surprised some people sort of it was part of Doctor Who. I don't think Doctor Who was quite weird enough. You'd need to be a TV show like Tim and Eric or something to get away with that. But you'd air it during something that it would stand out. Like, I would air it during something like Days of Our Lives, like some kind of TV soapy, where it's usually fairly rote, the kind of drama of a show like that. So it would stand out immediately as being like something's wrong. I'm just tripping at the fact that hundreds, thousands of people called the TV station up about it. I just don't know what the hell you're calling about. What are you calling them to say? You getting mad? I think that guy suggested that there were a whole lot of people that were expressing sympathy. And that is even more confusing to me. Who's calling up the TV station being like, oh, I'm so sorry your network got hacked. Are you guys okay? Do you need reinsurance? Do you want a pat on the head? Do you want my nephew to look into your network? Like, he's 14, but he knows about computers. He plays the Atari. This is zombie apocalypse hack. What was the most infamous one? It was the it wasn't a hack actually. It was the War of the Worlds. Was it the Orson Welles thing, where they played the War of the Worlds radio play without explaining to anyone that it was a piece of fiction. They just played it like it was a real news broadcast about an alien invasion, and people legit thought it was real. And there's some people even committed suicide thinking that the world was being invaded. That's a good one. That's not a hack, but that was a TV station legitimately broadcasting a piece of work that was designed to appear real. Almost as if like you ran a fake hack as like part of like a piece of fiction that you wanted people to think it was something legit, but it's actually you just fucking around.
Under investigation by the FCC and the FBI.
But the odds, I'd say, if a guy continues to involve himself, either sporadically or continuously, it's very great.
This man's probably dead now.
Determine who it is.
All early evidence points to someone with a broadcasting background.
Someone who really knows.
People who are boarding up
the
windows and doors?
business and microwave in general.
Hell yeah.
But the person in the Max Headroom disguise may not know how sophisticated...
The thing is, like, as cool as it would be to pull something like that off, it's a surefire way to get sued. Because, especially nowadays, people are so litigious now, especially Americans. They'll sue you, like, in half a second for anything. And if you pull off some kind of, like, high-level prank like that, that gets people to board up their doors and windows and change some aspect of their life, thinking that it's real, the second they find out that they were had, that it was a prank, they're going to take you to court, and they're going to try to argue that you inconvenienced them and cost them because they didn't go to work. They fucked up their house, boarding up doors and windows, which also cost them money and damaged the property. And they're going to seek compensation out of your ass. Like, I wouldn't risk it today.
Officials can be in tracing this sort of thing. It leaves an electronic signature. And while it may have been a stunt, it is not treated as a joke. Chicago's video pirate could face a jail
There was going to be
sentence
a part
and
2, but they got arrested.
for his freelance exercise
That's a shame.
in public access. Jack Connerty, Fox 32 News.
I wonder what they got charged with.
Jury deliberations tonight is trying to find out who's responsible for 2 acts of video piracy. Last night, someone broke into regular programming here on Channel 9 and on Chicago's...
I love how 480p all this old footage is, because it was all like probably stored on VHS or beta tape since the days of when it aired, and it had to get digitized into a computer at some random point, and the tape was probably already all fucky.
Public broadcasting station. As Larry Roderick reports, the first
so many
interruption took
artifacting
place
or
during
and
last night's 9 o'clock news.
color warping.
Sports anchor Dan Rowan had just started his Sunday night Bears report when the screen suddenly went black, then came back on with a new unruly presence.
Unruly presence, he says.
Headroom mask. We had been taken over by a video pirate for a short time, until technicians here changed microwave channels between the studio and the transmitter and knocked him off the air.
And apparently somebody with some microwave equipment was able to interfere with our signal going.
I can't. Hang on. I can't get past unruly presence. That's legit the way he described the Max Headroom dude, the hacker. The image of an unruly presence. That's family-friendly TV speak for this cunt. This wacky cunt.
to the Hancock transmitter.
Now, this is not just anybody off the street. He has to have an electronic expertise of some level, right?
Yes, he does. It takes very sophisticated equipment to do this at a significant power level. So this isn't something that just anyone would be able to accomplish.
So he's a smart, silly
But
bitch.
Channel 9 wasn't alone in its Max Headroom appearance. There was even a longer episode on Channel 11, public broadcasting.
Funny way to learn.
Oh, there's Doctor Who again. You know who really, benefited from this? Fucking Max Headroom. The people behind Max Headroom must have been fucking cheering, because this is such good free marketing for that TV show.
Doctor Who was knocked out by the Max lookalike.
They would have
who
sold
pitched
some
the soft drink,
VHS tapes and
then
some
performed a
and those
series of antics
Max
that
Headroom
station
masks for
officials
sure.
found less than humorous before the pirate himself pulled the plug.
Fortunately, it was a self-destruct mechanism. It was beyond our control. We now have already implemented steps whereby we could take something like that off the air immediately if it were to occur again. It did, of its own volition, go off the air, as I say, after about a minute and a half.
Positive result.
Some viewers.
It showed them it showed the TV studio a hole in their security, and they were able to fix it. So that Max Headroom hacker actually helped them.
But that in the middle of the tape, it's going to be. We're going to have to tape over it.
Angered others.
Wow.
Somebody wants to get attention, what do? They go break into a television broadcast. Just to get attention, like throwing a brick through your window, so to speak.
Okay.
It's not too bright, really.
It kind of was, though.
A lot of fun. So what did you think about the whole thing?
Very, very funny.
It may
There you
seem
go.
rather humorous, but there is more to it than that. For when this person is caught, he or she will face both civil and criminal penalties.
It is very serious, and we
plot
like
twist,
to
they were never caught.
inform anybody who's involved in this type of thing that it is serious, and that we will take every step that we can to find out who is doing it. And once we have determined that, we will make sure that the full extent of the law is carried out.
Meanwhile, Channel 9 engineer.
Do you notice that this guy's face? He reminds me like when you're making a Wii character on the Nintendo, and you kind of like squeeze the eyes and the nose and the eyebrows together into the middle of the face, like narrowing everything right to the middle. It's all just too tight, like narrow in the middle of his face. It's not really using the space correctly.
We'll take every step that we can to find out who is doing it. And once we have determined that, we will make sure that the full extent of the law is carried out.
I love knowing
Meanwhile,
in advance that they never actually caught the dude, because it makes it so much funnier when they're talking tough about it, about all the ways they're gonna like charge this dude when they finally get him. It's like, no, you're not.
Say they have taken
You ain't doing
steps
shit.
to prevent further appearances of the mock Max. This is Larry Roderick, WGN News.
Well, the FCC says last night's piracy was the first of its kind in Chicago.
Another one is on tonight, this one for the video pirates who managed to scramble Chicago airwaves. The pirates
just
interrupted
every single TV
WGN
station?
and WTTW programming with a show of their own.
It's like a
Mike
Scooby-Doo
Hirsch
dog.
has more.
I wonder where he's now. I mean, this is like so many years later. Like, where's that person now, and how do they feel about all this?
Channel 11's Doc Wacky and at times perverse TV surprise came shortly after 11 o'clock, lasting about a minute and a half.
Was it
The
an
same
unruly
thing
presence?
happened at WGN's 9 o'clock news broadcast earlier in the evening.
Someone wants to get into your house, they can find a way to do that. And I guess likewise, if someone wants to interfere with your signal, they can find a way to do that.
The FCC says the pirates were able to use stronger microwave signals to
I
override.
love how their go-to is to like strike more fear into the hearts of like people watching. like this is evidence that if they wanted to get into your house, they could do that. It's like, dude, why are you taking it there? They hijacked your signal for like 60 seconds max. Now you want people to think that someone's going to come through the window and beat them to death with the crowbar. That woman was deaf, the one holding the metal. What? The aluminum sheet. Oh. The funny thing is, like, that kid that said he found it funny, I bet there were human beings that actually found it, like, entertaining as well, that they interviewed. But the thing with the news is they always have an agenda in terms of how they want people's reactions to something to come off. They want this to seem like a scary, terrible thing that was done, because it was done to them. Like, they are the TV people. This was an act of violence against their security. their broadcast, their signal. So they're only going to use the takes of the adults that had the more conservative reactions, the ones that were more in shock and clutching their pearls. Like, how could they do this to the broadcast signal? And that guy that was like, it's just disgusting. It's, oh, what a pathetic human being to do this. They're just looking for attention. Huh. Blah. You know, that kind of stuff. I guarantee you they interviewed people that are like, dude, that was fucking sick. I love Back's Headroom. They're not going to air that dude because he's not fitting the narrative. They did the kid. They threw the kid in at the end because the kid, that is an easy write-off. Like, that doesn't need to fit the narrative because that's oh, look at the stupid little child and how he felt about the very serious thing. Isn't it funny that he doesn't get how serious this is? He's so silly. You can't have an adult say that. You can't have an adult say what the kid said because, you know, that fucks up their whole thing, their whole story. But I would bet you that maybe more of the interviews they did of people on the street probably thought it was funny and fascinating than was mad about it. Like, they would have, for those 2 people they showed us, there was probably like, for every 2 of them, there was probably 6 or 7 people that were like really digging it. I had a great time. Ah, boo. Why do I have so many Twitters open on my other screen? What the fuck? Whoops. That's too many Twitters. All right. I need to play catch up. I need to play catch up on the big drops from the last week and a half-ish. We got some huge trailers dropped, and I've been sitting on all of them, waiting for a chance to get around to this. We got Marvel shit, I got DC shit. Fast and Furious. I don't know about that one, but, you know, I might as well check it out. The Flash, that's interesting. I am kind of fascinated, but as much as the DC stuff's gone down a hole, I am incredibly curious about what's going on with the Flash because of the whole Ezra Miller thing. You went down an olive tree rabbit hole recently. You stole his most popular song. What? Fuck is olive tree? Oliver. Oh, American singer, producer, comedian. Doesn't ring a bell. I don't think I've ever come across Oliver Tree. Sorry, I was just looking at my other screen at who that was, just so I knew who you were talking about. He made the song Life Goes On. I've definitely never seen him like what he looks like if I have heard the songs. Because he's wait, let me bring this up. I've never seen a dude that looks like that. So I've definitely never seen any visuals of this person. He has an album called Welcome to the Internet. Guess that was before the Bo Burnham song. He's a weird looking dude. Oh, I can tell he's an interesting character. Look at this. This is from GQ Australia. Oliver Tree is trolling us all. Or is he? What kind of article is that? He looks like a Tim and Eric character. This is giving off Adult Swim vibes. Like you'd see him on oh fuck, what's that guy's name? God, what's that dude's show called? I can't believe I've forgotten. Well, Swim. Late night. Eric Andre. Yeah. Looks like someone that would be like a plant on the Eric Andre show to fuck with some celebrity. Yes. Thank you. Your message popped up just after I figured it out. I like that you, from me actually giving no real clues or context for who I'm talking about, you got it in one. He's got braces as well. The Dumber Dumber bowl cut. Alright. Let me run this because I'm too fascinated to see how this went. I've been sitting on this for like almost 2 weeks waiting to watch it.
Tell me something. You can go anywhere. Another timeline.
Is that Keaton's voice? Hang on, sorry, gotta rewind. You said Adult Swim late night and it clicked. Yeah, I guess those two things, once you say both those two things, there's not any other examples I can think of either. I would go straight to Eric Andre too.
Tell me something. You can go anywhere.
That is definitely Michael Keaton.
Another timeline. Another universe. So why do you want to stay and fight to save this one?
Because this is the world where my mom lives. I'm not gonna lose her again.
Is there something... There's something that, like, gives me the creepy crawlies when I know Barry is a very wholesome character. Like, he is in the comics and in all his adaptions. He's very much about his mother's death. Like, he's a bit of a mama's boy. And that's fine. That's, like, his wholesome center. But there's something tainted about that now when I see Ezra Miller playing that wholesome card, that wholesome note of Barry and his love for his mother, with all the crazy shit he's been doing in real life. It's like, it's not gelling no more, you know? Like, I'm not seeing the character of Barry. I'm seeing, like, crazy motherfucking psychopath Ezra Miller. And I'm like, really? Your mother? I'm not buying the wholesome thing anymore. You have a friend who's really into Flash, so I know everything about it. Oh yeah, I've got a couple of friends that are super into DC. More than because I've always been more into Marvel. But I'm perfectly fine with DC. I've got no problems with it. But the DC movies really haven't been hitting for a while. Like, I was never into Snyderverse stuff. But I like the newer shit, like Matt Reeves' Batman, Joker, McGunn's Suicide Squad. I think that stuff's been doing a lot better and has been more interesting to me than anything that the Snyderverse has pumped out. He really loves Green Arrow. I can't do the CW shows. That's beyond my abilities, unfortunately. The CW shows super cringe to me. I can't handle that shit. For a very different reason to Snyderverse stuff. It's so cheap and like it's like a cheap teenage girl drama show, but just with superheroes dropped in instead. That's the vibe the CW shows always give me. I just can't shake it. I'm curious to see when they finally drop this movie if the whole Ezra thing will actually affect box office or not, or if the movie's just going to hit like it ever would have. Or maybe it'll hit even more because all the Ezra stuff might have given it free marketing. So people will be morbidly curious to see Ezra on the big screen in a film that was not taken down by his antics. So in your head, you'd be like, well, there must be something special about the movie if it survived what he was doing. So maybe I should go see it. Maybe it'll actually help them. The last show you watched was Loki, and I loved it. I've never had a problem with any MCU. Like, a lot of people have been talking recently about having Marvel fatigue and also thinking that it's been dropping off since Phase 4, like after the Thanos trilogy ended. But like, really, it's never really affected me. Like, if you had a scale of terrible, bad, average, okay, good, excellent, perfect, like that kind of stuff, no Marvel property has ever really dropped below around okay to good, if that makes sense. Like, I've always enjoyed everything they've put out enough that it's never gone below okay for me. It's always hit between okay and good, at least minimum. Like even stuff that people trash, like Thor: The Dark World. Like I can see all the flaws in the movie that are the reasons why it got lower critic reviews, but I can still watch it. Like it's still a decent film. It's just on the Marvel scale of compared to all the other Marvel movies, it's you know, something has to come last. You know what I mean? Like if you're gonna line them up in order. But like I can still watch it and go, this is fine. This movie's fine. Like I don't personally have any issue with it. I don't think it's great, but you know, it's not bad. But that's the thing. The Marvel scale was hitting so hard for so long that not bad was never good enough. Like if a Marvel movie is just not bad, then that may as well be terrible. Like on the Marvel scale, that's trash. People like go off about it. And it's like, dude, compared to like other movies that are actually bad or average, like Marvel was still batting higher in general. Just the scale was out of whack. I mean, I even like She-Hulk. Like I thought She-Hulk was great. I was kind of confused by how much hatred there was for it. Especially when it got to the end. Like, I think that was probably one of the most entertaining final episodes to any Marvel show ever. In the way that it just completely, purposely went off the rails. Like, when I say off the rails, that sounds like a negative, but, like, literally, it was scripted to go off the rails on purpose. Like, that was the whole thing. Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, the worst Marvel movie you've seen to date. See, that one's divisive. Like, some people think it's great, some people think it's the worst they've seen to date, and then a whole bunch of people are drifting around in the middle. I think that one was a bit fascinating. I do think a movie that takes such a big swing that it becomes divisive in terms of hate and love is more worthwhile and more interesting than a movie that is just straight up bland. So, I mean, that's, I guess, the best thing you can say for that situation. Like, I would rather it swing for the fences and divide people than if it was just like a paint by numbers, you know, blueprint movie that does literally nothing. But I kind of knew it was going to be that, though, because of the Sam Raimi factor. Sam Raimi is that in a nutshell. He is that distilled into a human being. Sam Raimi is so specifically Sam Raimi. Like, all these little editing tricks and twists and things that he likes to do, like with the crash zooms on eyeballs and the very B-grade horror movie musical stings and, like, the cheesy shit. He loves cheesy framing. He loves cheesy edits. Like, he just does that stuff. That's Sam Raimi. So I'm like, we're going to see a Doctor Strange movie that's like kind of horror, kind of comedy, with all the crazy over-the-top cartoonishly Three Stooges-y Looney Tunes cheesiness that he is known for. And it's going to be like a fucking wild swing for the fences. And some people are going to really dig it. And some people are going to be like, what the fuck? There's only one opinion of is Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. Yeah, no one really ever talks shit about Into the Spider-Verse, which is ironic considering that it was from Sony, which have one of the worst track records in superhero movies to date. It's like Sony superhero movies nowadays, they're all in the trash, and then they've got this one movie that is like a beacon of quality that is all the way up here. It's like, how do you have all your movies at the very bottom of the fucking the hierarchy, and then one movie that's like literally at the top, like in the god position, shining down gold rays and everybody else? That's fucking unreal. It's like, these are the same people that made Venom and fucking Morbius and a bunch of other cheesy shit even before that. They were responsible for Elektra, weren't they? That was Sony? Daredevil and Elektra were theirs back in the day. Pretty sure. Obviously, the Raimi Spider-Mans were like are classics that everyone's loved for ages. Hang on, let me just double check this. Elektra. Where the fuck is the company? Yo. No, not the character, you dolt. Produced by Avi Arad, blah, blah, blah. Where is the company, bro? Ah, fuck. 20th Century Fox. Okay, never mind. Apparently, Daredevil and Elektra was Fox, pre X-Men, I guess. They hadn't quite figured it out yet. Now, Fox had a middle ground track record. Sony is like in the bin, except for when they did Into the Spider-Verse and they accidentally knocked one out of the park. Fox was always like 50-50. They'll make like Fox will make a great movie like an X-Men or an X-Men 2, and then they'll drop some trash like X-Men 3. You liked Venom? I have a love-hate relationship with Venom. Like I don't like calling it a good movie because it's got too many problems that I feel a bit uncomfortable calling it good. But there's a lot of likable things in it. I like Tom Hardy. I like Tom Hardy's casting. I like Venom's visual effects. I like the interplay between Tom Hardy and Venom. Things like that I think are solid. I think the movie and the story in general, especially by the time you get to the third act and it rushes between a bunch of beats and then has one of those trash ending superhero villain fights where it's just like, this just got kind of dull for some reason. I never actually saw Let There Be Carnage. I missed it, unfortunately. I'll have to catch up on that one. The trailer didn't really give me any sense that it would be better or worse than the first one. It just seemed like more Venom, so I wasn't terribly excited, but I always assumed that I would get around to watching it at a certain point. I just think there's so many like problems with it from a movie standpoint that the positives about how it did Eddie Brock and Venom themselves and the visual effects surrounding like Venom's action scenes, I think that stuff, as good as they were, is let down by the fact that the movie itself is just you know what it is. Remember back in the 90s when superhero movies weren't taken that seriously and they were super cheesy and had a very 90s kind of straight to DVD vibe, but just slightly better than that. I feel like Venom felt like we were going back to that era of superhero movies. Like by the time Iron Man came out and the superhero, we'd had Spider-Man by Sam Raimi, we'd had the Fox X-Men movies, and then we got to the MCU starting off with Iron Man. There was a steadily incline in comic book movie quality that was making people take it more seriously. And I feel like Venom felt like a callback to the 90s era of superhero movies where it was kind of like the main plot and the structure of the film felt more like a generic 90s comic book movie blueprint again. And the good things were just the specific ingredients like the Tom Hardy and the Venom VFX. I just want all these specific ingredients taken out of that movie, and I just want them to use them better in a better film. But yeah, it was a little bit like, you know what? I don't know if you've ever had this feeling in a movie, but if you've ever heard this term before, but there's a saying called death by 1,000 cuts, where you're not hating something, but little things keep on hurting you. Like little things, one after the other. You keep spotting little things, you're like, oh, I don't really like that, or I don't like what they do with this. And it's just like every little thing just keeps on piling up on you until at a certain point, it's death by 1,000 cuts. It's like it brings the whole thing down when you start to like get a bit exhausted by all the little things that are pissing you off. I think Venom kind of did that to me a little bit, and it was more painful because there were so many things I was liking about it too. Like when Star Wars could be funny when the stormtrooper hits his head. Yeah, Star Wars was always an imperfect thing that just hit right at the time when it came out, though. You know what's one good example? Here's like a very specific example of things that bug me in Venom. There's that whole plot point in the third act where Venom suddenly says, he has a conversation with Eddie Brock where they do that whole like, we're on my planet, I was a loser too, like you, and I kind of like it here on Earth, so let's go fight the bad guy. Like that whole third act turn. And like moments like that ring so hollow to me because it feels like when that happens, I'm like, I don't feel like the Venom that I know from the comics that I've read and from the cartoons I've watched and all the older stuff. I don't think the Venom that I know would have this sudden, weird, self-deprecating personality switch where he would whine about that on his alien planet to all the other Venom symbiotes that he's a loser, so that he could. It feels like that's something that some random came up with in the script, in the screenplay process. To be like, oh, this is why him and Eddie Brock like bond, because of this one thing. It's like, yeah, we need them to bond, but you fucking just kind of like shoved this onto the Venom character, and I don't buy for a second that Venom would think of himself as a loser, and that's why he feels for Eddie, because Eddie is an Earth version of a loser. And then that's the excuse for why he's like, let's be more teammates and let's go like fight because I kind of dig Earth and I want to stay here. And I'm like, man, I kind of feel like you needed to maintain a certain level of monstrous darkness to Venom. You can't, in the span of a 90-minute movie, go from a monstrous symbiote that's taken over a body and wants to eat people's heads to like that schmaltzy shit with forced dialogue that doesn't sound true to the character, just to make this relationship happen. Like, at a certain point, it's like the Hulk and the Jekyll vs. Hyde thing. I feel like at a certain point, Venom needs to stay Venom. There needs to be a push and pull of Eddie having to fight against and control Venom's impulses. You can't have Venom also turn around and kind of soften up a little bit. Like, I feel like that's some bullshit. On the same level that a lot of people agree that the Hulk in the MCU kind of becoming Smart Hulk and just being like a normal dude now is a little bit of a cop-out to what we all like about the Hulk. The Hulk needs to be about Banner's life being shit because he has this monster, Jekyll Hyde monster inside him that he can't control, and he's a danger to others. That's what makes that character dynamic interesting. That combo Smart Hulk thing, for whatever reason they went that way, it kind of like takes it in a direction that's not the Hulk vibe that we know and love. That's how I feel with the Morbius. All right movie, but all the little things, blah, blah. Yeah, that's the thing, but that's kind of like what's become synonymous with Sony comic book movies. You happen to like Venom a lot more, but generally speaking, like every Sony movie seems to have that same problem. It's very much a paint-by-numbers blueprint superhero script that has a weird 90s vibe about it, despite being made now, and so many little things that take you out of it that it just like brings you down by the end of the movie, even if you're enjoying certain little things about it. Like, I could see myself enjoying the idea of Jared Leto as the Morbius character. I think that's pretty decent casting for a character like Morbius. That should have been a win. But then everything around it, have gotten bland recently just as a whole. Yeah, but superhero movies have been copping criticism for all kinds of things from all directions that sometimes contradict. Like, on the one hand, some of them have been getting quite bland and paint by numbers, and that's what people's issue with them are. But at the same time, there are ones that kind of swing for the fences and try very out-of-the-box things. That is the opposite of the bland problem, but then they also get in trouble for that. It's like, it's weird. Comic book movies are in a situation right now where they're damned if they do, they're damned if they don't. The more they veer off the given path and go a little nuts with it, the more they get smashed for veering. And the more they don't, the more they get smashed for being bland, and then they get used as examples of comic book movie fatigue. We need more villain stories like Joker. Oh, we need to be careful of that, though. Like, Joker was good. We need more movies like that where filmmakers are just allowed to do alternate takes on things. We've got to be careful of the villain angle, though, because Sony is technically doing that, and it's not working for them. Like, movies like Venom and Morbius and the upcoming... what's the next villain they're doing? The Hunter? Kraven. They've got that Kraven the Hunter movie in development with Aaron Taylor-Johnson as Kraven. And it's like, people are over it. They're fucking sick of it. They like, Venom was okay, but kind of average, and some good things, a lot of bad things are brought down, whatever. Morbius was a dumpster fire. People are trying to like it, but good God, like, you guys aren't even trying anymore. And now we've got Craven coming out. And it's like, why are you beating this horse if it's not working for you? Like, you're nailing certain little things that are just making us wish that those things were in better movies, and they're getting worse with each one. I don't understand why Sony has got such a hard-on for taking these Spider-Man villains and turning them into their own solo anti-hero movies that are removed from the Spider-Man mythos. Keep villains as villains. I guess, yeah, you're right. That is the defining thing. The Joker movie acknowledged that the Joker is a psychopath, has problems, and just sort of explored that and kind of followed him like a character study of how this person really falls further into tragedy and misery and eventual psychopathy. So in that way, you're right in that if they're going to do movies about villains, keep them connected to the source material, because that just pisses people off when, like, one of the biggest things that pissed people off about Venom before they saw the movie, just the concept of Venom, was that it was removed from Spider-Man. There was no Spider-Man in that Venom universe as it was created up front. He doesn't even have the white webbing on his black suit with the symbol on the front. Like, that's a pretty fundamental change to Venom. And with every movie after that, they're just like, why are we getting origin stories of villains that are removed from the Spider-Man mythos? These villains exist and are created through their attachment to Spider-Man, and you're killing the fans by doing it this way. Like, Joker is not removed from the Batman mythos. It just is focused on him and him alone within that world, within Gotham. We do get to see that Bruce exists as a child, and, you know, his dad and the whole... We see that these things do exist in this world. Nothing's removed, but it's not about that. You know what I mean? So if companies like DC want to keep going in that direction, they need to follow their own example, I think. Like, if we're going to get a Mr. Freeze movie, if we're going to get a Poison Ivy movie, whatever the fuck it is, like, lean into the fact that they are a villain and we're not here to redeem them. We're just here to sort of see how they got there and understand somewhat, like, what that journey was. And acknowledge the fact that they're in the world we expect them to be, and that the characters that we know are also in this world do exist, even if we're not going to go there and play with them. You know what I mean? Spider-Man's there, fucking Batman's there, whatever, but we're here now. We're just looking at this. It's what I like about The Boys. They make a realistic take on superpowers would exist. The thing with The Boys, I haven't brought myself to watch any of it yet. I have seen how popular it's been, but I was a big fan of the books, the comic books. I actually have on my comic shelf, I've got the entire Boys graphic novel collection going way back. I've had them for like 15 years. Like, so I've been on The Boys for a very long time, and I was shocked when that show came about. I never thought that anyone would actually make a TV show or a movie out of The Boys. So I was surprised and excited and kind of shocked it was happening. Once I saw the trailers, there's some part of me got afraid, because I realized that this is something that I've known for so long, that I'm such a big fan of, that I was worried that I was not going to be able to give the show its due course. Does that make sense? I don't know if this ever happened to you, where you've watched something that is good, has got good reviews that everybody loves, but you struggle to vibe with it because you are so into the source material that anything that's different from it bothers you. It's really good, trust me. Oh no, I believe you. Like, I understand that it's a really great show. I've seen great clips from it. I've seen amazing reviews. Everyone's just been nuts about it online. There's been no bad press about The Boys. I fully believe that it's an amazing show and I should be watching it. The only thing that's held me back is the fact that I know there's books back to front. Like, I've read through the whole thing multiple times, and I've always loved them. And I'm just really scared that this is going to be a really good show that I'm going to struggle to enjoy, and I'm going to feel bad about that, because I'm just so... The books are so infused in my brain that anything that's different is going to bother me. And, like, that just makes me feel bad. Like, I don't want to... I don't want to dislike the show for such a shitty reason. You know what I mean? Because I've known Lord of the Rings fans that have shit on Lord of the Rings stuff because they're such like hardcore book people. And like it just kind of sucks, man. Like the Lord of the Rings movies are good. It's an adaptation. There are things that are changed that are different, but they're done to make the movie work better. Like the movies are solid. Doesn't matter what the differences are from the book. I've read the book and I've seen the movies and I can see all the differences and I'm fine with both. The books are great. The movies are great. Perfect adaptation. Don't get hung up on the details. The Boys is something that I've always been like a fan of the graphic novels on the level where I feel like I'm nerd enough about it that I might get hung up on the details and then just sit there kind of like getting annoyed at all the things that I kind of wish from the book were happening or were in there and the things that are different. Like I did see that because I've seen spoilers from the show over the years, and I did see that Black Noir is completely different from the books, and that's the kind of thing that just still scares me about watching it because I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna watch it, and even if it makes total sense what they're doing with Black Noir that's different and why it's different, I'm just worried that like I'm gonna be shitty about it, and then I'm gonna feel guilty for not liking a show that's actually really good. Oh yeah, Deep is I've seen that Deep is a much more of a character in the show, because in the books he's probably out of the entire 7 in the books he's the one that gets the least screen time. I say screen time, but you know, graphic novel book. Like he really like is not an important part of the plot at any point in the books. In fact, he's the only member of the 7 in the books that survives the ending. He just nothing happens to him. He just is still there at the end and just kind of leaves. So like there's a lot more going on with him in the book. What are other things I've noticed? I saw that they changed the sexual assault at the start with what's her name? Starlight? Didn't they make it a thing with the Deep? It was a personal thing between her and the Deep, and they made like a whole thing out of that. Please don't spoil too much. Oh, okay, don't worry. No, I won't talk about anything that but I think the Deep thing that I just said is actually completely irrelevant because what I know of the Deep from the book and what I've seen from him in the show is miles different. There's no connection whatsoever. So nothing I know about what happens with the Deep at the end of the book is gonna connect with the show at all. Because already the Black Noir is... I've seen what the reveal of Black Noir is from the show. I've seen this stuff on Twitter about him, and it is not the book at all. It's completely different. I won't say how, just in case, you know, whatever. Because if you don't know anything about the book, if I told you what the Black Noir's deal is from the book, you'd be like, what the fuck? Because it's totally different from the show. The reason I ask about the sexual assault is because in the book, it's all of them. In the book, it's every... I've seen the Noir reveal. The one from the book or just the TV show? Because his character's done in the show now, right? I think. Wasn't he killed off in like the last season or something? I know a fair bit about the show just from like Twitter stuff because people... I'm always on the internet, so I see Twitter shit all the time. Oh, okay. Do you want me to tell you what the Noir thing is from the book? Like, you might not want spoilers from the book in case you ever decide to read it. Because it's not at all what the show is. He died from a Snickers bar. Oh, but anyway, yeah, the sexual assault of Starlight is all of the male members of the 7. In the book, it's Homelander leads it. He's the one who's actually instigating the assault and basically saying like, you have to go down, you have to suck us all off if you want to be part of this group. And so like that scene ends with her like on her knees with like Homelander, the Deep, Black Noir, and maybe one other all kind of surrounding her in like a circle, like undoing their pants. He had a peanut allergy, and Lamplighter put a Snickers in his mouth. What the fuck? Yeah, so it's a lot more fucked up in the book because it's, she basically gets, forced to do oral sex and sexually assaulted by like the entire team, not just the Deep. And I guess they made that change because they're probably looking to make more out of the Deep's character. They wanted more of a fall and a redemption and all kinds of story to come from just him. And by separating the other members of the group from that sexual assault, they can focus more on the other members of the group having storylines and negative personality traits and toxic things they do that are different from each other. They didn't want to lump them all into they're basically all sexual assault. They're all rapists. Because that's just, I guess, for the TV show standpoint, that just makes them all the same level of shitty, whereas they want them all to be a different kind of shitty in the show, if that makes sense. Yeah. Oh, and the only one that's not involved is what's her name? Queen Mav. But she knows about it. She just doesn't give a shit. She couldn't like give a fuck. She's off having an orgy with like 4 or 5 big muscly bodybuilders in her room and not caring what happens to Starlight or anything. Homelander, like, it's probably a good change for the show just in terms of like them all having a very different kind of toxicity. Like Homelander is all about power, narcissism. Like that narcissism that comes from like, I'm all powerful and I should be able to do what I want. And they just focus in on that. It's never about anything sexual. It's just a power narcissism thing. The Deep is a pathetic little man who they could make something out of with the sexual assault thing. And then everyone else has their own bullshit. Like, the speed guy. I don't know why I forgot his name. A-Train? Leading into like the self-possessed super athlete on steroids kind of angle with him. Homelander makes her say she's gay to the public because she has a sister, Queen Maeve. Yeah. Yeah, so if you want to know what Black Noir's deal is in the comics, I don't mind telling you. If you don't care about book spoilers, since he's not really a thing in the TV show anymore, so it's not like they're going to double back around and make any of that stuff happen anymore. Basically, Noir is kept a mystery until the very end of the book. Like, he's basically just Black Noir with the suit and never says anything all the way through to the end. Where it turns out, I won't say anything else about the ending of the book, just in case things cross over. But it turns out that once he actually is unmasked, Black Noir is a clone of Homelander. He's basically another Homelander, but he was a failed clone that is kind of more psychopathic. Like, he doesn't speak, he's like a mute, but he's like really fucked in the head. And so he's easy to control by the company. So they kept him in the Black Noir outfit so that no one would know that he's like a fucked up, essentially retarded Homelander. Sorry for using the R word. But they use him to basically keep an eye on and monitor Homelander, because if shit becomes like really out of control, the company has like a failsafe there with they can actually sick Black Noir on Homelander and they're at equal power levels. And the Black Noir like twisted Homelander is a lot more fucked up in the head too. Like, he's a lot more vicious and gross. So there's a couple of things throughout the story that Homelander is accused of that are really fucked up, that it later on turns out was actually the Black Noir Homelander clone that actually did those things, because they can just make the Black Noir clone do whatever they feel like, even if it's like the most disgusting shit, and they can pin it on Homelander just to like mess with him and keep him on the leash. I thought the reveal was that he had a huge explosion scar on his face. There's a great panel in the comics of the first time you see the Black Noir clone Homelander with the mask off, and he has this huge smile on his face of like, oh, this guy's a psychopath. Like, he looks so fucking freaky. But yeah, there's this huge fight between Black Noir and Homelander near the end of the comic where it's just an all-out, like, no holds barred, like, super scrap on equal power levels. But yeah, when I found out that he was actually a different person in the TV show and he was a black guy, I was like, oh fuck, that's not anything like the books. that's entirely different. They can't even turn that one back around and like make it. You know, sometimes adaptions of things make it seem like it's different from the original, but then the storyline gets all twisty and eventually brings it all the way back around and becomes like what the original text was. There was no way they could even turn that one around. That was just straight up changed. You gotta find a clip of the flashback so you can see the reveal. That's fair. Hang on. You see if I can. Oh, yep. Here we go. This is from the page in the book where they reveal Black Noir is just another fucked up Homelander clone. I think there's a conversation after this where he describes some of the stuff that he did under the guise of Homelander. And there's some gross shit. Some horrible serial killy rapey shit that he says. But yeah, that was hella creepy. I remember this image really well. Yeah, let me enlarge in it. There you go. Oh yeah, that's right. When he actually does start talking, once the mask is off, it's got this weird vibe of like he's always kind of snickering and laughing, like he's going, like he's making some weird noise that's spelled HHEEEEENNNNHH. Like I don't know what the hell that's supposed to be. And then he just keeps saying, "I did things. I put on your silly clothes and I did things." Maybe that aspect of the story in the comics is just too fucking crazy for the TV show. Like it just gets super weird. I did see that they didn't make much of Butcher's dog in the show either. Like in the comics, his dog is always by his side, his bulldog. I forget what the dog's called. But like the dog is a pretty main character in the book. Because he never goes anywhere without the dog by his side. And he has, like, commands that he uses to make the dog run and attack people and bite their nuts. The dog's always biting off people's dicks. Oh, yeah, there's fucking Black Noir creepily snickering again. Always snickering. It's creepy as hell, man. Yeah. I do think Herogasm as well looked a little bit lame. Apparently that was a really good ep for other reasons, character development reasons, but I was kind of curious to see how they'd pull that off, because Herogasm in the comics is kind of amazing. It's a whole, like, decadent, like, island resort. Herogasm is like an island, like, sex party resort that all the heroes go to around the world. It's not just, like, someone's house in the middle of a suburb. And, like, that resort's popping off. Like, there's orgies out at the pool, down the beach, up in the hotel. Like, everyone's just, like, just a big fuck pit, really. Homelander's having sex with dudes. Not because he's gay, but because he's such an all-powerful god that he seems to think that he can have sex with anything and it doesn't actually count. Like, it's just him doing what he wants. Like, it's not even a straight or gay thing. It's kind of weird. And then he, like, blows up a plane for fun during Herogasm. He just flies up in the air and blows one out of the sky. After, like, fucking somebody. A lot of weird shit happens. Oh, you found it. I wonder if they get mad at me for watching this. Hang on, let me shrink it. That might help. I can never predict the YouTube censorship stuff.
What the hell did you drink last night?
Roy. Where were we?
Even better, the Sandinistas brought Russian special forces with them, though that didn't matter much to the Supes.
The gore in this show is actually really entertaining. I've seen so many clips from the show of just like the gore scenes, and they do make me laugh.
Those are my men!
Hang on. Who the fuck? Wait. I don't quite recognize that dude. Ah, he's gone. Soldier Boy. That's another character that's heaps different in the book. Not by that much, but there's a bit more gay stuff going on in the book with his character, which I don't think is a thing in the show. Who the fuck is he? Are they all meant to be heroes? Bunch of pussies right here. He's doing his best Rambo though. I'm doing little skips occasionally because that sometimes disrupts the algorithm on YouTube from catching copyright shit. Hopefully between that and me keeping the video so small. Damn. You know what would be really fun? Being one of the prosthetics people on this show. Imagine all the like arms and legs and goo and half destroyed heads you get to make in the prop shop. This is all very different. Who's the actor that plays him? Looks familiar. Anyone say it in the comments? Nope.
Oh God!
Everyone's got
Soldier
PTSD.
boy. What? Who? The Russians. They had some kind of gun or weapon or something.
That's impossible.
No, we saw it.
You know what's... That actually kind of makes sense what they did there. They kind of like did their own version of Black Noir's mental instability. Because when he's a Homelander clone, he's kind of fucking crazy because he's a failed clone. Like, there's something wrong in his head. In this version, he was a regular dude, like a black guy superhero soldier, that got fucked up during this war scene, got damage to the head, and I guess that kind of equates to the same kind of character trope as the clone had. Like, he's got some kind of, like, mental instability issue from, like, the damage he took to his head during that scene. So they're kind of, like, trying to hit the same levels, even if the character's different. Hmm. He was just saying he wanted to reveal his face before the scene. Oh, damn. Question. There's something I'm not sure of. In the TV show, why is Mother's Milk called Mother's Milk? I'm assuming by now they've probably explored all the characters and what their deals are. I'm just curious what the TV show, what the TV show went with in terms of like, oh, okay. So his name's just Mother's Milk, and they haven't done anything with that. Okay. Oh, there is a reason in the comics, but I didn't want to talk about it just in case it was something that is actually part of the show and could constitute spoilers. But yeah, I was just curious if because there are changes to do with the boys' characters as well. I've noticed like they're not souped up for the most part. I know in the latest season they've actually been hitting that compound so they can fight Homelander and stuff, but in the comics, right from the very start, the boys have always had super strength because the whole point is they're anti-superhero and their whole job is to fuck superheroes up. They step out of line. So in order to do that, right from the very beginning, they're already on Compound V, like they always were. Like right from the very first issue, Temp V, is that what they call it? Yeah. Well, it's not even a question in the book. Like right from the very beginning, they're just souped up so that they can take on the soups themselves. I noticed in the TV show, they don't do that. They're all just regular humans trying to deal with the superhero stuff in more covert ways. Otherwise, obviously, superheroes would fuck them up. That's what they call the temporary superpowers. Yeah, so basically, the compound that regular people in the books can take, just the regular Compound V, it just makes you super strong and super impervious. It's not like a randomizer of superpowers like a mutation in X-Men. Like, everyone just takes it, everyone gets super strength and becomes very impervious to damage. And, like, that's it. And then they go around basically kicking in people's heads. Compound V is the permanent at birth. Yeah, like, in the early issues, they make a big deal out of all the reasons why humans take Compound V. For example, they show a bunch of superheroes having, like, a house party. And they've got a bunch of hookers there that they've bought, and like it shows a bunch of superheroes just like fucking prostitutes like all over the apartment, like in the bathroom and stuff. And they talk about how like it changed the landscape of the entire escort business because all the prostitutes now have to be on Compound V, because if you're going to a superhero party in order to fuck a bunch of superheroes, they'll kill you. Like they'll like hump you into the concrete. So the prostitutes have to be on the V so they can take it. And there's like a whole different levels of society where like people have to take Compound V for reason like very specific raw reasons like that. And the boys just have it in them just so they can do their job. I was kind of surprised that the TV show, I think they get to elicit more drama out of the script writing if they keep the boys off the V, so that they have to deal with situations like humans, where they can't just like walk in and stomp someone's head into a pulp. It reminds you of the Spider-Man comic, Peter's Radioactive Calm. I don't think I've seen that one. Gross. Ugh. But yeah, there is a as you find out more about the boys in the comics and about their V powers and all that stuff, there is a character origin plot line about Mother's Milk in terms of why he has that name, but they might still play into that in the show. So I won't tell you anything about that stuff. He kills Mary Jane with radioactive calm. Is that the one that is that what happens after they get married and he makes the deal with fucking what's the devil's name? Mephisto? And then has to like rewind time and all that stupid shit. It's a very often made fun of Spider-Man arc. I just can't remember how she dies in that. That might be it. Hey, you know what's a side plot in the boys' books that happens like in the first book, I I think. It happens really early on. That is definitely not going to happen in the show. It's not really part of the boys' storyline. It's just like this random side story with a particular hero. There's this hero that's like a blue beetle kind of dude. Kind of like, it looks like that dude that flew away and got exploded by a missile launcher in that last clip. But he has like a sex disability where like he's like a nymphomaniac, like he can't stop fucking things. Like he's got some problem in his brain where he's just super horny all the time and it's causing him problems. Like you'll think he's doing something else and then he'll snap out of it and everyone's in shock and he's like fucking a pot plant or something. And he's struggling with this like sex obsession disability while trying to do his like superheroing stuff. And then one day on the news comes all this information about a comet. There's this meteor coming towards Earth and its trajectory has changed and it's going to destroy the Earth. And everyone's panicking and all the bigger superheroes are like kind of indisposed, doing something else and are not available to get hold of. The ones that actually have the power to fly into space and potentially blow it up. And then everyone's panicking about it and they all think they're going to die and the human race is done for and the Earth's going to get destroyed. And then you see a close-up of the meteor on the news, on the screen. They actually go to like a feed of it from a satellite. And the meteor has a giant pussy. Like, it's like a moon, but it has this giant gorge like slit in the front. It looks just like a vagina. And then like this blue beetle like superhero character that's a sex obsession has like this epiphany about his role in the world. Like, this is what I was built for. This was my moment. This is what I'm here for. And he flies out into space. And you see him flying through space, pantsless, with the top half of his blue beetle armor, like, flying at it crotch first. Basically with the plan to, like, destroy the meteor by fucking it to death. And obviously that is, like, some over-the-top shit that is, like, a whole different ballpark to the raw reality that the show has to stick to. So you're not gonna see that little B story like fit in anywhere, I'm guessing. But and it happens pretty early on, so it's way too late for that anyway. But it's so insane. But then there's this final shot, where he's like doing this monologue about his life and everything that he was meant for, and everyone's like cheering that he just, like, he dies basically, like the meteor explodes, but he's never seen again or whatever. And as he's talking about it, there's a silhouette of a person laying under a park bench, like foaming from the mouth, I think, and people gathering around. And that's like the final panel. And there's this kind of suggestion or hint that's not immediately obvious that what we saw may not have been a reality. It might have been his final bit of sex-obsessed psychosis in his brain to save himself from misery in his final moments while he's having an epileptic fit and a fucking stroke on the ground and dying. Like, his actual death might have been him just, like, having a stroke, falling on the ground in the park next to a bench and foaming at the mouth and dying. His heart stopped. But, like, the psychosis in his brain invented this whole thing with the meteor that's tied to his sex obsession that kind of explains, okay, if that was too crazy for you, there's an explanation there for why that might not have happened, because we're seeing this story from his point of view, and we know already that he's an unreliable narrator, because there's other parts in the story where he, like, goes into a sex, like, obsessed fury, and then he's, like, fucking a pop plant, whatever, like, something happens, and he doesn't know that he was doing that, like, he saw something different. So the fact that he could go into psychosis like that and see things that aren't real when he's, like, having a sex episode, it all ties together with that, like, he's gonna go into an episode where he imagines himself and his condition in a situation that makes him the hero finally, that gives him a purpose, but what actually happened was a lot more tragic. Like, he just stroked out, basically. So, like, it's interesting. Like, it's crazy and over the top, but there's an element to it that still ties to reality and is kind of tragic and real. But still, I've got that image from the comic of, like, a dude flying through space with his pants off about to fuck a meteor with a giant vagina. Like, that was one of the crazy things about that book, is that they could do scenes like that. It's worth reading someday, I guess, if you're a big fan of the show. But I guess disclaimer, it's like a early 90s adult R-rated graphic novel, so it's kind of got... I've heard it doesn't age well. If you have nostalgia for it, like I do, that's one thing. But like by today's standards, its level of edginess and the way sometimes things are offensive or gross for the sake of being offensive or gross is not as deep, is not as clever as apparently the show has been with it. Like, a lot of people say that the show is actually a lot better than the book, because by today's standards, it found a way to be vicious, over the top, edgy, and gross, but still make it work and be thematically interesting and actually a well-made show. Whereas the book is so old that you read it now and apparently it's just like, wow, this is just like edgy shit for the sake of edgy shit that I would have thought was cool when I was a teenager. But now that I'm an adult and I've seen like how the TV show did it, like the book is a little bit childish in its edginess. So I haven't gone back to read it, and I probably won't bother because I don't really want to taint my memories of it by realizing that they're right, that the book doesn't hold up anymore. But I will probably eventually get around to watching the TV show. I've just really held back for a long time. In season 3, they make fun of the Pepsi commercial. Oh, that Pepsi commercial. The one with Kylie Jenner. Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. That's funny. See, that's what they should be doing. Like, that's a very modern... Like, when you reference things like that, you're dating yourself, but that... The book needs to be adapted in a way that does the things the book was doing by today's standards. And making fun of and satirizing the things that are important now. It's with of course it's with A-Train. If you were to ask me which one of the 7 it would have been, I would have guessed A-Train. He's exactly that kind of character that would be doing the promotional sports drink bullshit. Dead set. If I was writing it, that's what I would have done. Oh, you know what's funny? That was a massive tangent when I was supposed to be watching the Flash trailer. I've still got the Flash trailer paused at like 25 seconds. Let me rewind it back a little bit. I gotta keep going with this.
Because this is the world where my mom lives.
Wholesome Ezra.
I'm not gonna lose her again.
Time has a pattern that it can't help reliving.
They do have an iconic look to their visual effects for their Flash. Like, it is...
Different worlds.
It does stand out. It has its own vibe, but... I still don't think it's the best that the Flash could be. I think they could do a lot better with their new universe.
It's my face. You stole my face.
Are we gonna get 2 Ezras? Is that really what we need in life right now? More Ezras?
If you were to go into the past...
Oh, fuck yeah.
You have no idea
It's
what
a
the
grungy Wayne
consequences
Manor.
could be.
Bruce, I could fix things.
You could also destroy everything.
This can't be happening. I completely broke the universe.
Zod, we've been waiting for you.
That's interesting.
I
Oh,
created
shit.
a world with no metahumans.
He's... Oh, wow, okay. I didn't think they were going to go back into the other movies. I knew he was changing... It's Flashpoint, so he was changing the past so that a lot of things didn't happen, but I wasn't expecting them to delete the Superman from Man of Steel and then have Zod come back. That's kind of a cool... That's kind of a cool twist. As much as I'm not about the Snyderverse stuff, Michael Shannon was very good Zod casting, so I'm happy seeing him back, at least.
And now there's no one to defend us.
Want some help?
Oh, that's Keaton. Can we see Keaton, please? That's his Batcave. That's his cowl. That was his mug that you just broke. You're gonna pay for that one.
You are.
Yeah.
That's his chin.
I'm Batman.
That's his voice. That's him actually fucking people up with visual effects. Dope. Excuse me? Is that Supergirl? Who's she carrying? She might be carrying Flash, Barry. It's very hard to tell from back here, but that's definitely Supergirl. Because she's got the short black hair from the New 52 run. Have you seen the trailers for Across the Spider-Verse? Yes. We actually watched them on stream when they came out. We also paused and went through frame by frame and looked for all the references. It was pretty fun. That shot towards the end of the trailer where they're in the Spider-Verse and you see all the different spiders. The Spider-Mens all walking around doing stuff. Fine-tooth combed that shit. Poked all the way through. There were different frame rates and stuff going on with the different animation styles of some of the Spider-Men. It was interesting. I can't make heads or tails of exactly how the plot of this movie works, but it's super interesting.
If I can't undo what I did.
Also, did you notice that fucking Keaton Batman
I did.
still can't move his neck? He's still got that chunky cowl neck that is like part of the head and the shoulders, so he can't like turn and do stuff like that. He has to move his whole body with it. I love that attention to detail of them keeping it the same. It's funny, but it's like legit detail.
If I can't get back,
oh shit, that
there might not
was cool.
be a future.
Damn!
What's the play?
Fuck, that was a lot. I might have to go back to that.
Not to die.
Sick. The VFX on that was a little rough.
Clark.
My name is Kara.
I'm We're Barry.
Dude, Kara's gonna steal this movie. Every time you see Supergirl in this trailer, it's fucking sick.
Barry, what are you doing?
Yeah, see, this is me right now. Okay. That was cooler than I expected it to be. I was super critical of this coming into it, but there's some crazy shit going on there. It's not very Flashpoint Paradox. Like, I don't recognize stuff that I know of from that comic, but I mean, it's kind of in the same ballpark of, you know, what it's trying to achieve. Into Spider-Verse, in every single train you can see Stan Lee inside, even at the end, inside this collider. I don't think I noticed that. Oh, wow. I don't think I ever noticed that. Let me run this back real quick, because there was a lot of... Kara's so fucking cool in this trailer, I swear to God. This fucking reveal right here is solid.
We try not to die.
With that sound sting as well. That reminded me a lot of... what was that horror movie about the little kid that was basically like, what if little child Superman was evil? Brightburn? There was something that was very Brightburn vibe about that reveal. They pulled a No Way Home. Flash with this. I mean, how much do you know about the Flashpoint Paradox comic books at all? Because it's a pretty notorious run in DC that changed a lot of crazy shit and status quos. I say notorious because it's famous and people think it's crazy and cool, but it's not necessarily that good. I know a lot of people that actually kind of roast it a bit for being a little bit too over the top. There's some stuff in it that's a bit too ridiculous and maybe a little too edgy. First time hearing about it. Or basic, like in a nutshell, I'm not going to go all like DC nerd on you about it because I'm not actually like a huge DC person. Like I know of it, I've read stuff from it, and I've talked to DC friends about it quite a lot. Basically, Flashpoint Paradox is the comic run where Barry realized that he could run so fast he could actually go back in time. The Speed Force allows you to run so fast that time starts going backwards, which is what they played on in the Zack Snyder's version of the Justice League. You know that whole scene towards the end where he runs it back after the mother box explodes? That's them essentially stealing that plot idea and shoving it in a little too early in the Snyderverse stuff. because we haven't even got a Flash movie yet, and already they've got to the point where he figured out he can run back through time. I'm getting distracted. In the comic, the Barry's biggest issue, his biggest like drama, personality issue, trauma, is the fact that when he was young, his mother died when he was a little kid, and he was a big mama's boy, and that's been a big sticking point for him his entire life. So when he finds out he can run back through time, his first thought is, I'm going to run back to when I was a kid, and I'm going to try to stop my mother from dying. And the circumstances of why she fell over dead in the kitchen or the house, whatever, that day, were a bit strange, mysterious. He essentially saves her, but then the whole gimmick of Flashpoint Paradox is that by saving his mother, which was something that happened years ago, that's like 15, 20 years ago, it creates this Flashpoint Paradox that creates like a ripple effect of changes to the DC universe that changes a lot. Like, some of it is insane. Like, one of the changes when he goes back to the future is Bruce's parents are no longer shot to death in the alleyway, which means no Batman. But what actually happened was, because his parents reacted differently to the criminal actually shot and missed the parents, and it hit Bruce. He accidentally killed the kid, little Bruce Wayne. But the dad and the mum lived. Thomas Wayne, and I forget the name of his mother. So in the future, their trauma from losing their kid in Crime Alley does a similar thing to them than what happened to little Bruce Wayne, turning him into Batman. And Thomas Wayne, his dad, becomes like an older, more violent, almost Punisher-esque version of Batman, where he just viciously kills people. He's essentially Punisher, but with the Batman vibe. And his mother goes so crazy from losing her kid, and he's so fucking vigilante focused, he doesn't even give a shit about her anymore, and like isn't there to be there for her. So she goes so fucking crazy, she turns into a female version of the Joker. So Bruce Wayne, Batman's mum, basically becomes a lady Joker in the future. So that's an example of some of the stuff that are kind of nuts, like that maybe go a little too far, because it's almost silly just how wild that concept is. But that's the entirety of the DC universe. Like, Flashpoint Paradox changes everybody. Like, every character, every villain, every hero is slightly different in that future in some crazy way. Character you would love to see a movie for is Batman Who Laughs. Yeah, there's so much deep cut Batman stuff that you could make really cool standalone movies with, in the vein of Joker. I think the ultimate end game of Flashpoint Paradox was the discovery of the Reverse Flash being involved in a lot of stuff, and the Reverse Flash in the yellow outfit fucking with Barry involved him going back in time and killing his mom or something. And then he goes back again, discovers actually him moving at super speed that is the reason why his mom died, which is why you never see it happen, because he's moving too fast. And then he fights Reverse Flash in super speed in his old childhood home, like in the way that like stuff's falling over and there's like all this collateral damage, but no one can actually see them fighting because they're moving so fast. And I think the fight with Reverse Flash in super speed, with it practically invisible, is what gets his mum killed. So it's kind of like a time loop thing, where the reason his mum died was always because Reverse Flash had gone there to fuck with her, and him fighting Reverse Flash is what led to her death. It's just no one ever knew that, because no one can see the two of them fighting in super speed. So there's like a pretty tragic kind of like tie up to all that stuff that's pretty interesting. But all that most people remember about that stuff is the crazy fucking future changes that it does to DC, the DC universe, with his paradoxes from his butterfly effects. Batman Who Laughs is so popular they added in Fortnite. Fortnite gets everything eventually. Fortnite's like that black hole where if you exist, you're going to end up in Fortnite. They're starting out with the famous people like Mr. Beast and fucking Batman, but Give it another 10 years and me and you are going to be in there. No one survives Fortnite, meme god. Yeah, so in a nutshell, that's what's going on in that trailer is Barry's experimenting with running back through time and he's fucking with stuff and it's changing things. And even though it's very different from what the comics did, they're doing their own clever little things with how they can change the DC universe. Like, for example, Clark never happens, so now Kara, his cousin, is here. And the Man of Steel events didn't happen because Clark wasn't here, so Zod's back. Michael Keaton Batman. One of the timelines involves him instead of Affleck. So we're seeing all that kind of shit, basically. And I'm just curious to see how they're going to tie all this together. Because this trailer is wild, but it gives you... Oh my god, what a screenshot. Sorry. I apologize for that. There's no way to tell from any of this crazy shit going on exactly what is going to happen here. Or how any of this is going to tie together. But I like seeing... There's a lot of people... There's either Zod or Feora getting absolutely sucker punched by Kara. Where is this? There's the... Okay, I found the... This is one of the things I don't like about the Snyderverse take on The Flash. I'm kind of sick of the slow motion running scenes. I'm tired of super speed being depicted by a person moving at normal speed through other stuff that's all moving slowly. Like what the X-Men movies kept doing with Quicksilver. It was cool the first 1 or 2 times we did it, but I'm fucking over it now. That's one of the coolest things about Eternals. The way the Eternals showed... what's her name? The super speed chick in that. The deaf chick. The way they showed her super speed is dope. That's what I want to see more of. If they're going to be doing more Flash in the new James Gunn universe, I'd like to see some like actual super speed and not slow motion visual effects wankery anymore. I'm bored of it. They just got Sam Wilson's Captain America. They got X-23. Oh, in Fortnite. X-23 is a pretty cool addition. I like her. Which version? Comic or little girl from Logan? Because they're quite different. There is my man. He's crying about something. I'm curious about the 2 Flashes. Like, is it our Barry and the other Barry that we saw in the other scenes that they kept having those comedy moments with slightly different suits? Fighting together? Like, what the fuck is going on? And why is one yellow and one blue? They always add comic? Really add... Oh, that's fair. You know what I'm very suspicious of? There's a Pacific Rim poster in Flash's bedroom. Dude. And an unfinished Rubik's Cube. What else has he got? Bass guitar? Skateboarding posters? Oh my god, he skateboards. Don't have a skateboarding scene, please. I Am Legend? Barry has a Pacific Rim and an I Am Legend poster. He's got the Battleship board game. He does have a skateboard. I don't know what that is below the Battleship board game. Interesting. Did Warner Brothers make that Battleship movie? It would make sense why the board game's there if they did. They have a lot of obscure Marvel characters. Yeah, Fortnite can just afford to buy them in bulk at this point. Okay. Theory. Spoilery theory. Because I'm very suspicious of something here. This alternate Barry that we keep interacting with and having little comedy interactions with, he's always got yellow. You might have noticed he's got yellow headphones, he's got yellow sleeves, and lining to his clothing. Slightly yellowy orange checkered underpants. Here's my super paranoid suspicious theory. this second Barry somehow becomes Reverse Flash. Because Reverse Flash is the flip of the Flash's suit colors. Flash is red with little bits of yellow. And Reverse Flash is a yellow suit with little bits of red. There's a lot of yellow being chucked into this second Barry's outfit. And it's making me think that something bad's going to happen. That's going to turn second sillier Barry against our Barry. See? Different outfit. Still yellow elements. Yeah, interesting. Where's the scene where they first meet? It comes off as orange in this dark lighting, but shit's yellow, man. Yep. Yellow headphones. Yellow sleeves. Reverse Flash is not another Barry in the comics, but they might be going this route for this movie. God, the CG in this shot in particular is a little rough. Like, this is all CG. Like, that's a CG Kara, that's a CG Russian getting his face creamed. That's a CG Batman. That one didn't work too well. The rest of it's great though. I have no problem with the rest of it. That was a bit silly. They made their own version of Venom where he has more armor-looking arms. So, despite what you say about the game, they can make a damn good character design. Which game? Oh, Fortnite? Oh yeah, I don't mind. Fortnite's graphics don't bother me. But I'm not a graphics whore in the way that, like, I hate on certain styles. Like, I don't care what the style is. If it looks good, it looks good. Like, the last time I tried out Fortnite, I did acknowledge that they've now got it to a point where that kind of creamy, primary colored CG look that they've got on the characters and the environments has that kind of like almost Pixar vibe. It's got a lot of it's a lot more high fidelity nowadays than I remember in the past, with the quality and the sharpness of that kind of cartoony CG look. That I think it's actually starting to become on par with like DreamWorks animated films and Pixar type stuff. It doesn't bother me. I like that we finally get to see Michael Keaton's Batman do some cool shit. Like, he's going to swoop down and do some CG fighting, which is something we never were able to see of Keaton in the past. Which Batman do you think this is? Is this Batfleck? At first I thought maybe we were going to be getting some Christian Bale Batman, but even though he had a funky bike as well, his bike was like one big wheel, not two sliding wheels. The Tumbler. So no, I'm pretty sure that's got to be Affleck. I think it's the only 2 times you see Affleck in this movie. This bike chase, and there's a shot somewhere up here. Hold up. There. Wait. Batwing. Kara about to laser some poor mofo. Missiles. There we go. There's Batfleck again. This time sporting an actual comic color accurate suit with the light gray and the blue and the yellow. Dude. What? That's unexpected. That's something you'd never see in a Snyder movie. That's the thing. Snyder's always about that grimdark shit, but actually seeing the Batfleck in the comic accurate colors, but in the shape of the suit from Snyderverse is so interesting to me. They made an obscure reference recently where they took an OG skin and made a version based on Carnum. Oh, Lego Marvel's mix of Venom and Carnage. That is hella obscure. It's kind of trippy. Who is Flash drop kicking here? Who is that? Fuck, who are you? Some kind of Kryptonian soldier, I think, trapped in a tornado. Oh, that's another thing I noticed in the trailer. There's a shot. He screams. Mothership blows up. There's a shot in this montage somewhere where I think Barry is creating tornadoes with his super speed, which is such a comic book thing to do. Here we go. Right after Kara punches Zod. He like spins briefly at super speed to create like a mini desert tornado. I'm not sure why he's doing that, because it does look a little poncy. Like, what are you doing with that tornado exactly? Here's another flashback there. In a more basic suit. So I think it's like, I think the basic suit Flash is the sillier Barry that from the other universe that we just saw with the yellow sleeves. And I think the more armored suit with the lights on it is the Snyderverse Barry. Or I might have it the wrong way around. Because I think this is our Barry showing up in the past. About to meet second Barry. And he's got a pretty basic suit on. No lights, no nothing. I think this alternate universe is a fancier Flash suit. Well, that's trippy. Alright. I wonder how long we get to see Affleck in this universe for. Because it's like, there are 2 scenes where we see Affleck's Batman, and then all the other scenes are all Keaton Batman. I have a feeling maybe the first act is present day, all Batfleck, and then maybe Act 2 and 3 is all in the past with Keaton. What is going on there? Someone fly? Alright, enough of that. I've dilly-dallied with the Flash enough. That was way more interesting than I was gonna give that credit for. I'm actually kind of interested now. Yeah, they did a good job. I don't know about the movie, but they did a good job on the trailer at least, because I'm very curious to see what's happening in that film. I forgot to mention Fortnite has a full comic series with both Marvel and DC. Really? Fortnite has comics now? Okay, I missed that. Truly was not aware of that. Okay. What else did I miss? Anything Marvel? Something Marvel. Fortnite Marvel Zero War? So it's in under the Marvel banner, like Marvel made it for the Fortnite people, under a collab. That's interesting. Man, Fortnite's getting their mitts into everything. They've got concerts going on with big celebrity stars in the game. They've got their own Marvel and DC comics. They're going to have albums soon. We're going to be buying fucking albums from the Fortnite Spotify account. The Batman one is official to the Batman comic universe. Jesus Christ. Oh, wait. I'm an idiot. Yes, Marvel. Guardians of the Galaxy. I never saw the new trailer. They got that new tray out. Hang on. Alright. There it is. What are you doing, trailer? Here we go. Boom! Oh yeah. I'm more excited for this one, to be honest. This is the last outing too, I think.
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm Star-Lord. I formed the Guardians.
He's just getting drunk now, right?
Fell in love.
Because he's cut about Gamora.
But then she came back.
Yeah. The whole start of this movie is going to be Chris Pratt being a big drunkie because he's heartbroken over Gamora and everyone else having to pull his weight.
Total dick.
Oh, please. He left out some important information, but that is the gist of it.
I like how she's become more leveled out. A bit of a voice of reason now. Rather than a straight up villain.
My sacred mission is to create the perfect society.
Aww.
You didn't want to make things perfect.
They have to always show, every trailer of this shows Baby Rocket. They know what they're doing. Breaking my heart. Among Us? They are so good at picking music for this shit.
Know that I'm grateful to fight beside my friends.
Incinerate them.
Ooh, shit. Adam Warlock. They're not showing us too much of Adam Warlock.
We were always searching for
They show us like one shot of him per trailer.
found each other.
Ooh.
Are you ready for one last ride?
Some of their action shots are looking a little more slick than you usually expect from Guardians.
We'll all fly away together into the forever and beautiful sky.
I have a feeling this movie's gonna make people cry. Something's happening in this movie that's gonna break our hearts. I know it.
Whoever it was that you were in love with, it sounds more like her.
Her? That's ridiculous. Do not bring me into this.
Oh my god.
What?
Yeah, please
Never
no.
noticed how black your eyes were.
They were replaced by my father as a method of torture.
He picked a pretty set.
Jesus Christ. Well, I mean, it's not Star-Lord if he's not putting his foot in it. They do undercut the seriousness of how hard they're going to go on the emotions in this movie with that little end scene in the trailer there. But this, they showed this shot in both trailers. Whatever's happening in this scene that's making Chris Pratt act this up is going to fuck us up in the cinema, I'm telling you now. I have no idea who's on that table, but they're dead. They're done for. It's going to be maybe Rocket. My vote is Rocket. I think we're going to lose Rocket, and I think he's on that surgical table. I think the High Evolutionary finally got Rocket back. That's why they're showing the Rocket origin story. They're setting us up for tragedy. The High Evolutionary is going to get Rocket back. He's going to torture and re-surgery him up, just like he used to. And they're going to find Rocket's body on the table, and he's probably going to say his last couple of words. And then Chris Pratt's going to fucking die. Put on his best, like, mortified acting. Hey, it's Mario. Yes, actually, I've got, there's another Mario trailer out, I think, as well. Super Bowl. Ooh, that's what we should do. Yeah, I almost forgot I was going to do that too. Super Bowl. I haven't checked out any of the Super Bowl stuff yet. So, I'll get to that. And I think that was one of them. Mario Bros. Yeah. I think we might be losing two. I think Rocket is almost a definite. I think we're also losing Drax. I think Drax is going to be the one that we kind of expect to go down. Because people aren't quite as tear-jerky for Drax. And also, he has no real arc anymore. Or purpose in the Marvel Universe. And also, Dave Bautista is leaving. He's not playing the character anymore after this film. He was adamant about that before they even started filming it. So Drax is the obvious one for him to go down in a blaze of glory, and then we're gonna think that the audience is gonna think that's all they've got for us. We're gonna cry. We're gonna be like, oh no, Drax, Dave Bautista, and we're gonna think that's it, and then they're gonna 1-2 us. We're gonna be hit with that double whammy. That raccoon is gonna be the one we don't see coming. And it's going to be this scene. With Chris Pratt putting on his Oscar best. That's my theory. I think that's going to be a popular theory too, though. Drax will be the expected death. Rocket will be the double whammy death. To actually fuck us up for real. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Drax is the only one that's definite, though. Because if there's going to be any appearances by the Guardians after this, I mean, they're not going to have Dave Bautista, so it's either recast him or kill him off. And I think the only thing Drax's characters ever really had to do in the Marvel Universe was Thanos. Drax's character has always been about revenge against Thanos for killing his wife and family. So, without Thanos around to be a driving force, he's just kind of a big lunkhead comedy relief character. Like, he's just not necessary in the storytelling anymore. Have I seen Edge Runners? I've never watched it, no. I was holding off until I got around to playing the game. I was always a big fan of CD Projekt Red because I love The Witcher. I've played the first 2 Witcher games on PC back when they first came out. And have my copy of 3, which I never got around to because I was at uni. So that's still on my pile of shame. But I also wanted to get around to playing Cyberpunk. So I wanted to play the game first and then watch the show after that. But I heard people go off about it. People seem to like the anime way better than the game. Oh, I know you don't need to play it, but I kind of wanted that background first in the world. Like, I wanted to play and know the game before delving into the anime. Just because if you've lived in the world as the game, you already have some prior understood knowledge of the workings of Cyberpunk's universe. So then there's a lot more juice in there for you to notice. Like, I think I remember people talking on Twitter about, like, noticing certain locations in the universe, like certain, like, people's houses or bedrooms that are in the show that you can also find, like, in the game. Things like that. But that's also the order they came out. Like, Cyberpunk, the game, came out first, and then they released the anime. And I like doing things in the order that they actually happen. Like, there are Marvel movies you can watch out of order, but I wouldn't do that. Like, I would always watch them chronologically. Not chronologically in order of when they happen, because then it's all fucked up. Film release, because there's always prior assumed knowledge from what movies came before, if that makes sense. I asked you because I was going to say a huge spoiler as a comparison to what you said about Rocket. I don't mind spoilers too much. Like, I'll watch the show and still enjoy it regardless. So you can say it if you want. Probably a good chance by the time I get around to it, I probably won't even remember. Maybe I should do it as a React series one day. I've never actually done that. I've never done, like, any React YouTube stuff to TV shows or movies. Maybe that would be fun. I love how we're just, like, talking while Chris Pratt is crying his fucking eyes out on screen. Let me just skip through. There he is, drunk. There are the crew. They've gotten a lot less colorful lately. Uniforms are a little bit monochromatic. There's a shot here where he's holding something that I thought was very fascinating. Here. There's weird, juicy meat on the wall with eggs embedded in it. That freaks me out a bit. I think it's an intercom system made out of flesh. There. What the... Let me enlarge on this. Very popular character dies last episode. Won't say who. Oh, okay. I expect no less from R-rated edgy show like Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Cyberpunk fiction is always fairly raw like that. Like people, I don't expect wholesome endings to storylines in any cyberpunk fiction. People are gonna die. Does not have plot armor. Good. Yeah. Can you see what Chris Pratt's holding in that photo? It's like an egg made of flesh, like meat, but it's got like a little golden cage around it. And he like fiddles with it a bit while talking, and it freaks. Look, he's rotating it in his hand, and it freaks me out. He plays it like it's a baseball, but it's clearly like human meat. What the fuck, man? Anyone can die at any moment. It's the Game of Thrones of anime. But then again, there's a lot of anime that are the Game of Thrones of anime. And anime adult anime can usually be fairly raw. I've watched so many anime movies and shows where the craziest shit can happen. And nobody's got any plot armor. Like, have you ever watched Gantz? Or read the manga? I've got the box set, the DVD box set of Gantz. And far out, characters die in that show. They'll introduce characters, and then in the next scene, like, the entire group will be dead. Started a new one yesterday, and I can't think of the name of the life of me right now. Is it actually like a new show, or is it just one that you're watching now? Because I have a bit of a blind spot with new anime, because I haven't really watched anime properly in a long time. But during the period where I was at uni and like that part of my life when I was a bit younger, I watched heaps, and I've got like a lot of box sets from back then that are still on my shelf. Like, I've got Naruto stuff, I've got One Piece stuff, I've got Gantz, I've got Speed Graphers, I've got Death Note. I've got Love Hina. Got a whole bunch of harem comedy ones like that. Someone has an arm that turns into a molten blade. I kind of feel like that beat has been lifted straight out of Shang-Chi. Instead of it was a mechanical device in Shang-Chi, and this person's actually morphing. That's pretty cool. Wait. Wait. Is that... That's not Nebula, right? That's a dude with a beer gut, with a dad tum? Because her arm's the same. That metallic armor that's like shifting, turning into a spear. It's like legit the same texture as her arm in this shot. Maybe it is her. Maybe just the angle made it look like she had a gut. When the arm lights up, you can see that the pants are like burgundy red leather, which is like same as the outfits of the Guardians right now. Cool. Among Us. Talk to the Hand, Chris Pratt. James Gunn's brother. Getting more screen time than this character really ever should have got as a nobody in the Marvel Universe. Hey, there's Adam Warlock. See, they're being really coy with Adam Warlock, I've noticed. They're really teasing us with Warlock footage. This is the first time we've seen him in action, though. Oh my god, something happened to Rocket. She got him. He's injured. Poor baby. Is he after them? Or is he showing up to help with whatever the situation is in this suburb? Dope shot. Call of the Night? Okay, I definitely haven't heard of that one. Yeah, the action's looking very slick for a Guardians movie. Like, it's taking itself a bit more seriously than usual. There's a little bit more Warlock fighting Drax. That looks like Batista's face, right? Maybe. Might be too big for Drax. He looks a bit fat. Also, why would Drax be fighting Adam Warlock? I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure of what Adam Warlock's point in the film and the story is at this point anyway. Is he a hero? Is he a villain? Is he neither? It's only one season? Yeah, I've never heard of that one. Hang on. I think Rocket is drinking alien boba tea in this final walk. There's actual little balls in that cup. Alright. Well, that's going to be a good movie. I think there's no way that could fail. No way in hell. Call of... Let me just quickly see if this rings a bell. No. I don't recognize the pictures. Interspecies love story. Vampire love stories in most anime is cringeworthy, aggressive male vampires with annoyingly submissive females. And this is the complete opposite. Really? I don't know. A lot of anime has annoyingly violent females and very submissive men. Although he's talking specifically about the vampire fantasy subgenre. I'm so used to comedies. If you watch any harem comedy anime like Love Hina, where it's one male character dealing with lots of attractive female characters, it's always the same thing. It's the male character is like an effeminate pussy boy that gets pushed around by everybody. Like the Love Hina character who's like a skinny little guy with glasses. And all the female characters are like fairly aggressively independent archetypes that all kind of push him around. And that's where all the comedy generally comes from. Like he'll walk into the room and there'll be an honest mistake. And then like one of the chicks will overreact and scream and like pull up a towel or whatever and then punch him through the window. And he'll go flying off into the sun with a little twinkle like fucking Team Rocket from Pokemon. And that's the only thing that used to bother me about harem comedies. There are so many shows like that because it's a huge genre. But they always do the same thing. Single pussy main character, male character, and then a whole bunch of strong female archetypes that are good characters in their own right, but all the comedy comes down to them misunderstanding stuff about the dweeby main character who can never seem to explain himself or stand up for himself, getting smacked around, and us laughing at how much of a dork he is because he can't seem to get with any of the chicks, even though he's got like a whole harem. I used to like kind of enjoy them. Like they were funny and the characters were entertaining and the female characters were like good female characters. Like they're all like pretty cool, strong female. Like, you know, one of them is a katana master with long black hair, like that kind of like bad bitch type. But like it feels like the trope gets leaned on too hard to the point where you get kind of tired of watching this like one dweeb just be the punching bag for like an entire season of a show. And at some point you just yell at the screen and it's like, dude, just fucking put your foot down and say, look, I wasn't doing that thing. This is what was happening. Stop being a bitch. Like, I don't have to get kicked in the neck every time you think that, like, I perved on you in the sauna or whatever. I was literally just in here doing my homework. I don't know why you charged in here to break my neck. Why am I on this tangent? Oh, Call the Night. I mean, it seems interesting because now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever seen any vampire fiction anime. Ever. I mean, I know there's probably a bunch, but like I've never come across any or watched any myself. I think this would work better. The archetypes that I was just talking about. I think it would work better in this context, actually. So it's not just like random nerd getting beat up by a bunch of cool chicks as the joke. It's like literally regular guy and a chick that has a reason to be like a cool chick and beat up on him because she's like a super powerful vampire. It's black nail polish. Ooh, what's this? Oh, that's sexy. Oh, this is the OP if you want to see it. What does that stand for? Opening? Hang on. Oh, they're gonna get mad. Hang on. Oh yeah, they are gonna get mad. Let me just watch it silently for a sec. I'm curious to see what the art looks like. Music? Catchy. I love the slapstick nature. I love the slapstick nature of the opening intro. Like him running away from her and it's all Looney Tunes and shit. I think that, you know what I like most about the art style in this? The color palette. The color palette's kind of rad. Anime openings are just entertaining in general. So what is her deal exactly? Is she kind of is she essentially playing with her food? Is that why she's fucking with that dude? The anime in itself, not just the opening. Yeah, like the opening, I was noticing like they were doing a lot with like the shadows and the cold purples, blues and purples of like urban city life. A lot of neon purple and blue with deep blacks for the shadows of the buildings and things. I kind of like that. That was a vibe. Kind of sad that I haven't had like time for anime in a while, because I used to watch a lot of it and then it just, life changes and things fall off. And not because you want them to. It's like sometimes people move on, their personalities evolve, they change. If you might have been into anime as a teenager and then like you just find yourself not vibing with it anymore, and you like in your own head you see it as yourself having grown up or some bullshit. And that's not even what happened to me. Like I just got to a point in my life where I started having less and less time for all the things that I liked. So the only things that survived were the things that I liked more. So if the hierarchy was like I liked video games first, then films, and then anime, it's like after already filling my time with games and films and also having to go to university and have a job on the side, like anime just stopped fitting in. And I was always very sad about that because I loved anime. It's just that you can love 100 things and only afford to be able to do 8 of them, because there's only so many hours in a day in a human life, and it kills me. There's some stuff I really want to go back to and catch up on, or new things I want to check out because it gets recommended to me, especially in the chat, like you and Sham, who was here earlier before he had to go to work. You've both mentioned animes to me. Like, you've just mentioned that one. Sham's brought up a bunch he loves in the past that he's been watching recently. And it's stuff that, like, I look at and I'm like, this seems like something I'd watch and like. But when the fuck am I ever going to get to do that? Maybe that's something I should turn into some kind of watch-along YouTube thing, react thing. Because at least, and then at least I'm making it into something productive. You know what I mean? If it's content, it becomes productive, and then you find a way to sneak it into your life, like force it in there. But I think it's hard to do that with anime, because Japanese companies are very litigious when it comes to their copyright. So the first thing you get copyright struck on in a place like YouTube is anything from a Japanese company. So animes, Nintendo games, that stuff gets you shut down so quick. It's hard to do stuff with any of that. drives people nuts. I've seen so many essay videos from YouTubers that are huge into the anime community that just hate on big companies that they love, that make the things they love, but that seem to hate them. You know what I mean? Like, it's so cannibalistic of your own fan base to be like, we're making this thing for you so we can have your money. We want you to love it so you will buy it. But then we punish you for your love by attacking your social medias and your YouTube and whatever that deems itself worthy of showing our content. Like, it's kind of fucked up. You're also watching it very legally. That's fair. It's just like, I feel for anime fans and fans of things like by Nintendo and other big Japanese companies, because they're constantly being punished for their fandom by the creators of the thing they love, and it's really shitty. I wish more giant Japanese companies would come to the realization that your tens of millions of strong fan base are the ones that make you able to exist. So stop kicking the little guy when they feel the need to make like a 10-minute video essay about what they love about your TV show and all the cool things that they think are cool about it. Because that's just getting you more fans. That's getting you more eyes on. That's getting you more money for the DVD box sets. It's just, yeah, there you go, Smash Tournament. That's exactly what I'm talking about. There's a lot of YouTube commentators that have been raking Nintendo over the coals for the last year or so because of their nasty habit of attacking all the different corners of fandom for daring to love the thing that they gave them. It's like, don't ask me to be a fan of or in love with your product and then say fuck me to my face for loving your product while you sit on your mountain of $100 billion off my back from loving the thing that you wanted me to love. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Let people love the shit, because this is where your money's coming from in a nutshell. And you get even more money from allowing the love to spread. People will see the Smash Brothers tournaments and love the community aspect and then play Smash Brothers. There are people that would never have touched Smash Brothers or gave a shit about Smash Brothers, but because they're invested in the nerd space and communities that like bustle out of the nerd space, they're going to be drawn to things like Smash Brothers because communities are built out of that. They want to go to the tournaments. They want to cheer along. They want to be a competitor. There's always a facet that will pull someone in. Like, I'm a huge Tekken person. I love fighting games. I love fighting game tournaments. I'm super competitive. Let me get in on the Smash shit. You've got a guy from Sony that never would have touched a Nintendo property because he wants in on the competitive side of the Smash world. Like, this stuff feeds itself. You feed us, we feed you back. Like, that's the cycle of life with fandom. And it's weird to me that specifically Japanese mega corporations that control things like Nintendo games, that control things like various animes like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure or whatever, seem to not understand this. And I don't know if it's a cultural thing, that they're so corporate minded that it's all about the product we own, the service we own, our money, our legal rights, the fine print, the fucking 56 pages of legal contract fine print because you want to play your stupid electric rat game. Like, why are they so obsessed with this, the mega aspect of the corporate side of things, to the point where they don't see the art anymore? If someone shows a picture of fucking Pikachu, like, even if they're like a small child without legs and cancer in a wheelchair who has 1 week to live, they're gonna fucking sue him and his mother? It's like, the Japanese seem to be the first ones turning into the worst examples of like robotic, cold, hard calculating capitalism. You'd think it would be the Americans, because America is the place that's all about capitalism. That's, you know, that's one of the negative, toxic things that people like to say about America, is capitalism is rampant. Fuck the little guy. But, like, fucking look at Japan, man. They take fuck the little guy to the next level. It's like how YouTube is deleting mortuary assistant videos. Oh, that's a little bit different, though. But yes, Nintendo will sue a 2-year-old just for being named Mario. That's exactly it. The mortuary assistant problem was a YouTube problem. YouTube has been turning into a platform that is very scared of its advertisers. They've made themselves so reliant on the advertising module that anything that has nudity, sexual references, violence, adult themes, real world possible violent themes, like someone doing a prank that gets someone to bump their head, swearing, just basic old swearing. Like, they just, as every year goes by, YouTube seems to crack down more and more on that stuff, to the point where the newest thing over the last 2 months has been YouTube starting to crack down more on gaming videos for containing violence, which is a fucking insane move, because video games generally are violent by their nature. I mean, most video games is about a dude shooting a lot of other dudes with a AK-47. You're scared of the new CEO? Oh, the dude that's into fucking crypto. Oh, yeah. I heard all about that. Like, I was never a big fan of the previous CEO. She seemed like, for all intents and purposes, she was apparently like a decent lady. There's nothing like fucked up about her. But under her management, YouTube was rolling more in the direction of the capitalist advertiser fearing bullshit that was hurting creators more and more and taking money out of their pockets. And now we've got a dude that sounds like someone who would be even more that person. He was behind the YouTube NFT program. The Dead in the Water program. I don't think that even really ever took off. It was such a shit idea from the beginning, it died before it even existed. Good person, bad CEO. Yeah, I mean, she always seemed to me like just a normal family woman that was just running a company. I don't think she probably really didn't care that much about the art user side of the platform, more so just running a big company that was worth billions. I heard that she was good about listening to YouTube creators in general and suggesting things that YouTubers would suggest, but not like any of that really ever amounted to anything. So either way, the money wins. You could tell that when Ludwig met her. I didn't even see that. But yeah. I think a lot of big YouTubers got a chance to interact with her. Like Moist Critical, I think, was another one that I remember hearing that he got a chance to talk to her in person at one point. Who else? Maybe Markiplier, but I might be wrong. I might be getting him mixed up with somebody else. Maybe not him. I might be mixing it up. She came to Ludwig's house. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Like, why? Meet at a coffee shop or something, damn. You'd go into a streamer's house. Like, like a young guy who's a streamer is like the epitome of a man-child, like me, that has all the neon lights and the video games on the shelf and all that stuff. And she's just like someone's mum. She looks like an aunt who probably has like plastic on the couch and doilies and yells at her kids if they're messy. So I just can't imagine her and someone like him interacting in the same space. It'd be like your mum going around to some dude that's like a mate of yours and just hanging out with him in his house with his fucking He-Man action figures and like, what are they even talking about? So have you seen Squid Game? Yes. Do you ever dust? Your house is a pigsty. He made a video about it. Oh, I assumed he would have. I just automatically assumed that a video already exists. It's a wait and see thing though with YouTube. We're going to have to wait and see what this guy brings to the platform. One of the worst things about a changing of the guard is that the new people in power and control will always try to shake things up and put their stamp on it. So guaranteed this new guy is going to be like trying to instigate or implement some kind of like massive overhaul of the platform to make it more like his, of the sort of like the NFT thing you mentioned, or making some huge change to how comments or likes or the advertising algorithm, whatever works, that's going to piss everybody off. But that he probably will hope impresses investors. That's the thing. A lot of decisions become about how can we make advertisers and investors happy? And every single solution to that is always something that makes the actual users angry. Like all of us that use YouTube or create for YouTube, like we're always the last people that anyone considers. The fucking shareholders and the investors and stuff that and it advertisers that those people are always trying to impress, and it always fucks us up. It always fucks us right in the ass. Oh well. It's too late now as well, because if you ripped all the advertisers out of YouTube, there stops being a revenue that makes them able to pay YouTubers. So now we've got the problem where you can't stop the advertising system that's causing like a lot of our problems, because to remove that entirely would also remove the only thing that's making it so that YouTubers get to be paid by YouTube. So like, it's a lose-lose, really, in the end, to try to turn back the clock and turn it into old YouTube. All I want, there has to be a compromise, and here's mine. All I want from YouTube, don't keep your advertisers, try to make them happy. I mean, do what you got to do. Change your advertising algorithm to stop punishing creators on YouTube for copyright related stuff at a level that is illogically unfair. Now, what I mean by that is, I understand that if your content creates copyright material, from a legal standpoint, that does mean the original creator does get a say in whether your video gets blocked or whether they get to be part of the piece of the profits. My problem with this system, and it's a very specific one, and I think it's a very obvious one, and I don't know why it's still like this. Why do creators lose all their money to a copyright claimant when a copyright claim happens? I understand why so many YouTubers have a product they sell, like Ludwig's bidet. It's a failsafe in case YouTube fails. Oh yeah, like Jacksepticeye has a coffee brand. He's got his own brand of coffee. So everyone's got their own little side businesses. But like, this is what I'm saying. You'll make a 15-minute mini YouTube documentary talking about an issue. That is your piece of content. You wrote it, you performed it, you narrated, you created the visuals, you edited it. This piece is your piece of content. It does have, occasionally it's got little copyright bits of material it does have to show or play in order to make a point. So your 50-minute documentary is about Death Row Records, and at some point you have to play a piece of Snoop Dogg's or Dre's, whatever. And maybe you play like 5 seconds of it while talking over it, making your point, and then going on to talk about more about what the issue is afterwards. Why does Death Row or Sony or whatever the company is copyright claiming, why do they get to take 100%, every single cent of the money that video makes, because their copyright was found in the video? That doesn't make sense to me, because in a 15-minute video, their piece of music shut up for 5 seconds. Why? How does that equal 100% of your profits? Everything else in that video is your effort. It's your ideas. It's your opinion being expressed in the voiceover. You wrote it. You edited the whole thing. The entire thing is fruit of your labor. But like you say, 2 seconds of Animal Crossing plays and Nintendo gets to have all of it. That is the part that fucks with me. I'm not saying that we rip the copyright system out, because I understand from a legal point of view why that exists. I'm saying why have they set it up as an all or nothing? Like that has always completely baffled me. Like your algorithm that detects the song in my video can also very easily detect how much of the song is in the video. So if it's like, okay, 4.6 seconds of song found in this part of your video, 4.6 seconds of 50 minutes is this percentage. This percentage of the total profits from your YouTube channel of this video now goes to Sony. How hard was that? Why can't we do that? That is the actual percentage of time their content takes up in what is entirely your piece of work. They have nothing to do with any of that stuff. That took you 2 weeks of editing to make, and voice recording and writing and whatever. You still deserve all the profits for that, with the exception of that percentage of the time that you put in someone else's copyright. Doesn't that sound fucking common sense to anybody? Why do more people not talk about this? Like, everyone's always talking about the issue in a broader sense, but in a more specific sense, accepting why this algorithm and system exists in the first place, why do I see no one ever talking about that solution? Like, just give them a cut of the profits that equals what their content actually equals in the work. It feels like theft to me that someone can go, oh, I heard 4 seconds of my song in your 30-minute video. I now own everything you own. Now your entire life is now mine. Like, where the fuck did that leap come from? Yeah, see, for example, like, one of the reasons that the copyright system in YouTube exists is so that people don't just outright steal things. Like, there are channels that will outright just upload songs or music videos. Like, that happens a lot. And that is fair. Like, if someone takes Taylor Swift's music video for a latest song and just uploads it to their channel, then all the views and the money that channel's making from people watching that music video is technically stolen profit, because you've done nothing. You just took something someone else made and uploaded it on your own thing. 100% understandable. That is why a system like that exists. That system should not exist to detect a tiny, like, sliver of a piece of music appearing and then saying that this entire thing now belongs to them, on the same level that of the person that stole the entire song. That's what I've never understood. Like, why did they start out with the all or nothing approach, where everyone is treated as the same art thief? Why is everyone treated on that same level? Like, why is the guy who makes his own content but has to mention your song, and so you have to hear a few seconds of it, treated as the same intellectual thief as the guy that just took the entire music video and uploaded on his channel and enabled it to, in order to steal Sony's views or whatever? Because that guy is stealing. The other guy is transformative. He's actually making content that just references some piece of something that is someone else's, but he hasn't stolen it. He's referring to it with a purpose. That is very different. Sometimes someone just says a random song is theirs. Yeah, that does actually happen on YouTube now. There are copyright claiming fake companies that will just throw out claims onto videos in the hopes that you just fold. But if you do any research and find out that they have nothing to do with the song, and then you basically challenge it and go, this is a song by this company that I'm using for this reason, nothing about your claim makes sense, they just quickly take it away. Like, your claim is accepted and your video is freed. And it's like, oh, okay, I see what's going on here. You piece of shit. That happened to me. Not on my normal YouTube channel, because I haven't been able to do enough with that lately. I'm still working on that. But my other YouTube channel that I archive these streams on, so that I can keep them forever, because Twitch obviously has a 2-week limit on their VODs. I send all these streams to be archived on my Seankichu stream archive channel, and I archived my stream of Scorn, the video game Scorn. There's a piece of atmospheric music when you're walking around in Scorn that's just like random sounds and noises and chains, like the kind of thing you'd hear in Silent Hill. And some random fucking music production company I've never heard of claimed it. And I did the research into the actual sound designers and composers that made the music for Scorn. And none of them had anything to do with what they were claiming. And so I said, I basically wrote back to them and said, the piece of music you're claiming this is not that, because the one you're saying is made by this guy and is part of this album, and the game I was playing was composed by this guy and is called this, and they just immediately removed the claim. And I was like, that was my first interaction with one of those scum companies that just randomly claim stuff and hope that you don't challenge it. If Kevin MacLeod just copyrighted his songs, he would make millions. There are a lot of people that would be a lot more successful if they were more litigious with their art. But some people are just in it for the art, you know. But yeah, there's a lot of complexities to the YouTube problem and arguments around it. But the one thing that I will always be adamant on, and I will be always dead set foot down on the ground about, is what I just talked about. The aspect of them taking all your money for small little copyright detections, as opposed to just taking shares based on the amount that it appears in. Like, someone needs to explain to me why that can't be done, or why that's not a good idea, because to me it sounds like complete and utter common sense, and I will never understand how that works. Anyway, huge tangent again. I got a couple other big drops here. Feck. Fast and the Furious. That was the other one I have to hit. Fast X, as they're calling it. Why do the names keep getting shorter? You notice that? Fast and the Furious, they keep changing the name, and it's getting shorter and shorter to the point where it's now just Fast. The hell are they doing? It's just getting confusing. You know what? Prediction. Fast and the Furious 11 or 12, one of them at least, is going to be called FF. Dead set. FFXI or FFXII. It's going to be like a Final Fantasy acronym. I guarantee you this. We gotta take it further than just Fast X. It's gonna get shorter. We're gonna get an acronym at some point as the full name, and I'll be cheering when it happens. Also, Universal are gonna get mad at me for this as well. They're a bit copyrighty on YouTube, I've noticed.
I know that this road has been very hard, and yet here you are, building this magnificent...
Holy shit. Michelle Rodriguez is starting to look a little older than I realized she was. I love Michelle Rodriguez. I just like, there's something weirdly grandma about the shot of her. They distracted me slightly.
This magnificent family.
I need to look up how old she is after this, just out of curiosity.
Something little piece of it. Is it dead?
Vin Diesel's getting kind of old too, but he just kind of looks like a big baby. She looks good in that shot.
I'm afraid of losing someone I love.
Maybe they just did weird makeup on her for that daylight angle.
Dominic Toretto, you're about to learn all about.
I feel mean for even bringing it up now.
Boom. You built such a beautiful life, filled with love and family. I never got that chance.
It's become such a cliche with Fast and Furious to bring in like a new big actor to be the villain of your next film, and then have him be just part of the family from the next film after that onwards. That every time I see a new villain, like,
I'm gonna break yours.
Damn. Every time I see a new villain like Jason Momoa, it's just kind of a little bit funny to me. Because he's all badass now, but he's going to be at the barbecue in the next movie.
He's coming for you with everything.
Hey, Brie Larson. What? The fuck? Why? Brie Larson was never in this
One of
before,
us
right?
might not come back from this,
That's new.
but we have to fight.
And John Cena's, yeah, okay.
Never accept death when suffering is owed.
Oh, you know what? That's now a spoiler. I never saw the last Fast and Furious where John Cena was the bad guy. And he's still alive in this movie and he seems to be helping them, so spoiler warning. There's a pretty cool shot of him slamming this guy through the floor though. That is kind of dope.
Never accept death when suffering is owed.
What is this? It's turned into a Transformers movie. They're actually fighting a magnet ball.
It's a setup.
He's trying to tear us apart.
Isn't that what they do in every movie though? The bad guy's always trying to tear them apart. Tear them apart.
Respect. Today, I raced to stop the bloodbath. That's the problem with having such a big.
I don't know if I can take Jason Momoa seriously in
choose the ones you save.
In the hairstyle and the jewelry he's got going on right now.
Let's race.
Cena's coming back hard. Oh, and Statham. I didn't even realize he was going to be in this one. And now he's best friends with the guy that he murdered. That came back to life. Cool. I don't know what's going on.
Game recognizes game.
A bit loud. Oh shit! I like that. Oh god, no. Oh come on, fuck you. There's no way the car survived falling out of the back of that plane. You can't still drive the car after it's plummeted out of there. Why not even... Dubious physics.
Good morning, sunshine.
What?
You gotta be kidding me.
Okay, Charlize Theron's still alive after like 4 movies. Hang on. Hang on. I just had like a fucking brain bleed. What is happening here? Are they about to face off Michelle Rodriguez and Charlize Theron? Not face off as in fight. I mean like the Nick Cage, John Travolta movie. Are they about to swap faces so Michelle Rodriguez can like do stuff as the villain and infiltrate or whatever? Or did they already do it? When Michelle Rodriguez goes, "You gotta be kidding me." Is that actually Charlize Theron with her face being like, "What the fuck?" Or is it the opposite? Is it the bad guy stealing Michelle's face so she can infiltrate Vin's family? Oh, I'm losing my mind. Wait. Please tell me that's the plot. Oh my god. The only thing that's saving Fast and Furious movies nowadays is getting more crazy. Like, the more Looney Tunes the plot twist, the plot element, the better. Which is why everyone wanted them to go to space. And now they've done that in the previous film. In a car. We're doing a face-off maybe here. Vin Diesel's fighting a magnet ball in the street. All the villains keep surviving and becoming part of the family. Great. Next film, Transformers. Actual Transformers. I want to see Vin Diesel riding Grimlock into battle on a giant transforming metal T-Rex against fucking Megatron. And Optimus Prime joins the family. Megatron. It's about family. Autobots, roll out. Prime. Vin Diesel. What's his name? Toretto. It's about family, Megatron. What? Wait, we gotta get Starscream involved.
Megatron.
That's just so funny to me.
The humans are helping Prime. I saw a bald man riding Optimus and the T-Rex one. What is it? Grimlock, that's the one.
You come back to me a failure, Starscream. I will get Prime.
Fuck, I want this movie so bad. Oh my god, I want that movie. Oh, imagine the places you can go from there. Fast and the Furious versus King Kong. The vehicles with grappling hooks driving up the side of the building to stop the monkey. I don't know. Okay, I'll stop now. I didn't even see the last one. I don't know. I'll just look what other people say on Twitter about it, and that's how I'll find out about the plot. Like I did with the previous film. Maybe I'll actually watch them someday, who knows. It's fun time. Let's see. What else is big that came out? I've done Marvel, I've done DC, and I've done Fast and Furious. We gotta go Creed. Creed 3 final trailer. Starring Michael B. Jordan, Jonathan Majors, and Tessa Thompson. Also directed by Michael B. Jordan. They didn't mention that in the opening. They got it written there. Not written by Michael B. Jordan. Screenplay by Keenan Coogler. Story by Ryan Coogler. So Ryan Coogler came up with the story. His brother Keenan wrote it. And then Michael B. Jordan decided to direct it himself. Somehow. I guess if you're going to make your directorial debut, do it as part 3 of a well-established franchise. So you've got something to build on and learn from. I'm sure Michael B. will do fine. Everyone loves Creed. And the trailers for this so far have been pretty awesome. Although it's a pretty straightforward plot, I think what they're really succeeding on is just the casting. Like fucking Jonathan Majors as the villain in this is a stroke of genius.
Because this is a war. It's a fight, it's a battle.
So, how long have you known each other?
Prison bait.
We was like brothers.
It was on bros. I want to beat the shit out of him.
One day you came back. The past came back too.
It's gone quiet again. Fuck.
Had your back.
No friends in the industry.
But that's not what he's doing now.
My brothers been my brothers, man. They no kidding me up.
Before I got locked up, I was the best.
You a coward, bro. And a fraud. Try spending half your life in a cell. Watching somebody
What
else
is his
live your
problem?
life.
I don't really quite understand his beef.
I'm just getting started, little brother.
I had to draw the line between my brothers and my enemies.
I'm coming for it all.
He's not gonna stop.
Like, he was a boxer, or a wannabe boxer, went to prison, came out and mad that his best friend
3 years ago.
became a famous boxer while he was in prison.
When I walked away from
But
boxing,
why?
I walked away with some unfinished business.
You see that man right there? Do you remember him?
No friends in the industry. I had to draw the line between my brothers and my enemies. A fact. Let us start if we don't want to keep it rap. Yeah, you hit us up and now we owe you something back.
The hardest part about doing a movie like this is just the time that has to be spent getting the physique to play these characters. Jonathan Majors and Michael B. Jordan would have had to have been working out for a year. Solid. Just getting absolutely, like, cut beyond belief.
I need you to start fighting.
I mean, like, the plot, the story is so simple that really all you got to do is nail the emotion and the style. I mean, it's all there laid out for you. I do like the sound of. I was reading. Michael B. Jordan was talking about his inspirations and how he directed the film. And one thing I thought was pretty interesting about what he said about his directing style was that he was basing a lot of his boxing choreography and how he was shooting it on anime, like various action anime and like boxing animes. So knowing that, I'm more interested to see the film just to see how that translates to the screen. Like how much will you be able to tell his anime influences in the actual fight scenes, choreography, and filmmaking. That's the part that interests me the most right now. Just about him as the director. Other than that, I just want to watch Jonathan Majors play a badass and more stuff. It's really what's the biggest thing that Marvel is going for it right now. Is Jonathan Majors as Kang is currently hitting pretty hard. People are feeling it. You can't go wrong with Jonathan Majors just in general. He's the belle of the ball right now. Put him in your movie and you win. Psyched. Psyched. Okay. I think those are all the big things that I had to get through. Yep. No, I was wrong. My bad. Fuck. There's another John Wick trailer. I should probably hit that real quick. Because obviously, I don't know if I need another John Wick trailer. Like, they don't really need to go so hard on the whole John Wick thing. We know what to expect from John Wick. John Wick is a known quantity. Nobody needs to be sold. We're 3 movies in. We know what to expect. Just say the word John Wick and you're going to get people in seats. So, I don't know why they've had so... How many... Is this like 4 trailers now? Overkill. Don't need it. 1 trailer. Teaser even. Just 1 teaser. Don't even show us that much. Just a couple of cool kills. And you've filled seats.
This hit goes out to you, Mr. Wick.
Cool. Even the city DJ is an assassin.
Yeah. And so it begins.
I still find it very silly just how many people in this universe are assassins. Like the ice cream guy pulls the Uzi out of his fucking freezer.
Challenge you to single combat.
If you win, you'll have your freedom.
The sommelier serving wine in the restaurant will smash a wine bottle and pull a fucking hunting knife out of it. Like, it's a bit Looney Tunes level at this point, just how far-reaching this Assassin's Guild is. But I mean, if you're gonna lean into the cartoonishness of it, just go for it and just make some good fight choreography and kills. No one will care.
Amen.
That guy got stabbed to shit. Damn! I love how often he has to take a moment to reload. It's one of my favorite things about their John Wick choreography.
The only way John Wick will ever have freedom and peace is in death.
Yeah.
Not really.
I love how many people are getting hit by cars in this scene. You shit! Oh god. Okay, that caught me by surprise. So that's what you need to do. Show me a 30 to 40 second trailer teaser of a John Wick, and just put a moment like that in where the guy gets like judo flipped into a car. That's all you need. That's all you need. That's John Wick marketing in a nutshell. Just keep it simple. I mean, I was dangerously running out of interest with the previous John Wick, just because the movie was too long and it was getting a little bit too up its own ass with the plot, all the machinations of the assassin world was getting a bit complicated, and at a certain point I was getting a little bored. And then fights were starting to get too long in the second half, to the point where I was like, I get it, man. You're shooting a lot of people. Like, can we keep it shorter with more creative kills? Because, like, a fucking 50-minute first-person shooter scene, like when he's going through the bazaar with Halle Berry and they're just shooting literal enemy closets worth of dudes. Like in a video game like Call of Duty, you know, sometimes like 1,000 guys will pour out of like 2 different alleyways, like dead-end alleyways constantly until you shoot your way through the area. It's ridiculous even in a game, but as you accept it in a video game, but like when hundreds of dudes just keep pouring out one at a time from different directions so you can casually keep getting kills, and it goes on for minutes, it's just at a certain point you're like, this is actually kind of silly. I'm starting to notice how silly it is, and that's bothering me. Shorter, more creative kills within those short spans. I think that's better John Wick. Don't make the action scenes go for longer and longer and longer and longer, because then it's just people trading blows and bullets, and you waiting for like 10 minutes for an actual kill. And then at a certain point you're like, yeah, the choreography's good, but we're still here, man. Like, there's not enough storyline wrapped around it to really think about other things if the action starts to get a bit dragged out. But I'm whinging too much now. I still love John Wick. It's fine. It's just it's not perfect. Let's not pretend it's like perfect stuff. Okay. Now I think I've got the big stuff out of the way. Thank Christ. In a way, I want to look at the Super Bowl. That's the main thing I wanted to do tonight. I've just a moment ago, a little bit ago, I was actually tabbing a bunch of stuff that came out of the Super Bowl. A bunch of movies got 30-second Super Bowl spots, and there were a whole lot of the usual crazy commercial bullshit that they do. Oh, you know what? There's another big trailer that got a Super Bowl spot, but it also has a real trailer. I should probably watch the real trailer before I actually delve into Super Bowl spot stuff, because I'm going to see it again there. It's called Air. And I believe it's the story of the creation of Nike. Or Nike. How are you supposed to say that? Okay, I'm confused now. Wait, is it Nike or Nike? Because I've heard people say both, and I'm not actually sure which one it's supposed to be. Star-studded cast, too. Here it is. This is not the Super Bowl spot. This is the actual full trailer that came around the same time. I want to make sure I've seen the real trailers first before I do any big game spots, because they're usually 30-second, like, alternate footage tinier versions of the bigger trailers. It's nice to see Chris Tucker return to movies after... I didn't even realize Chris Tucker had left. Now that you mention it, I can't remember the last movie I saw Chris Tucker in. Ben Affleck never disappoints as a director. Oh, shit, really? Okay. Wait a minute. You're selling me. From director Ben Affleck. Okay. Nice. I was wondering what he was going to do next, directing-wise. This is not what I expected. Sick. I'm suddenly more keen.
1984 has been a tough year. Our sales are down.
It was a tough year. I was born.
Sonny, I brought you in here to grow the basketball business.
People don't know what the hell a Nike is.
What's a Converse?
NBA All-Star shoe.
There's nothing cool about Nike.
You would have to have a pretty compelling pitch.
I can tell them the one thing the other companies can't compete with. Our basketball division is terrible.
I do not love it.
Okay.
This is where you come up with a brilliant idea that no one else can see. Let's hear it.
Is it Michael Jordan?
I got it. I found him.
Who's that? Jesus? Can't afford it.
I'm willing to bet my career on one guy.
It's gonna be Jordan, right?
My name's Sonny Vaccaro. I'm with Nike.
Do you typically make it a habit of showing up at people's front doors unannounced?
I don't like to take no for an answer. Oh, man. Here we go.
That looks like Jordan's dad.
You ask me what I do here. This is what I do. I find you players, and I feel it this time.
Yeah, okay, it's risky. When you were selling sneakers out of the back of your Plymouth, that was risky. Don't change that now.
For a rookie,
Yes.
who's never set foot
Wait,
on an NBA court.
Ben Affleck was barefoot at his desk.
That was risky. Don't change that now.
For a rookie.
I don't know why I like that. I don't know why I like that character touch. He's just barefoot at his desk. It's great.
Yes, who's never set foot on an NBA court.
That's the literal definition of rookie. Yeah.
What's the plan?
We build a shoe line around just him. I need the greatest basketball shoe that's ever been made.
Who's the player?
Michael Jordan.
I knew it. Of course it was. I didn't realize Nike was such an instrumental aspect to the whole Jordan myth legacy.
I believe in your son. I believe he's the future. And his story is gonna make us want to fly. But a shoe is just a shoe.
Until my son steps into it.
Oh, there's gonna be a strong mama behind it all.
You got a name for it?
Air Jordan.
I don't know.
Seriously?
Maybe it'll grow on me.
The Air Jordans. Oh, it's an R-rated. For language. Just language. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about Ben Affleck always putting himself in his own directorial efforts. I never quite understood actor-directors both acting and directing in the film at the same time. I know as actors they do still want to act even if they are directing. It's just that directing is a hard job. Like there's a lot to do, there's a lot to wrap your head around, and I feel like you're spreading yourself thin if you're in front and behind the camera at the same time. I feel like if you're an actor that's dabbling in directing or making a real go of it, focus on the directing, remove yourself from the equation acting wise, and just let yourself think about the vision from behind the camera. Just think about being the guy that talks to the actors about what's going on. Don't try to be both sides of that. Because I think, even though, like, Ben Affleck has done a very good job at it. He's made amazing films that he's been in. So it's not like you can't do it well, make a good movie while spreading yourself thin. I just think you're making it harder on yourself and you don't need to be. You have a better chance of doing a good job if you narrow down your focus and what your actual responsibility is to just one thing and then be good at that one thing. If you're going to act. Don't worry about the other shit. Let someone else direct, write. Someone else's movie. Just walk in, be the actor. Just focus on the character. What do they want? How can you interpret it? Like all that stuff. Compartmentalize that. If you're directing, you got plenty of fucking shit to do. Trust me. You're probably not sleeping. And then you also want to act. It's like, I'm exhausted thinking about it. But hey, Ben pulls it off, so it's not like he needs my advice. Although, technically speaking, I still think his best directed film is Gone Baby Gone, and that is one of his that he's not in. So that might be evidence, to me at least, that he's done his best work when he's just focused on directing and hasn't had to worry about being on camera as well. It just so happens that the movies where he's on camera, are also, very good. Like he always knocks out of the park. He's got a couple of more okay movies that are like just okay, like not great but forgettable. But I don't think he's made a bad movie. He did that one gangster flick that he was also in that was a little forgettable. I don't really remember most of what happened in that movie, and I can't even remember the name, but that's probably a good example of a movie that's not bad. It's just, it's not much of anything, really. You just kind of forget about it. But at least he hasn't made a stinker. I don't think he's made trash. Let me just, confirm real quick. Ben Affleck, not Wikipedia. Let's go to IMDb. The IMDb's. Argo, Gone Girl. Wait. Wait. Producer, writer, actor. Where the fuck are the... Where's the director? What? Director. Only. Please. Upcoming Air. Keeper of Lost Cities. Witness of the Prosecution. He's got a lot of stuff upcoming. Live by Night. That's the gangster one. Yeah. A short film called I Killed My Lesbian Wife, Hung Her on a Meat Hook, and Now I Have a 3-picture deal. I've never seen that short, but that's fascinating. Give Me Shelter. Music video, The Town. Okay, he hasn't done that many things. Gone Baby Gone, perfect movie. The Town, very good. Argo, very good. Live by Night, kind of forgettable, but not terrible. He's taken a massive break since that one. Maybe after the reception to Live by Night, he was like, maybe I'm pushing this too hard. Maybe I should take a step back and only direct when I'm really, really sure. Because, in a way, I would actually put the quality of his directing work in order of the creation. Gone Baby Gone's the best, then The Town, then Argo, then Live by Night. So literally, he's been slowly going downwards. But that's subjective. Like, other people would have a completely different... tier list of his directorial efforts. So they might put it in a whole different order than me. But for me, it's literally in the order that he made them in, which is a bit scary because it does make it seem like the quality is decreasing, but maybe it's kind of just a coincidence. I'm not going to think too hard about that. Okay. That was Air. I just need to throw that one in because I know that's going to have some Super Bowl. Blip. I'm going to bring it over here. Alright, so that's all the Super Bowl spots I've got tabbed out. We've got Fast 10, The Flash, Guardians 3, Transformers, Rise of the Beasts, Super Mario Brothers, Scream 6, Dungeons and Dragons, that Air movie we just saw, Indiana Jones, what's it called? The Dial of Destiny. That movie 65, the one where Adam Driver goes back to dinosaur times with futuristic weapons, future tech, which is kind of cool. Creed 3. I think that's all of them. I think. Yeah. I scrubbed the internet. I looked at a couple of articles. I was looking through this Empire magazine article, and I think they had most of them, bar a couple. What's interesting is that Indiana Jones got a 30-second big game spot, but didn't seem to get a new trailer, which is different from the rest of them. Like Fast and the Furious, Flash, Guardians, Creed, a lot of these other ones, Air, they all got 30-second big game spots, which led into 2 to 3 minute full trailers on the internet right afterwards. Indiana Jones did not. It's got a 30-second big game spot, that's it. We got nothing else. Which is curious. So I'm going to watch that one first, because I'm hankering for more Indiana Jones content. Because they haven't shown us much yet.
Have we met? My memory's a little fuzzy. Are you still a Nazi?
Yes, yes, the music.
What are you doing here? Let's go! Hang on!
They're not going to have like a... They're not going to have like an inflatable boat moment there, are they? Remember in... it was either 2 or 3. I can't remember which one it was. Maybe 1. I can't remember. The one where they fall out the plane and they inflate the raft and then land on like the slope of the snowy mountain and slide down on it. And it's like... Dude, they would have fallen to their deaths. What the fuck are you talking about? That was the luckiest thing I've ever seen in my life. Indiana Jones movies have been kind of ridiculous though, like from their very inception. I think people forget that. Like the second one had a minecart ride and a dude who pulled out a dude's heart that was still beating. You know what I mean? The first one had a treasure chest full of ghosts that killed all the Nazis and melted their skin. They had the plane escape, where they used an inflatable raft to jump out the back of an airplane and land safely on a mountain. The third one had a knight from the Knights of the Round Table who's been alive for like centuries guarding a cup, who just like melted into bones. It was a Jesus cup that had Jesus powers. Like, they are insane. So when the fourth movie came out, I mean, it wasn't as good as the other three, but I feel like we were too hard on the cartoonishness of it. Like the nuking the fridge moment, it was like, well, that was silly, but then it's like, was it any sillier than anything any of the older movies did? Technically not. So I'm not sure why we suddenly were taking Indiana Jones so seriously now, when the old movies never took themselves that seriously. And the fucking Shia LaBeouf swinging through the trees with the monkeys, the UFOs aspect of the plot, like, it's all pretty Indiana Jonesy stuff, man. I just think nostalgia might have tinted our view a little bit. It's still not as good a movie as the other three. Like, if you put them in order of quality, you'd still put the fourth one last. But I think we were too hard on it for dumb reasons. And those dumb reasons being the dumb stuff in the movie, which were no dumber than anything that they did in the old ones. So I don't know where we got off on that one. We're a silly bunch, us internet nerds. Stoked. Can you stop playing the music for a second? I want to look at the shots. The thing that I'm most excited about with the new Indiana Jones is seeing an older, more curmudgeon-y Indiana that is still got a chip on his shoulder about Nazis. I want to see old man Harrison Ford fucking railing on Nazis. I want to see his eye twitch and him get triggered by the very idea of a Nazi. If this... Wait, when does this take place? If we get to see old him in modern times with what's going on in the political climate now, I want to see Indiana Jones's reaction to modern white supremacists in America. The kind of MAGA red hat type dudes. I think Indiana Jones would be livid. I want to see him punch out some rednecks in frustration. It's like, man, I used to fight Nazis for real, and now you all are acting like Nazis. What the hell's going on here? Guaranteed there's some like big Indiana Jones fans amongst that white supremacy, right-wing conservative crowd that have completely missed the irony of the fact that Indiana Jones would hate their guts for what they stand for their bigotry. But, you know, those people are irony in a nutshell, really. Irony in a nutshell. Cool. What next? Let's go to Air, since we just saw that full trailer recently. Boop.
You know when you get a feeling? I'm doing this 20 years. I've never had a feeling like this.
You're gonna see exactly what I see.
Which is what?
Greatness.
Jordan.
I need
Michael
the greatest
Jordan.
basketball shoe that's ever been made.
What's the plan?
We build a shoe line around just him.
For a rookie who's never set foot on an
The
NBA
music
court.
in this trailer is weird.
Michael Jordan.
Their Super Bowl spot's got the weirdest sound design.
I'm thinking of reaching out to the parents.
You talk directly to the family, you're gonna lose your job.
Do you typically show up at people's front doors unannounced?
I was told not to call.
Oh man, here we go.
Every once in a while.
Well, I don't understand what the big deal is about him going and
so
talking to the family.
That it forces change because they are so very special.
A shoe is just a shoe.
Until my son steps into it.
Air, rated R.
Viola Davis always seems to play characters exactly like that. Like motherly figures that is like a powerful driving force behind somebody. The thing that interests me about this movie is the fact that I know how big Jordan is. I know how big Nike is. Nike, however you're supposed to say it. I know how big the Air Jordan sneaker is, and NBA in general. I was not aware that there was this much interconnectivity in all of these disparate elements' rises to fame. I did not know that Nike's fame and fortune was this directly tied to specifically Michael Jordan and the Air Jordan concept. To be honest, I thought Nike was right up there with all of the other big name shoes just from the get-go. And then they just brought on Jordan because he was also mega famous, and they were like, let's put these two together. I didn't know that Nike was nothing and Jordan was nothing. And Nike found Jordan, brought him in, and made something of both of them out of the deal. That seems to be what the trailers are implying from that story. And I hope I didn't misquote history there. But that's what they're selling me. And that seems kind of cool. I wasn't aware at how that stuff tied together, and that's definitely sold a ticket to me. Although, is that a Netflix deal? What are we looking at here? MGM. Okay, not a direct-to-Netflix movie. Cool. I guess I'll have to go to the cinema. Damn it. I don't want to go outside. I'm tired of outside. Oh, shit. Movie Bob's got his Ant-Man and the Wasp review out. Interesting. Oh, I've already seen it. Don't remember watching that. Although sometimes those red lines lie. I've let the thumbnail play on the homepage sometimes in the past, and it's added a red line. And then it confuses me about what I've seen and what I haven't seen. Okay. What else? What else? What else? Let's see. I want to do Guardians because it was very difficult to find this TV spot. I found a shitty quality version by some random. I don't know why it's so hard to find this trailer.
Alright, Guardians. Are you ready for one last ride?
Let's give the galaxy
Rocket's always drinking that boba tea in Volume 3 trailers.
Sit up!
That's what it's here for.
New footage?
Go to the sofa. It's not a bed.
What? I find it hard to believe it does have multiple purposes.
Doesn't really matter, does it? I'm sorry. My friend is stupid.
I'm hungry.
All right.
Why are they yelling so much?
New trailer online now.
A lot of yelling for no reason in some person's house. That's why it's worth watching these short TV spots, because they will have They will have like scenes you didn't see in the big trailer, in the 3-minute trailer, like this one here with the couch. Also, I think that might be a new shot. I don't recall Adam Warlock punching anyone full on like that. There's a cool shot of Rocket. That's new. Hang on. Check it. What is this thing? I saw that in the full trailer. I'd love to know what that fucking thing is. I love it. I want one. Yeah, this shot. That shot of Rocket is new. That's not in the full trailer. Otherwise, pretty much straightforward. They don't even get into the plot in this one. Oh, hang on.
Guardians, are you ready?
That is a unique shot of Groot pointing guns that was also not in the other trailer. He does the back-to-back with Chris Pratt in this scene, but I think this must be after that, because he's got even more guns now. Or maybe it's the same amount, and I just never counted them. This might be right before Star-Lord back-to-backs him. But that was fun. I don't like how low res that is. It's very easy to find the full 2.5-minute trailer that came out right after the Super Bowl. The actual 30-second spot that played during it is fucking nowhere. I found it on 2 randoms YouTube pages in low res, and that was it. So that's weird. And I don't understand. Alright, let's keep it superhero, I guess. Flash. You're next. New footage, please.
What's happening?
Okay, weird.
You changed the future. And you changed the past.
I get all the same footage. That's new. That line of dialogue is new from Kara.
Want some help?
You're.
Yeah,
Batman.
I'm Batman.
Nice eyeliner. All the older dads that were into the Michael Keaton Batman movies, the Tim Burton Batman movies, are probably losing their minds at the Super Bowl right now. Oh, and they're giving away the Flash comics along with it. That was neat. That was a cool reveal of the car. That wasn't in the long trailer. I want to know what Kara is screaming, "What did you do?" about, because clearly Zod has done something really fucked up. Maybe it's finding out what happened to Clark in that timeline. Whoa. Ezra's butt looks terrible. Let me go full screen on that one. Ezra's butt is not looking great in that particular suit right there. Not that I feel for Ezra Miller with all his shenanigans, but that's not a very flattering suit design when it comes to butthole. Yeah, I want to know what she's flipping her bean about here. So is that what Michael Keaton looks like now? Because I'm guessing these might be two different scenes. Like, either this is him opening this Batcave, or these are just two completely different shots and scenes, and we don't actually know who this is. But I think maybe that's Keaton. I just can't imagine Keaton with that hair. Like, I need to see him from the front to understand. The fact that he's got all the different bat suits with the different cowls. There's a scuba one. There's a skydiving one. I think that's what the goggles is all about on the right. There's one with a scowl. He's actually got forehead wrinkles. That's weird. I think that one's got holsters for guns. That's also weird. Neat. That might be the Affleck Batman about to drive the motorcycle at the back of the Batjet into that car chase that we see him in other shots doing. I think that's a new shot as well. That's not in the full trailer. This one right here. I don't remember her floating in front of Zod like that, with the whole human armies in the background going off on Kryptonian soldiers. Fuck, I'm fascinated by this movie. I don't want to be keen for it because it's got so much baggage. I don't like the fact that it's a hangover from the Snyderverse. I don't like the whole Ezra thing. But, like, there's stuff going on in this that is kind of exciting and interesting. And I do want to see more of it. You got to give credit where credit's due. Everything around the movie's shitty, but what they've shown of the movie is pretty interesting. So, you know, proper clout there, I guess. Good job, somebody. Okay. Let's get Fast and the Furious out of the way, because they apparently paid for an entire minute. 60 seconds worth of Super Bowl spot. That is worthy of pointing out for one reason and one reason only. I happen to know for a fact, and I hope I don't have my my facts wrong on this as well, because things do change over time. I believe 30 seconds of airtime in the Super Bowl is worth about $7 million. $7 million. So for a studio like Universal, is it Universal? It's just the Fast Saga website. I think it's Universal. For a studio like Universal to drop a 1 minute, a 60-second spot on the Super Bowl means that they forked out some dosh on the marketing. I don't know if it's an exact multiplication. Like, if 30 seconds is 7 million, then some might assume that 60 seconds would be 14 million. I mean, if you did the math. But that's not always how it works. Because by buying 60 seconds, you are taking up a 30-second spot that somebody else could have had. So if I was a company like the Super Bowl, if I was the Super Bowl organization, whatever the fuck they're called, I would actually charge more for a 60-second or more spot, because you're not just getting ×2 the spot you're supposed to be getting. You're also taking away a potential spot from someone else who would have spent that $7 million. So to take up 2 spots, what would be the equivalent of 2 spots, 2 30-second gaps, I would make them pay more than what it would cost for 2 30 seconds. I would say 20 mil or something. Like 7 mil for your 30 seconds. You want a minute? That's not 14 mil, my brother. That's 20 mil. That's almost the cost of 3 spots. Almost. Maybe that's too far. 18 million? 18 or 20 million, I'd say. I would definitely charge them more than what would be double. Because that is some narcissism for your ass, for a company to drop that kind of chunk of time on the Super Bowl. Like, seriously. They're having a wank about this Fast and Furious movie.
How do you choose the ones you save? Let's race!
He's coming for you with everything.
You're about to learn all about fear.
They repeat so many beats throughout these movies. There's always a villain that's going to be like, you're going to learn through fear. They're always trying to turn the family against each other. It's always last ride stakes. It's always some motherfucker that's going to come at you with everything he has.
You made one mistake.
Oh shit, this is new.
See you soon, Dom.
Damn. Is he driving down the dam? Jesus Christ, man. Fuck you. I gotta try not to be too negative about it. There was fresh footage in that at least, but most of it was the same except for that. I think almost all of this was the same. That helicopter thing annoys me. Pretty sure that physics wouldn't work. My car got ripped up. This truck bit, and I guess what looks like him driving down the fucking damn wall. That's fresh. I don't know, man. It's just all the same beats. It's all the same beats every time. It's the same type of villain saying the same stuff and the same impossible last ride level stakes coming at you with everything they got kind of bullshit. They always say, go on about they're trying to turn the family against each other. It's like they always do that, man. Every villain does that. They're always turning the family against each other. You know Danny Duckin. Danny Duckin? Hi, Mr. Bear. I don't know Danny Duckin. I know a Danny. Duckin's not ringing a bell. Hang on a sec. Do you mean Danny Duncan? No, you wrote Duckin. There's a Danny Duncan web store, family owned and operated. Hoodies, tees, accessories, clothing. Oh, he has a YouTube channel. He's a YouTuber that sells merch. I just found the store first before I saw the YouTube channel. Whoops. Angry Karen bullied us. Danny Duncan visits Europe. GTA in real life. He's one of those YouTubers that does like what do you call it? Danny Duncan 69. Is that actually what his YouTube channel is? 69? Wait, no, it's not. I think we have different Danny Duncans. The one I found, 6.9 million subscribers, is just Danny. Nah, Mercynet. So Danny Duncan 69 is someone different? Dude's got a pretty decent Jew fro going on. Oh, it still brought up him. What the fuck? What the hell, man? Just put it into Google. Oh, his store. DannyDuncan69.com. That's hilarious. DannyDuncan.com must have been taken. He sells lady spanks. Oh, autocorrect is fucking you up. Ah, that's fair. Does that to everybody. I love hot moms. Okay. Women come first. That's some pretty good shirts. Virginity rocks. I don't know if I agree with that one. Denied. I do like the hot moms in the women come first one. That's pretty cool. Hooters. I'm guessing a lot of this merch has to do with like videos he's done in the past, like running jokes. He definitely looks like a popular YouTuber. There's something about his look that makes him look like one of those YouTubers at 10 million subs that has like mostly kids and teenagers, watching them do real life skits and scenarios and pranks. He just has that vibe. Oh yeah, Fast and Furious. Almost forgot. You know what else I noticed? Look, Jason Momoa starts off on the back foot with this race. Ready? When she does the flag, he actually has to like turn back around. I'm driving really quickly. You gotta have your eyes on the road, bro. You can't be shit talking right before the race starts. He probably could have started like an extra 0.5 seconds quicker if he had his eyes on the road. Is it coming out in May already? Oh, fuck, that's soon. I didn't realize we were so close to this movie. I feel like we just had 9. How do they make these movies so fast, dude? They got so much visual effects and stunt work in them. You gotta be working overtime. I want that jacket. That snakeskin jacket that Jason Momoa's got on is pretty dope. And I still think, after watching the full trailer, I still think that this scene is Charlize Theron and Michelle Rodriguez getting their faces swapped. Face-off style. And then fighting over it. Someone's dead. I don't know any blondes in the Fast and Furious franchise, so I'm not exactly sure who died there. Anyway, whatever. I'm gonna find out what happens in the movie from plot synopsises and what people say on Twitter. I don't know if I'd be bothered watching. To be honest, I'm just tired. I'm a little tired of the whole Fast and Furious thing. It's exhausting. Search Danny Duncan, Kevin Lost Dog. What? What's that about? Oh, not Kevin. K1. Your autocorrect is fucking you around a little bit.
Think you could call his name for me?
The fuck?
Yeah.
What's his name?
It's called Nigga.
Nigga?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
That must be K1.
Yeah.
Ned.
The kid really said it.
Thank you.
The kid said it, bro. The kid.
See, Danny, I don't know why this is sideways. Danny Duncan couldn't have done this gag by himself without K1. There's no way he would be allowed to say that.
That was the most wholesome N-word I've ever heard in my life.
I remember this on Twitter. I saw a whole bunch of footage of that exact prank on Twitter about trying to get people in the park to call for the dog's name. I think I found it through you ever heard of a channel called Double Toasted? Double Toasted was talking about that prank, and then I got through Twitter. I found like a clip of it, and it was a longer video than that. I can't remember if it was him or not. It might have been like different YouTubers doing the same prank, but it was exactly the same thing. It was doing the N-word in the park thing, trying to call for the dog. I don't think anyone actually did it though. Unlike that kid in that clip. Like, no one actually took the bait. I think you got to be pretty stupid to a comedian invented it. I think you got to be pretty stupid to fall for that bait, though. Like, you got to be born yesterday to fall for any N-word pranks. Because no one in their right mind is just going to, like, blurt it out in public. Just because some random stranger asked them to. No way, no how. The kid... That's the thing, though. The kids don't think, like, that far ahead about stuff. They'll just blurt shit out. Oh, he said Giga? Did he? Wait, let me listen again.
Oh, the long. Think for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's his name?
It's called.
Wait.
Yeah.
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 His
name for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's his name?
It's called nigga.
Nigga?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, dude, he said it.
Thank you.
And
Dude, that was an N. I didn't hear a G on that. I didn't hear Giga. I heard an N. Wait, do it again.
what's his name?
It's called nigga.
Nigga?
Yeah.
Nigga?
Yeah.
Bro, he's dropping the N. I'm telling you. I'm not hearing that G. He went hard in on that one. He didn't repeat it. He spelt it out after that. So he didn't say it again. I think after the first one, he might have got uncomfortable and be like, oh, wait, maybe I shouldn't be saying this. He might have caught on, but he got him to say it straight up. I feel, you know what? Even though, like, generally speaking, if you're being politically correct, like, obviously white people should not be dropping the N-bomb. But, like, I feel bad when people get set up. Like, I don't like that. Like, that's a prank, so obviously fair enough. But I would be mad if someone got upset at someone who got tricked into saying it. But it's not his mistakes. No, but that's what I'm saying. It's if you get tricked into saying it, whether it's a prank or not, I'd feel bad if they got in trouble for that. Like, if you're going off on someone for saying the N-word and for being a racist piece of shit, like, if it was in a situation where you got tricked into saying it, or it's not actual, it's pretty obvious that there's nothing toxic about that person, that, like, it's something else, then I feel like it's kind of fucked up to get mad at them about it. Another example would be, fuck, what was the artist? There's a rapper, I can't remember which rapper it was, but at one of his concerts, he invited a white girl in the crowd. There was a white girl in the front row who was cheering and going off. And he pulled her up on stage, like sometimes artists do at concerts, to, like, sing and dance along to the song. And he gave her the microphone, and he let her rap along to the song, because she's a fan. And the song has N-bombs in it. So she was saying the N-word because those are the lyrics in the song. And then all the people in the crowd started booing her and getting mad. And he took the mic back from her and was like, oh, shit. And he got her off the stage. And then she was viral after that. People were all mad at her on the internet and stuff. And I'm like, that's not fair to me. That pissed me off. Because she's not some piece of shit racist person who's going around dropping the N-bomb and, like, trying to hurt anybody. She was a fan of a rapper's music who got brought up on stage, given the microphone, and told to sing the song. And the song just happened to have N-words in it. So she sang the song the way the song was written and performed, thinking that it was fine because the actual artist himself had given her the go-ahead, had given her the mic to sing. And then everyone got mad about it. And it's like, dude, that's your song. You put the N-words in your own song, and then you basically, that's entrapment. You basically, like, made that chick sing it, and then you get mad. Like, that's fucked up. Like, if anything, to me, that's a pass, because, like, you were put on the spot by the black rapper that made that song, that put the N-words in it, and told to sing it, and you did. It's like, don't get pissy about it after the fact. Like, that's a setup. You set that chick up. You know what I mean? It's just not fair. That's what I'm talking about. I don't like unfair circumstances like that where people are tricked or ambushed into things like, you know, N-word stuff and then get raked across the coals for it. Like, that's weird to me. Kai sent stream, one white woman said the N-word. Kai sent? What the fuck is Kai sent? Hang on. Kai Sanat? American YouTuber. Yeah, it must be him. Wait. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Oh, shit. Oh, I did see this. Hang on. White woman. I don't remember where I saw this. It might have been like another YouTuber, another Twitch streamer was talking about it and showed the clip. Did she have an accent? She's like foreign. And he asked her to say something and she just said it. Clip no longer available. Damn. Clip mirror. Wait. Live stream fails. It's a website? Yes. Yes, I seen this. This was this is actually pretty good.
Ready? Yeah. Say it after me. Repeat after me.
Okay.
Nigga, please.
Nigga, please.
And then they just stand there.
Serious.
He doesn't know what to do.
Ready?
That's the funniest thing about this to me. How do I stop this? Oh, there we go. She's clearly like European. Like she has an accent. Like I think she's from a different country. So I'm not sure she's really thinking about it being like an offensive thing, for one thing. But I love the fact that he tells her to say it. She says it with no like hesitation. And then he has no idea what to do. He's like shell-shocked for the rest of that clip. He's just standing there smiling and laughing and be like, I don't know what to do now. I didn't actually think she was going to say it. See, those are funny to me. The ones where people don't expect it. Like you tell someone to say the N-word and they just do it and you're like, oh shit. I actually thought they wouldn't. Like I was trying to make a joke out of it. And my joke was predicated on them like getting awkward and not wanting to say it, and they just straight up did. So now I don't know where to go with this. Why does Aiden Ross have so many clips related on the side of this? This is weird. Oh, live stream fails, that's why. Aiden Ross would have a lot of live stream fails. He's a bit of a fail human being himself. I never really knew who he was until I saw some of the cringe compilations of the stuff that he some of his Tate obsessions, like the one where he snips Tate's chair after he gets up. That was weird. Is Andrew Tate guy? Yeah, I know. That's the thing. A lot of the cringe from Aiden Ross comes from the fact that he kind of dick rides Andrew Tate in a weirdly excessive kind of way. Like, why is he so obsessed? Like, it's not healthy for a man to be that obsessed with another man. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of gay, bro. Like, what are you doing? And like, I used to think that was kind of just a joke, but then I saw the clip of Andrew Tate getting up from his chair and walking away, and Aiden Ross like running over and sniffing his chair where Andrew Tate's butt was, and I was like, dude, that just happened. I can't even believe that. That's seared into my brain. Cannot unsee. It's a joke. Oh, I hope so. I really hope so. Because when I saw that, I was like, no, please, no. But why would he even make that joke when he already cops a lot of shit for being like a dick rider of Andrew Tate? Like nobody like has that much respect for him because like he's not his own man. He's just like a fucking lackey. He's a henchman. So if he already cops a lot of flack for that, why would he make it worse by doing like a stalkery joke like that where he like sniffs Andrew Tate's butt smell off a chair? Like, that's weird. I don't even know what the joke is there, dude. The joke's on you. He's inspiring from Tate. That's the thing though. It's like he clearly worships Tate as inspired by him, but he doesn't act like a dude that is his own man that is just inspired by something. He acts like an obsessive little lackey. Like a little henchman. Like I can picture him in a superhero movie. If Andrew Tate was like a villain, he'd be the like little hunchback villain sidekick standing next to him that does all his bidding. Like, yes, master. That kind of shit. pulling levers for him, and he's basically you know the Minions and Despicable Me. Like he's basically a minion, a little yellow minion to Andrew Tate's Gru. Sometimes jokes is taken too serious. Yeah. But like he's just a weirdo in general, so I don't know. He got all excited when he was the only person that wasn't a family member that got invited to see Tate in jail on the visitation thing, and I was like, why are you giddy about this? Like you're his girlfriend. That's so weird. It's like a child in an adult's body. Yeah, he does look like a little kid. He looks like a little kid that's like been supersized. Like one of those sea monkeys you throw in water and they grow big like a sponge. Like a toddler in a baseball cap that they're just like hit with a growth ray from Ant-Man. Oh yeah. Where was I? Transformers. Is that what I was up to? Yes, Transformers. Oh, I almost forgot. Transformers Super Bowl big game TV spot. I just want to see more RC. I fucking love RC, man. Starscream and RC were my favorite Transformers as a kid.
The name's Mirage. Come on.
Oh, it's Mirage. I thought it was Jazz. Yeah, dude.
Relax. I'm Mirage, remember?
Okay, they keep saying Mirage's name for some reason. Oh, Porsche. That's why. It's a collaboration trailer with Porsche. That's why. They're making a big deal out of the Mirage car. It's not just a trailer for the movie. That's a bit awkward. Also, not a single shot of RC in that whole trailer. That made me mad. Why? Man, I just want to see more RC. I want to see her transforming in and out of motorcycle mode, because that is so cool. Hey, we got to see Optimus, though. Where's he at? Don't care about Mirage. Hey, Optimus. Did his mouth just move? Oh, gross. No. That's meant to be just a faceplate. I don't like seeing Optimus's mouth move. That's weird. Please don't do that. Who are the villains in this movie? I don't understand who the villains are in the next Transformers. Breaking Bad is best series? Like the dialogue? Similar name is... Yeah. Definitely. It's one of my favorite shows. I never watched Better Call Saul, though. I missed that one. I'll get to it eventually. But I've got the entire box set on Blu-ray of Breaking Bad. One of my favorite collections. Breaking Bad and Dexter were my two favorite shows around that time when they were coming out. I used to jump between watching Dexter and Breaking Bad like heaps. What are people saying about Mirage? Mirage looks pretty cool. Looking forward to his debut this summer. That is a plant from Porsche. That is a Porsche employee who wrote that comment. You can't get one past me. Really glad we got Mirage's voice in this. Love Mirage's vibe and how well he'll blend with Noah. Really hyped for this film. That's another Porsche employee. What the fuck? A lot of plants in these comments. Yeah, I'm getting out of here. Breaking Bad, Dexter, Game of Thrones, Peaky Blinders. I've seen all of those except for Peaky. I haven't watched any Peaky Blinders, but I've watched clips of it on YouTube. Looks pretty dope. I'll get around to that one day as well. But yeah, the other three, tops. I didn't even really mind the final season of Game of Thrones. I mean, the stuff that happened was mostly what I expected was going to happen. I think the only problem is that the story was a bit rushed, so it kind of pissed everybody off. Didn't feel as legit when they were just like rushing through the last couple of episodes. Okay, well, there's not much more to glean from Transformers, unfortunately. They were just trying to sell a car. Gross. Creed 3.
Ready or not? I'm ready.
Yeah, man.
Here I come.
Oh, I like the editing style of this. With the giant Roman numeral. Masking the footage. Yeah.
But he doesn't anymore.
Hey, I'm just getting started, little brother. I'm coming for everything.
Jesus Christ. Krang is ripped. I'm always surprised every time I see it. I'm never prepared for Jonathan Major's physique. Every trailer of this I see. Michael B. Jordan's a dead man. I mean, he's gonna win in the end because movie, but in real life, I think he's a dead man. Well, that's the same. It's essentially the same trailer as the longer one, just less footage and with the cool Roman numeral masking editing trick. Meh. Doctor Strange Multiverse. Nowadays I'm watching arm wrestling, like Devin Lorette. Arm wrestling is an online spectator sport? What, they got TV shows of it? I didn't know that arm wrestling would be that exciting a sport to watch. Like, it's more exciting when you're allowed to punch the person. That's what they should do. Oh my god, arm wrestling fusion? Here's a sport for you. Arm wrestling, but full contact. Like MMA, but arm wrestling. Table, dudes with their arms, clasp hands. Trying to do the thing. But full contact rules. You're allowed to, you know, you're allowed to take shots at the other guy. So you're arm wrestling, but you're allowed to punch with the other hand or kick with your legs. So they're fighting at the same time as arm wrestling. I think that's an awesome idea. It'll be a little awkward, but it'd be hilarious. The winner is the first one to actually get the arm wrestling part down. But you're allowed to mess the other person up. It's a bad idea. I mean, probably. Even though the arm wrestling part's the parts that are important, I'm pretty sure that every single match will end with someone getting knocked out and just falling over. So maybe the arm wrestling part's redundant. You may as well just have an MMA match at that point. Alright. Enough of Creed. What else we got? Dungeons and Dragons. We've also had too many trailers of this, but if they've got new footage, I'm down. Talking about old chess. See, that sounds great. Full contact chess. Battle chess, if you will. Give them weapons. Each person has a mace and can swing it across the table while playing chess. Anyway. Dungeons and Dragons, go.
We're facing the greatest evil
Meh.
the world has ever known. We're gonna need a team.
I don't really care about the great evil part. I want to see the team stuff. I want to see the... That was cool. Oh, there's definitely new footage in this trailer. Just sprinkled in.
Out over a drink?
Probably best.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Alright. Not that much new, but snippets here and there. I'm kind of in it for the party dynamic. I want the rogue, the berserker, the druid. I want to see their interactions. That's the part of the movie that I'm keen on. I don't really care about the ultimate evil plot part of it. Because that's just generic fantasy movie bullshit. You know, there's a bunch of necromancers. They're bringing back ultimate evil. There's an artifact they have to destroy or steal. Whatever. Don't care. Just show me Chris Pine and Michelle Rodriguez and them talking shit and doing Dungeons and Dragons-y shit. I said shit too many times in that sentence. Sorry. My vocabulary is dying 5 hours into the stream. There is a chess sport in 1900s. If the opponent loses, they have to fight the other guy. Well, you don't even need the chess then. I mean, just fight. You're going to fight anyway. So just skip to the fighting. Bash him over the head with a chessboard. Start it out like that. Okay. What do I got left? Scream 6. Otherwise known as Scream Pig in the City. Is it gonna play? There we go. With Wednesday Addams. Man, she's getting a lot of
We're
movies.
too high up. We can't get down from here.
She's like the new hotness in Hollywood right now. It's kind of like Jonathan Majors. If you put her in a movie, you kind of just win.
You're almost here.
Is this whole trailer just the ladder scene? Okay, that's where the black girl dies.
Any other ghost face.
Pretty obvious.
What is this place?
It's a shrine.
Guys? We've got to lure him
I
in.
think Shannon Doherty dies in this movie.
We execute him.
Because the Dewey character that plays that police officer, who's also from the first movie just like her, he died in one of the previous ones. He just died recently. In like the last movie, I think. So I think this is her chance to go. None of the characters from the old movies are surviving anymore. Everyone's dying. Are you heading off, Bear? Hey, thanks for the follow, though. Much obliged. Good to meet you. Have fun, dude. Also, cool name. Mr. Bear is everywhere. I dig it. That was a weird trailer. It was like they took the beginning and the end of a normal Scream trailer and they just filled the middle with that ladder climbing scene. That made it obvious that that's where that black girl dies. So they kind of gave away one of the kills there. That ladder scene probably going to be the most anxiety this franchise has ever had. I don't know about that. I mean, maybe if you've got vertigo. Sure. Alright, boo. Next. 65. Adam Driver versus dinosaurs. Go. This trailer has the vibe of an old Ridley Scott Aliens movie. Okay, not the dinosaur shit, obviously. I'm fascinated by this movie.
Exclusively in movie theaters, March 10.
The concept seems cheap, but the movie itself seems very expensive. So the two things just don't gel somehow. I don't know what it is. Bothers me. More importantly, what was I going to say? Oh, the aliens thing I mentioned. I think it's because in the Alien trailer, the words in the name Alien, they come up one at a time like that with the creepy music. So it pretty much did the exact same thing. So it's not really a vibe so much as that they completely stole the trailer editing idea from an old Alien movie. No Jaden Smith, forget about it. Oh, that is a good call. That dude in the comments, Ned Merrill. Good call, Ned. That does give a vibe of what the fuck is that movie called? After Earth? With Will Smith and Jaden? It's like a cheap concept that looks like it's going to be a shitty movie, but it also looks like a very expensive AAA movie. Like the budget is not matching what the vibe of the quality is, if that makes sense. That was always the problem with that M. Night Shyamalan movie. Something was off, and it's got the same level of off as that trailer does. I just really hope it's not the case, because I really like Adam Driver and I don't want any of his movies to be bad. He's a very likable dude. Okay. New Super Mario spot. I think this is in the form of a plumbing commercial. And it's uploaded to YouTube Kids. Alright, sure.
We're the Mario Brothers, and plumbing's a game. We're not like the others who get all the fame. When your sink is in trouble, you could call us on the double. We're faster than the others, you'll be hooked on the brothers.
Oh my god, it's the theme song from the old TV show.
It seems like the only thing you haven't drained is my bank account. For super service, call or text Super Mario Bros. Plumbing today at 92955-MARIO. Or reach us on the World Wide Web at smbplumbing.com.
Cool. That's awesome. Their marketing game is actually super strong. That Mario Brothers movie. They're doing a really good job. That's probably the best thing I've seen from them yet. That Mario commercial with the old rap. That was fucking good. Although I don't know why that woman is acting so confused by the script. This bit. Where she kind of shrugs and is like, I don't know. Like, what is your problem? The only thing that you're not draining is my back. Like, that is a plumbing pun about money. About their service. Like, it's fucking obvious. Why is she so confused? But it's a good line. I don't like her acting beat. It's funny, but it doesn't actually make sense. Because the joke being told in the commercial makes perfect sense. Is this all real, though? SMBplumbing.com. Let's find out. Let's go in deep. SMBplumbing.com. What you got? What you got? What you got? What you got? Oh my god, it's got a Mario hand for a cursor. Yes. Yes, bitch. It's actually real. What's the vid? What's the vid?
Oh, where'd the Mario?
That's the fucking plumbing thing. Oh, I closed it. Damn you. Super Mario. Plumbing. Reliable quality work, satisfaction guaranteed, locally trusted. Is that a secret? Oh, shit. Cool. I found secret art in the manhole cover on the front page. There's Easter eggs. The website has Easter eggs. Search. Search. As seen on TV. Huh? Okay, if you click on the As Seen on TV logo, you get the Mario Kart sound effect. Everything's a fucking hidden thing. Wait. What have I done? About us. Welcome to the Super Mario Bros. Plumbing. We are brothers, and yes, we are super. My little but taller brother Luigi and I were tired of dealing with spiky bosses, so we jumped at the opportunity to take on Brooklyn's plumbing problems all by ourselves. Do they already go to this Mushroom Kingdom and fight bosses? I thought this was an origin story. Family owned and operated, we aim to one-up the competition with our expert white glove service. Thanks for white glove service. I guess that explains the gloves. Okay. Broken image. I think that was on purpose to make the website look a bit shoddy. That's funny. Testimonials. Bro's mom. 5 stars. The Mario Bros are the very best in the business. They're polite, professional, adorable, and treated me like family. That's definitely their mum. Spike is cool. 1 star. There's no loyalty with Mario and Luigi. The subpar Mario Brothers used to work for me until they decided to break off and start their own business. This is all very poorly spelt. They'll learn their lesson someday. 2 stars. Brooklyn couple. They left my house in an absolute mess. I would have given them only 1 star, but my sweet angel of a dog absolutely loved them. He just wouldn't leave them alone. Okay. Call or text. 18 plus only. Oh, that's weird. Still working on application process. Okay, there's going to be a way to apply to become a Mario brother. Dispatcher. We're flooded with work requests every single day. Need to keep someone... Alright, yeah, cool. Oh, this is the careers they're offering. Driver, marketing manager, bookkeeper, dispatcher. Fun. I want to work for Mario and Luigi. They've just hidden Mario Brothers video game sound effects in like all the graphics. Except for that one. That's the application screen. Testimonials? Oh, it's all on the one page. Boo! Fixing pipes is our game. Is that everything? Oh. What more? Copyright. Built by Mario and Luigi. I can tell. It's kind of shitty. Now serving Brooklyn and Queens. Oh. That's the GameCube sound effect. Hidden in the spanner graphic. Cool. I love everything. So, if the website's real, does that mean the phone number's real? 92955 Mario. I don't want to call it because I'm, you know, have no phone credit. 92955 Mario. Call or text the Mario Brothers in real life. It actually works. Sick. If they upload it for me, if I don't have to do it myself, that'd be great. Website and telephone number. Is this... Damn it. Fuck. When you visit the website, there's a... Okay, yeah. If you call the number, you will get Luigi, voiced by Charlie Day, on the answering machine for the plumbing service. If you text the number, you get texted back. Can I hear it? Fuck you. I want someone to put it up for me so I can see it. What happens if you dial the... Here we go. Someone's done it. I'm going to turn it up.
For calling Super Mario Brothers Plumbing. It's me, Luigi. If you need service, please text us at the same number you just called. 92955 Mario. That's 929-556-2746. Message us about any issues wherever you live. House,
This is
condo,
awesome.
mansion. And we'll be sure to text you back right away because at Super Mario Brothers Plumbing, we don't say let's wait. We say let's go. Oh, and check our website, smdplumbing.com.
Yes.
We're still working on it, so more updates to come. Bye-bye.
That was worth it. We don't say let's wait, we say let's go. It was worth it for that one line. All right, what about the text message? Hang on, images. Is there a screenshot of someone's phone doing the text message? Oh, they've got ads on social media as well, like Twitter, for their plumbing service. That's amazing. I love it. Text. Where? Someone has got to put it up. Where? Oh, here we go. If you text the number, this is what you get. Thanks for the text. We are a little backed up at the moment trying to one-up our competition. We will get back to you as soon as we can. Please keep our business card handy for the future. Tap to expand. Luigi, wait. Please don't leave me, Luigi. They responded. So I guess from that you can sign up to movie news and updates. If you follow the community link at the end of the text. That's so good, man. And they got flyers up around town. Their marketing's hitting. It's kind of like up there with the Deadpool franchise. Not in the same way or the same level, but like in the same way that Deadpool's marketing is always like hitting next level compared to everybody else. I think this is like in a family-friendly kind of way getting there with the creativity. That's adorable. Okay. There we go. All the movie trailers done and dusted. Easy. Commercials time. I want to check out the commercials, see what they got going on. Let's see.
Welcome to Dunkin'.
We got Dunkin' Donuts. We've got something riffing on what was the movie with Cher in it? With the blonde? Clueless? Yeah. Someone's riffing on Clueless. Avocado. There's something with Will Ferrell. Something
I was wrong about
with McBride, Danny McBride. M&M's. Who's in the fridge? What? Oh, it's what's his name? John Hamm from Mad Men. Melissa McCarthy's got one. I bet all these celebrities make so much fucking money from being in these Super Bowl ads. It has to be an absurd amount. I want to be in one. Oh, Ant-Man and Quantumania
Things about T-Mobile. We tried to make a commercial.
Has a beer ad with Heineken. That's random. Ant-Man's always been kind of family friendly, and now they're hooking up with beer. Pepsi with Ben Stiller. Steve Martin. Pepsi as well. Something to do with golf. Ultra Club. Whatever that means. Squarespace. They always do really good stuff. Squarespace is Keanu Reeves commercial, still one of their best. And something from Disney. Okay. That's a lot. But I can close this Empire tag now. Let me just... Okay. I'm ready. I'll go down the bottom of the list. Dunkin' Donuts with Ben Affleck. Sure. Why not?
Dunkin' Run, medium or large coffee, get a donut for an incremental $1. Like, how can it be this inexpensive and good?
Oh, he's doing the accent.
I was gonna have to just give you 10 munchkins. You look a little lost. 1 second, I'm trying to find the bagels. Do I look familiar? Oh. Can I be in it, or you want just use the self-portrait?
What are you doing here?
Oh my god.
Harass me, find my
Is this
friends.
what you do when you say you're going to work all day?
I gotta go, guys.
Grab me a glaze.
Oh. Imagine all the people cracking jokes right now about glazing J-Lo. They made it too easy. Made it way too easy. So I guess the concept there was actually get Ben Affleck to work at Dunkin' Donuts drive-thru for a couple hours and gather footage, surprising real people. That's pretty cool. A lot of the times they're just like high-end skits of celebrities being silly with a product, but like very expensive high-end skits. But I kind of like the idea of like real world, not pranks so much as like gimmicks. Like people at a drive-thru being surprised to see Ben Affleck working there, I think is fun. I enjoy that. I'll give that one a thumbs up.
I used to be pretty clueless about shopping, among other things. Like
Oh my God.
when I heard I could save by getting cash back with Rakuten, I was like, as if. But then I was like, "Ugh, why didn't I do this sooner? Ooh, you can get cash back on all the fashion, even your most capable outfits, at your fave beauty store.
Is that really Alicia Silverstone?
Ooh, eye cream. Not that I need
I
it.
haven't seen her in a while.
And on pretty much whatever. Who put that there? In conclusion, you'd have to be butt crazy to shop with that Rakuten. Cha-ching. Hello. Do I even get a rebuttal? I'm sure it'd be brutal. Whatever.
Aren't you a little old for high school?
What?
That's a no from me, dog. I'm sorry. That was just kind of awkward. I don't know. That made me feel uncomfortable for some reason. I like Alicia Silverstone, and Clueless is a classic, but I don't think there was anything there. I don't know where all the money went on that one. It was just her playing her Cher character, doing the voice, and just spruiking a product. Like, there was nothing to that ad. I made me feel kind of sad, actually. Like, don't do Alicia Silverstone like that. Don't chuck her in an ad with, like, literally no concept. You're your character from the movie. Say the name of our product 5 times. Go. That's basically the writer's room on that one. Yeah, okay, that's a thumbs down for sure. I didn't realize I was going to be doing a thumbs up, thumbs down system for these, but now it's a thing. So far, we're 50-50.
Eve, what's going on?
I might have taken a small bite.
Quiet. Hey!
I'm naked. Hey, try this. They make everything better.
It's the perfect
Forget her name,
big avocado.
but it's her.
Down and traffic free. In fashion, naked is all the rage.
You were right. Avocados make everything better.
Ah, sweet liberty.
This trailer, this ad is insane. What did she say?
Now that's a tourist attraction.
Okay, she's talking about the statue's dick. Cool. Okay. I was not expecting... what is her name? She's in the Scary Movie parodies. Fuck, where's her name? They didn't put her name in the description? They did her dirty. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to look it up. I don't want to do her dirty. Scary Movie. Sorry, I can't remember your other movies right now. Cast. Good God, 64? What a cast. Anna Faris. There she is. Wasn't she dating, Chris Pratt at one point? Maybe? Yeah? I remember her getting real stoked about, the first trailer for Jurassic World and seeing her hubby being all action hero. She was quite excited. It was very cute. Anna Faris. It's hard to know what to make of this. So Anna Faris is Eve in the Adam and Eve mythos. And instead of a snake, a gopher convinces her to eat an avocado. Instead of a snake convincing her to eat an apple. And then the entire universe from that point on is changed to be all avocado-based. It's avocado civilization. And the Statue of Liberty is naked? I think it's a lady Statue of Liberty still. They're eating avocado, but okay. So the concept doesn't really track because if Adam and Eve ate the apple from the snake, that did not turn civilization into an apple-based civilization where everything is based on apples. But apparently, if you change up the mythos so that a gopher gives her an avocado instead of a snake into her an apple, we turn into an avocado-obsessed civilization. And we stay naked. We never do the shame thing. I guess it kind of tracks. Are they saying that if Eve had eaten an avocado instead of an apple, we never would have got thrown out of the Garden of Eden and life would have stayed a utopia? And the gopher is just a random fucking element thrown in? That means nothing. You know what? I'm giving it a thumbs up. Whatever. That's a thumbs up. If only because it's completely insane. And it barely tracks with logic, but cool. Oh, this one's a minute. Okay. GM Motors paid a lot for this one. This is going to be expensive.
General Motors is going electric.
Hi,
And
Will Ferrell.
Netflix is joining in by including more EVs in their movies and shows. It's the least they can do. So if you're going to get swarmed by an army
So
of
GM's
dead,
going
why not get
electric like
swarmed in
Tesla.
an EV? No! I said no biting. Or if you're being voluntarily kidnapped, why not be kidnapped in an EV?
Oh my God.
What's that scent? Is it pine? Now, should they add EVs everywhere?
Wait, go back to
They
Squid Game.
shan't. They shan't. Is it shallant or shan't?
It's neither.
What about here, Erica?
You're ruining the show, you idiot.
What do you mean? It's me, Dusty.
You're not.
They actually got
Yeah, you're
Erica
right.
for
This
real.
is ridiculous.
Tammy, wait!
Later, loser.
But anywhere else it
These
makes
are all
sense.
Netflix shows I've noticed.
There goes another runner.
Brad was so much better for you. You should have gone with Brad.
Yeah, Brad.
Are you serious?
What? I meant more of those cars electric. It's the least they can do.
He's
Gordon, you kill me. I mean, you literally did kill me. You know what?
Wow,
I'm glad you bit me too.
There's a lot going on there. I guess Netflix are in a collab with GM. That was pretty random. It was kind of out of nowhere. I don't know how to feel about that one. That was kind of just 1 minute of overpriced commercial exposition. They were mostly just explaining their product situation with GM going electric and all blah 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 and the rest of it. But at the same time is like showing us $100 million worth of visual effects Netflix parodies with Will Ferrell. With no actual jokes. It was just Will Ferrell is in Netflix show. That is entire joke. You know what? I'm going to be kind and just give that a thumbs up because it was interesting to look at and they were getting across good information about their product. It was interesting to see what GM was doing there with the electric. I was surprised by that. And it's fun to just see parodies of Netflix shows I like, even if they're not really doing anything with them. They're just showing them. It really is that whole thing of like, look, this exists and you know and love it. Applaud, please. And not really like doing anything with it, but I'm going to be cool with that one. Just let it ride. But that is borderline. That is like, that was almost a thumbs down for spending too much money on not really doing anything with the content.
About Downey Unstoppables because it kept this hoodie smelling great for weeks. I'm a freaking believer now. Time to tell the world. Call me Downey McBride. Come on! Y'all gotta sniff this stuff ASAP!
Downey McBride? What?
Look alive, Mr. H!
Smells great, Downey.
Cul-de-sacs. Sniff this!
I don't know if I get it.
Mine.
Is the product called Downey?
And I am unstoppable! Speed.
That was a terrible cut.
Doc Downey. He gets back up. All right. Gotta go with golf cart. Gotta sniff it to believe it.
What the fuck did I just watch? Show me again. What's that bottle say? Downey Unstoppables in Wash Scent Booster. So the product's called Downey, I guess? So he changed his name to Downey McBride and just ran around giving it to everybody? You know what? This one's getting a thumbs down. I like Downey McBride too much to put up with an ad which doesn't really do anything with him. He really just went, I like this product. Let me drive around in a golf cart and just give people said product. What about that is Downey McBride? If you've got Downey McBride and you've probably paid him like the fucking bag, it's probably a blank check with a couple of zeros on that. Why wouldn't you like lean into the Downey McBride-ness of Downey McBride and do something more Downey McBride? If I say that name one more time, it's going to lose all meaning. Downey McBride was also a martial arts instructor in NC and produced a comedy movie called Foot Fist Way. That is a good movie. I like that movie. Go watch it. I don't like this ad. Fuck you, Downey. Next, M&M's. Actors, celebrities, M&M's.
Chewy, chunky clams.
Clams?
Ma and Yas, candy-coated clam bites. You want one?
No.
You're supposed to say yes!
Did she know I said what? What? Okay, wait. Is this for real? I think this is an elaborate joke. I think they're just advertising M&Ms, but they're pretending like they're advertising Mayas, which is candy coated clams. Okay, that's not who I thought it was. Wait, look at her face when she tastes it. I missed that the last time as well. Okay, that's funny. I was still trying to figure out if it was fuck. Who's the one that dated / married Jimmy Kimmel? Played Vanellope von Sweets in Wreck-It Ralph. Something Silverstone? Not Alicia. God fucking damn it. I'm forgetting so many names. It is 4 in the morning. Wreck-It Ralph. It's on the tip of my tongue, man. Sarah Silverman. Not Silverstone, you idiot. I thought that lady was Sarah Silverman, but it was not. He's actually crying. Okay, that's amazing. I didn't notice all the acting going on in the background. So they went, Maya Rudolph, I want you to sell a fake product instead of our actual product. And hopefully people are smart enough to understand that we actually want you to eat M&Ms. That M&M needs help. I like that. Thumbs up. I like counter programming ads. I like anti-ads. I think that counts as an anti-ad because they're pissing about. They're not even selling their own product. I dig it. What do people say? Seeing this commercial with absolutely no context of what was going on with M&Ms is the most hilarious thing I've seen since Calamity Canes, which actually exists. Oh, so there was some like lore going on in the background of the M&M's franchise that I am not aware of that led to this. Man, it's like Maya is the villain of M&M's. I wonder how this will end. Oh, that's right. Maya Rudolph was meant to be taking the place as the M&M's mascot after all the controversy with the CG characters and the Fox News bullshit with them changing the heels and making them lesbians or whatever the hell their problem was. So this is part of that whole Maya Rudolph thing. I didn't put 2 and 2 together for a while there. Thumbs up still. They're having fun with it. I dig it. John Hamm.
John?
Bree,
Brie
any
Larson.
idea why we are in a fridge?
Well, I'm Bree.
Yeah, I'm John.
I know, but
Ham.
you're John who?
John Ham.
So we're Bree and...
Bree and Ham. Ham and Bree. I get it. And Hellman's.
We're dinner.
Cool.
Well, with Hellman's, all these leftovers can be anything. Is that Pete Davidson?
Uh-huh.
He really is everywhere.
I'm gonna eat you guys. You guys are really delicious.
It's weird.
Hellman's brings leftovers to life.
That's the best one so far. I don't care what anyone says. I really like that. That was funny. That was weird, but I think that's the key to my enjoyment of Super Bowl ads. It has to be legitimately funny, but also the right amount of weird, kind of funny. And I don't mind name dropping celebrities. You can fucking strategically drop celebrities and shit. It doesn't bother me. I'm not going to be a hipster about it. But, you know, make it funny. I think that was funny. I was not expecting Pete Davidson. I didn't read the description. So I didn't see the Pete Davidson. I wish they would take that out of the description so it's a surprise for everybody. You know what? I'm actually gonna keep this so I can show someone else later. That's a goodie. That's a thumbs up. All right, Melissa McCarthy.
Booking.com. I'm going to somewhere.
Oh, it's a musical
anywhere.
about
a
Booking.com.
beach house, a tree house. Honestly, I don't care. Hello, humidity. A fancy hotel with a sexy garden.
Landscape architect.
A tiny home with aggressive flair.
She actually doesn't have a bad voice.
Somewhere, anywhere. As long as they have childcare.
Booking.com? Booking.
Yeah.
That was alright. That was more of a normal ad, really. I like it when Melissa McCarthy does things that doesn't annoy or make people hate her. Because she makes comedies sometimes that are just mad cringe. And sometimes it's her fault, sometimes it's the film itself, sometimes it's both. But she's a good actress. If you watch her in any of her actual drama roles where it's not a comedy, she's actually pretty good, man. And she can be funny too. I've seen her in SNL stuff, and she has been in some movies where she was legit funny. So I don't know why she has so many stinkers, because we've seen evidence of her doing much better. I want to see her in more dramas. I want to see more of the real acting stuff from her, because I think that's the stuff that hits the hardest. I didn't know she had a voice. Isn't she playing, didn't I read that she was playing Ursula in the live-action Little Mermaid remake? Because if that's true, that's cool. Now we know she can sing. And I can't wait to see what that looks like. I'm keen for that Little Mermaid movie. I'm going to give that a tepid thumbs up. It's fine. It really just plays like a normal ad, though. Musical and all.
Home internet.
Oh my god.
Hey, neighbor!
Try T-Mobile. It sets up so fast.
Oh my god.
It's like Wi-Fi that runs on 5G. Home internet from T-Mobile? Wait till you see. Tell me more, tell me more.
One cord's all that you need.
Tell me more, tell me more. Don't you worry about speed. I can't believe it. It's just $50. Why pay more?
Paying more sucks. T-Mobile home internet seems too good to be.
The jump and the click. That was kind of funny.
That's what T-Mobile
He did the
can do.
Okay, you can't do the high note.
Tell me more. Tell me more.
He couldn't nail the high note anymore, but he did the noise. If you know your Grease, you know what I'm talking about. Deep cuts, that one. I'm torn, man. For some reason, I feel like in one way this was made for me because I love Grease and I love musicals, and John Travolta's cool. Something about that was rubbing me up the wrong way, and I can't put my finger on what. Maybe it's because it felt gratuitous, like they were taking something I love and rubbing my face in it to sell T-Mobile. It might be that vibe. Sometimes commercials do that thing where they write off a popular thing you like, and something about the vibe of being sold a product with the face of the thing you love can make you feel a little bit dirty inside. Like, you feel a bit icky about the whole thing. I think there was a little bit of that going on there. It was cute, though, but I'm kind of thumbs up and thumbs down at the same time on that. I'm so confused. I'm going to leave that dead in the middle because that kind of fucked with my head a little bit. I don't know how to feel about that. I'm going to show that to someone else I know that likes Grease to see what their opinion is. I'm going to keep that on the other screen. Okay. Oh, God. T-Mobile again.
To tell you all the incredible things about T-Mobile, we tried to make a commercial with Bradley Cooper and his mother.
Hi, how can I help you?
Yeah, I don't like the way you look. Does T-Mobile really have a 5G?
America's largest 5G network. Try it again.
Oh my God, you look like a flamingo in this.
Okay. America's largest 5G
Is that his real mom?
network. How
If
can I
that
help
is,
you?
I love it.
Hi, how are you? Can I help you?
You're making me crazy. And what does price lock guarantee mean?
Mom, talk to me. Don't worry about this.
Well, I have one eye there and one eye on you.
T-Mobile has price lock.
Okay, whoa.
This is cute. I like this.
Smile. You look like a clam.
I think I know what I'm doing. I've been nominated 9 times.
Yeah, but you never won any.
Speaking of winning,
That's exactly
this
the
year
shit moms would
T-Mobile's
say.
network won the most national awards.
I dig
Now
it.
this just might make us America's best network.
You did so well.
Wish they could have said that.
They never actually made the ad. But I guess that was the concept. It was never meant to be an ad. They just made an ad out of the idea of making an ad and just having fun with it. That fits into that anti-commercial thing I was talking about. Subversive shit. I like that. That's a big thumbs up. I like that one a lot. I'm going to keep that. What is this? Popcorners. I don't know what that is. But they paid for a whole minute. Oh my god.
Yo, these are the bomb!
And they're
Breaking.
air popped, not fried.
Popcorners. You're an artist.
Actually, Jesse, it's just basic ingredients. No, we don't eat our own supply.
Mr. White!
Jesse,
Everyone's gonna want to taste. And I know just the guy to talk to.
This is the trip, man.
What are these? We call them popcorners.
They got him back as
say
well?
their name.
Popcorners! Take! Yeah! How much of this stuff do you have? We've got 6 signature flavors, yo.
Why does
7!
Heisenberg
You
look
make
weird?
7! 7.
7 works.
Yeah.
Popcorners. Break into something good.
We're gonna eat a lot of snacks together.
Something's wrong here. Are they deep faked? I'm tripping balls a little bit. There's something wrong here. It's directed by Vince Gilligan as well. Oh my god, why? Okay. I don't know what it is that's tripping me about this. Popcorners Breaking Bad? Let me try typing in what is it? What's the word I just said? Deep fake. Oh, they think that maybe they're using deepfake technology to make the actors look younger, so they fit the actual look of the show. Good point. Part of this looks deepfake, but part of it looks real. Anyone know the story behind this? If yeah, other people are noticing their faces look off. Yeah, I think that first guy was correct. I think they just got the real actors but deep faked their faces to look like their younger selves from the show. Interesting. I need to talk to someone about that later. About the VFX. I'm gonna put that on the side too. Okay, Ant-Man and Heineken.
Oh, hey. What? Oh, don't judge
Anthony.
me, Anton.
Oh, Anton.
Alcohol-free.
Alcohol-free Heineken.
Oh, back to work.
Is that the whole ad? Ant-Man just says that Heineken is now alcohol-free and then leaves the room? Oh, God. I'd hate to do this to a Marvel product, but thumbs down. You got Paul Rudd and you got him to just say that your beer was not alcoholic and then walk away? That's the whole commercial? Dude. Oh, I didn't thumbs up or thumbs down the fucking the Breaking Bad one. Middle. I do think it's weird that they're like, hey, it's Breaking Bad chips. I don't think they really did anything with the concept. I think that was a bit lazy. It wasn't bad though. They put effort in. That's middle. I can't really commit to bad or good on that one. That's definitely a bad though. Heineken, Marvel, Ant-Man. That was a nothing. That was a nothing burger all the way.
Presidents, get ready for prime time.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. I look like a baby dolphin.
What?
Primer stuff sure is sticky. Sticky. Hello?
Jen, what's up? It's me.
Yeah, can you hold on 1 second? Oh.
Coolidge, everything okay over there?
Yeah, this is a real good grip. Oh, it's not in a gift box. Yes. Isn't that sweet?
Okay, this started out good because I like seeing that actress. That once again, I also am forgetting everyone's names tonight. How embarrassing. Jennifer Coolidge. Iconic voice, iconic mannerisms. I think that one was lazy as well. They had Jennifer Coolidge, and they had her do slapstick about the makeup being sticky and getting phone stuck to her face. That was it. Thumbs down. You did Coolidge dirty. Please come up with better, funnier, more clever concepts if you're going to be spending $7 million on a 30-second Super Bowl spot and wasting the time of a good actor, actress. Like, come on, man. Holy shit, what's happening here? Marvel parodies of Ben Stiller.
Stay away from my wife.
Stay away from my wife.
I'm Ben Stiller. My job as an actor is making you believe what you're seeing is real. Louise, will you?
Is that the wife?
The pain is real.
That the gold is real.
Don't say that about yourself.
Oh my god.
I know. The friendship is real. The real is real.
Yes.
But it's not real. It's just acting.
More Zoolander.
Wow, that's like really good. Or was I just acting? Only way to know is to try it for yourself.
Pepsi Zero Sugar.
This is really, really ridiculously good tasting.
No, it's not. I hate Pepsi. That's the thing. You can't actually sell me on that product. I'm a Coca-Cola man through and through. You get that Pepsi out of here. Get that out of my face. I will get violent. Hands will be thrown. That wasn't too bad. The lead up with him doing all the acting vignettes was cute. Nothing that special. It was in danger of being a little lazy. I really liked the little last thing of like, was him liking the Pepsi acting or real? And that was a little bit of self-deprecating humor there that I think saved it. So that's getting a thumbs up. There you go. Good job, Pepsi. More Pepsi? Steve Martin?
I think you're gonna like your new nose, Miss Hastings.
And cut.
I'm Steve Martin.
I saw.
As an actor, it's my job to make people believe that what they're seeing is real. Hey.
Oh, it's the same ad, just with a different comedian.
That the frustration is real. Man, I'm hungry. Oh, the disappointment is real.
1, 2, 3.
Funny thing is that Steve Martin's pretend acting is actually less...
You're all losers. That the joy is real.
Less
It's
good
not real.
acting than Ben Stiller
It's
was
acting.
doing.
Wow! That's fantastic!
Or was I just acting? Only way to find out is to try it yourself.
I never thought I'd say this, but I think Ben Stiller did a better job at this than Steve Martin did. Like, all his fake acting wasn't actually... The joke works better, I think, with Ben Stiller because his pretend acting was actually trying to pass as the real acting. Like, there was no parody to it, even though the whole concept was satirical. But the Steve Martin had that wink in his eye the whole time of like, I'm just goofing around. Like, even when it was meant to be pretend real acting. Which I think is interesting. Wait, there's ones with both of them in it? Hang on a sec.
Hey, I'm actor Ben Stiller.
And I'm better actor Steve Martin.
What?
Well, you're a comic actor. That's not really acting.
Okay, you couldn't act your way out of a paper bag.
Oh, you couldn't act your way into the paper bag that I was acting in.
That makes no sense.
Well, oh, so now we're making sense.
Over actor.
Under actor.
Sell out.
You're doing a commercial.
So are you.
Pepsi Zero Sugar.
Tastes great.
Okay.
Screw you.
No, screw you.
Man, unironically, even though the fight is about Steve Martin being the better actor, I think Ben Stiller is actually the better actor. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Steve Martin goes way back. I was watching his movies when I was a kid, before I even knew who Ben Stiller was. This is a wild
Hi, I'm
day.
Ben Stiller.
And I'm Steve Martin.
As actors, in a way, we never really stop acting.
For example, Ben is acting right now like he's not intimidated standing next to me.
And Steve's acting like he's not lucky to be here.
Oh, and Ben's acting like that whole awkward thing he does is a character, not his actual personality.
And Steve's acting like, ooh, I'm Steve Martin, when really he's not. So it's like, okay, we get it. You're like, I mean, whatever, you know.
See what I mean?
Okay, banjo player.
Nepo baby.
Nepo baby.
You know what,
Ooh.
Steve, I actually don't want to do this because I'm a huge fan of yours, really.
Thank you, and honestly, I'm a big fan of yours.
Really?
I was acting.
So was I. This whole time. That's what we started out talking about, how we're always acting. I was acting the whole time.
Okay. They're dragging that concept out a little bit, but sure. Overall, thumbs up to the whole thing, I guess. Think, we don't need that much of it though, to be honest. And Steve Martin's just old and doesn't really give a shit anymore, does he? Steve Martin, man. Huh? Oh, that was Steve Martin. Who's the older guy?
Hi,
I mean, he does look... there's a couple... When he pulls certain expressions, like when he smiles in a certain way, you can see the Steve Martin in his face. Sometimes he looks like a different dude entirely, though. Look like someone else. Yeah, exactly. I thought he looked a bit funny when I watched the first commercial with him in it. Oh, no, I'm watching it full screen, and I thought he looked a bit... unrecognizable when I first saw him in the longer trailer. But then after a few seconds, I got used to it, and I could see him inside. He looks like the PragerU guy. Ew, PragerU. But yeah, it's weird. I was just saying that they both did their own versions of the same ad, basically, talking about acting and fake acting different scenarios, and then talking about Pepsi at the end. And I just thought it was weird that after watching Ben Stiller's and watching Steve Martin's, like, Ben Stiller's was actually better. Like, the actual acting in his was better. And I thought that was weird because, like, I would have thought that Steve Martin being the older, more classic comedian, I would have assumed that he, if I had to guess, would have been better than Ben Stiller. But I think Ben Stiller kind of smoked him a little bit at this. I think Steve Martin has a little bit of that, what's his name from Ghostbusters? Why am I forgetting everyone's name tonight? Is it because it's almost 5 in the morning? Maybe. Fuck, man. Who's the actor from Ghostbusters? The most famous one? Comedian. Good God, my brain. I forgot Sarah Silverman's name earlier, and then someone else's, and now this. Jennifer Coolidge. How do you do this? How? Groundhog Day. I'm gonna throw myself off a bridge. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. It's doing that. I think when I get to a certain length of a stream, sometimes my brain starts to shut down and forget names of people. Bill Murray. You were thinking Dan Aykroyd? Oh. Wait, when I said most famous Ghostbuster, you would have picked Dan Aykroyd over Bill Murray? Interesting take. I don't think too many people would agree with you on that one. I love Dan Aykroyd, though, but I wouldn't say he's more famous than Bill Murray. Yeah, Bill Murray, I think maybe Steve Martin is at the point that Bill Murray's at right now as well, where they're like classic established comedian actors that don't have to do anything anymore. They've got all their money, they've got all their fame. They just don't show up in movies anymore because they don't give a shit. And when you do see them and stuff, there's a level of don't give a shit that it's palpable. Like when you see Bill Murray in something, he doesn't act anymore. He just shows up like he's Bill Murray accepting paycheck. And that's all he really has to do. And it's not like he's bad. It's just that we're happy to see him and he does his bit and he leaves. But it's always just kind of Bill Murray showing up and going, yeah, whatever. Just I'll say the line and laughing. I'm good. And I guess they earned it. His name was the first to pop up. Are you a vodka fan? Because that might be the reason that Dan Aykroyd was the first name to pop up in your head. Actually, no, I do remember that you said you don't drink. But the only thing I know about Dan Aykroyd is that he has that Skull vodka brand that he's always pimping. I remember seeing him in some videos, and he had the actual skull, the crystal skull vodka bottle on the desk, and I'm like, wow, he just has that in everything he does now. Part of his contract that he gets to spruik his own vodka brand everywhere he goes. A little bit cringe. Okay, yay. What is this? Ultra Club. Next. What is Ultra Club? Is it a golf club?
Well, we're waiting.
That's Serena? I don't know what the product is.
I bet you sliced it into the woods.
They paid all the celebrities to be here, but I'm not sure what they're selling.
Billy.
It's either a brand of golf club, it's an actual golf club itself, like the Institute, or it's a beer? I think it's a beer. Michelob Ultra. Oh, it's alcohol. Okay. Well, that's a big thumbs down. That was a stupid ad. You can't just pay a bunch of celebrities to hang out and fucking pretend to play golf and do Three Stooges skits on the green. And then at the end go, by the way, fucking beer. This is a stupid ad. Moving on. Next. Okay, this one's gonna be good. I know it because it's Squarespace and they always nail this shit.
Squarespace is a website that makes websites? Meaning, it could create itself. Websites making websites. Websites making websites.
Wow, this is creepy.
It's the singularity. You did it, Adam Driver.
Okay. Not as good as the Keanu Reeves Squarespace ad they did like 2 or 3 years ago. But solid. Thumbs up. Super Bowl ads? Yeah, almost done. I pretty much run out of tabs essentially after that one. I think like part of Squarespace's secret ingredient is making sure they always pick an actor that they know everybody loves, Keanu Reeves, Adam Driver, and then making something super weird with them. Super weird, actor that everybody loves. That's the only 2 things you need. And then also $7 million to afford 30 seconds in the Super Bowl. Because that's kind of important. That is very expensive. You got to know you're going to get your money's worth out of that shit. All right, what is this? Disney 100 special look. What is this? Who the fuck is Adam Driver? Really? Oh my god. Genie. He's one of the actors of our generation. Adam Driver's great. Also, he looks like that weird cat breed whose name escapes me, but you know. Cats. Why would it take me to the mobile site? That's stupid. IMDb, please. Adam Driver. What's he got coming up? 65, Megalopolis, Enzo Ferrari. He's in the Ferrari biopic. He's in Megalopolis, which... Is that based on the anime? Architect wants to rebuild New York City as a utopia following a devastating disaster. That sounds dope. Francis Ford Coppola. That's a 50-50 right there. 65 is the movie where he's going to be fighting dinosaurs with a laser gun. That's going to be interesting. What's his most famous shit? Not J. Edgar. Francis Ha. Might have been the first time people noticed him. Inside Llewellyn Davis. Where does it get cray-cray? Here we go, Force Awakens. Kylo Ren. That might be the most likely thing you remember him from. Whether or not you give a shit about Star Wars, he was Kylo Ren. Midnight Special, good movie. He was a lead in that. Patterson, good indie hipster film about the bus driver. He was good in that. Silence, Martin Scorsese, where he's the priest who goes to Japan. Divisive film. He's in the TV show Girls. He's the narcissistic guy that does some dirty shit in some of the sex scenes. Logan Lucky. I never saw it, but really wanted to. Black Klansman. He's the white policeman in Black Klansman that the black policeman gets to pretend to be him when he has to go undercover with the KKK. That was also a good movie. Spike Lee joint. The Man Who Killed Don Coyote, never saw it. The Report, I saw it, a bit dry, but he's good in it. The Dead Don't Die, very dry, but it's a dry comedy, so that's good. I find that funny. Marriage Story, that was Oscars. They got Oscar noms for that, didn't they? Him and ScarJo. More Star Wars, more Star Wars. He was in The Last Duel. That movie with Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, set in medieval times, about the duel. House of Gucci, with fucking Al Pacino and Lady Gaga. Was that also Scorsese? That was Ridley Scott. I don't know why I thought that might have been Scorsese. But anyway, Adam Driver. He's handsome in that weird kind of way. You know how like when sometimes women are really into certain male actors that are actually kind of weird looking, that if they weren't celebrities, that they might not have turned any heads? You only recognize Don Coyote? Oh, Star Wars? Yeah, I'd put Adam Driver up there with Donnie Darko, fucking Jake Gyllenhaal. Jake Gyllenhaal and Adam Driver are both the kind of actors that I think are that weird-looking kind of handsome. That if they were like a groundskeeper with no fame, they might not turn heads. But as a celebrity, they've got all those chicks on lock that like the weirder-looking celebrity dudes. Because like it's like Jake Gyllenhaal in particular. Jake Gyllenhaal always had a very weirdly alien look to him, especially when he was younger. And now that he's gotten older and grown some like facial hair, I can kind of see it more, the sex appeal. What is this? Did Disney do some kind of like retrospective of the whole Disney brand for the Super Bowl?
Open your eyes.
Think of the one place you've always wanted to see.
Oh, this is gonna be cute.
This is where our magic comes from?
They say if you dream a thing more than once,
Please, please, please.
it's sure to come true.
Everything you see
adorable.
exists together in the great circle of life.
Everyone always sleeps on that live-action Cinderella movie.
It's true.
It's actually not bad. This came out before the modern craze of turning all Disney movies into live-action remakes.
She was tricky.
Holy shit, that's loud.
Life is full of possibilities.
Sorry.
What do you want to be?
I had that really cranked.
The world is in our hands, and we gotta do something with it.
I just want to say a word of thanks to all the artists, the workers, and all of you young and the young in heart. You help make this dream come true.
Okay, that was adorable. I felt a few feels there. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna cry, I promise. It might have almost got me once I started to sink into it a little bit. I like how they kind of thanked all the fans at the end there, but they neglected to thank the overworked CGI department that have had a lot of complaints lately about poor work practices. Them and Marvel. That was cute. I like that. Thumbs up. I like feeling a feel. Is that everything? Have I finally seen all of it? Hang on. Super Bowl spot. Let's just do a random scroll. I've done all the movies. Oh, you weren't here before when I saw it, but there is a ad for some fucking phone app that stars Alicia Silverstone reprising her Cher character from Clueless. And like, when I saw the thumbnail and the concept, I was like, oh cool, I like Clueless. I like Alicia Silverstone. The ad's shit, man. Like, it's just old Alicia Silverstone acting like young Alicia Silverstone Cher character, but not doing anything with the concept except for just talking up the product. And I thought that was kind of a waste. Like, I don't like it when Super Bowl ads a lot of the time are very expensive and a lot of creativity, but sometimes these ones get through that are super lazy, where they put a lot of money into the spot, the $7 million bracket, put a lot of money into the celebrity that they've picked up to throw in there, and obviously the technical creation of the ad is also high end. But then the concept is famous person playing famous character that you know and love, shows you at Pepsi and goes, this is good, and then that's the trailer? Like, fuck you. That's some lazy nostalgia writing bullshit. Like, you've got Alicia Silverstone, you're riffing on Clueless, do something. You've got, like, millions of dollars of the most creative minds in the industry, like, ready to make this for you. Fucking do something. Some of the trailers I've seen tonight did something. Like, there's some good ones in here. Like, I enjoyed some of these. And then some are just... some are just some lazy bullshit. Like, the one with, what's her name? Anna Faris was just weird enough to be interesting. I didn't mind that. I like the Ben Affleck one in Dunkin' Donuts because that's I think that's real world concepts like that with real people are fun. And J-Lo's little appearance is cute as well. The Will Ferrell one, the Netflix and GM vehicle collab, was borderline almost a bit lazy, but it was crazy enough to be interesting. They really were just parroting a bunch of Netflix shows with Will Ferrell in the middle, but they didn't really make any jokes. The joke really was Will Ferrell is in Thing. So, you know, that was a little borderline. They almost didn't get away with that. I don't know how I feel about the popcorn chips Breaking Bad thing, because that was sort of weird. That's another one where I'm like, okay, you've got the actors, you're doing Breaking Bad, but what are you doing aside from Breaking Bad characters like chips? Like, can we do a little more with it? Is that possible? I think the Grease one is technically good. It's just, as a fan of musicals and Grease in general, I think it just made me feel filthy. I didn't like Grease being used to sell T-Mobile to me. Something about that gave me the shits. And then I got really sad when John Travolta couldn't hit the high note anymore. The Danny McBride ad is shit. Because Danny McBride is a funny dude. And his trailer basically amounted to, hey, this product is so cool. I'm changing my name to the product and then walking around my suburb giving it to people. But not in a out in the real world giving it to real people kind of prank kind of way. It was just actors. So like, you got Dan McBride and you basically just got him to go, I like product. Watch me tell other people product is good. Recreating the iconic scene. You goof, pure fan service. Oh, it depends on which one you're talking about. Like the Will Ferrell one is recreating iconic scenes from famous Netflix shows. Like, Breaking Bad. Like, Stranger Things and Squid Game and Bridgerton and everything like that. But in that particular sense, it's like there's no actual joke aside from we recreated the scene and Will Ferrell is also here now. And then nothing really happens with it. With the exception of the zombie one where, I mean, he turns into a zombie but keeps on talking normally and driving the car around, which I guess is something. But the Breaking Bad one, like, there was some cute lines that were like from the original show but changed to be about the chips. But I think I was expecting more to happen aside from them going, we made the chips like it was the meth. And then I guess that was really the whole thing. Oh, the other thing was the visual effects were freaking me out, and that distracted me a lot from enjoying the ad. So I think that didn't help, because their faces are mad fucked up, and I couldn't unsee it. There is some wild deep faking going on their faces that was tripping my balls. But you know, fair. I understand why they did that. And they did it well. It's clearly a very expensive deepfake. I don't think I saw this one. Sylvester Stallone, A Mountain of Entertainment, big game commercial. What? Okay, wait. That's something that wasn't part of my list. Also, is this a Bud Light? Okay, this might be a Bud Light commercial with Miles Teller. 6 days ago, Crown Royale, Super Bowl. Oh, there's another one. Okay, so the article I was reading didn't actually include everything. Oh, did you see the Hellman's mayonnaise one from the Super Bowl? I like that one. The one with John Hamm, Brie Larson, and Pete Davidson. I enjoyed that one quite a bit. That one was just crazy enough and weird enough. I think that one and the T-Mobile ad with Bradley Cooper were my favorites. The Bradley Cooper one was basically, the concept was them trying to make an ad with Bradley Cooper and his mum. And the whole ad is just them on set trying to get the mum to get the lines right. And it's really cute. It's actually him interacting with his mum. Like, for real. And that was fun. Oh, you knew about the BB one because people won't shut up about it? Was there another crypto? Not a single crypto ad. I've seen all of them except for these couple of extras that I found by doing an extra search myself, but not a single word about crypto. I don't think we'll be hearing about crypto. There's no way someone's spending $7 million on a Super Bowl ad to talk about crypto after everything that's happened. Crypto's dead in the water. Another big game spot. Rockstar. Okay. Couple that I missed. Yeah, but the Bradley Cooper T-Mobile one and the Brie Larson and John Hamm mayonnaise one, I think, are my two favorites. Amazon's big game ad, Saving Sawyer. Okay, I'll check that out. Square Enix are going to do it. Oh, but that's old news. We knew about the Square Enix getting into NFT thing from some point last year, mid last year, I think, and everyone was roasting them because that was around about the time when crypto and NFTs were starting to really tank, and that was right when they announced that, and everyone laughed at them because they're like, seriously, you're moving away from all these huge franchise things and you're getting to the NFT space right when it's fucking dying in the ass and becoming a massive joke. I think they were even selling off some of their major properties at the same time. So they were selling off a bunch of really good shit, and they were taking on NFTs right as it was dying. And it was like, wow, Square Enix, you don't really want to have a company anymore, do you? Oh, more details came out about it. Oh no. Oh no, Square Enix. Oh, the Indiana Jones Super Bowl spot for 30-second Super Bowl spot wasn't too bad. But I think I'm just stoked to see more from that because we haven't seen more that much of Indiana Jones at all. Let's type in Square Enix. Babada-boop. Square Enix NFT. They're forging ahead with their commitment to non-fungible tokens. So this is all from January. 4 days ago. Four days ago is pretty recent. Partnering with Polygon for NFT art project. Pushing into Web3 gaming through new NFT project called Symbiogenesis. Oh my god. That sure looks like a fucking Square Enix title screen. Do they use the same graphic designer for every Final Fantasy game and every other thing they do? Ah, guys. I can't remember what they were planning to sell off before going at NFTs. Some of their major franchises were going to get sold off, but I can't remember if that was actually going to happen or not, or if they backpedaled. Because they've got FF, they've got Tomb Raider, they've got Just Cause, they've got Thief, I think, still. Multiple blockchain games based on the original intellectual property and development. Oh my god, dude. I mean, it might work. They might pump this out and it might make them a mint. We can't be sure. The company says only 3 players that meet certain criteria will be chosen to participate in the final world mission. These special 3 will decide the ending of the story, the fate of the world, and everyone in it. Oh my god, the stakes on that shit. That's pretty cool, actually. If only it wasn't a Web3 blockchain game. If that was an MMO, where the million players around the world involved in the world of the MMO, much like a World of Warcraft, get whittled down to just a tiny, small group of like 3 to 5 players that actually are the only ones that are instrumental in the larger endgame story stuff. I think that's actually kind of cool, kind of awesome. That's huge stakes and pressure on those players, though. Everyone's going to be watching and judging. They better be streamers, too. If you're one of those final 3 players that the entire fate of the world story is resting on in whatever this game is, I hope you're a streamer, because that is a opportunity and a half. You're only one of 3 possible people that could ever stream that content. Everyone's going to be showing up on your stream to see that shit. Never thought they'd double down, though. I'm kind of surprised. I thought they'd either backpedal out of it or at least, you know, just kind of cruise through and not really talk about it anymore after the roasting they got, but I guess they're going hard. Oh well, put your money where your mouth is. Let's see it. Good luck, Square Enix. You're gonna need it. Okay. I'm not seeing anything else new here, so let's see what Bud Light's got.
The estimated hold time is now less than 96 minutes.
Kind of like that song. Hey, Samari. Ooh, Miles Teller likes it too. He's got an attractive girlfriend slash co-actor.
We thank you for your patience.
Sorry, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay, please hold.
It's really just two drunk people drinking Bud Light. Points for being adorable, though. That did feel like one of those like real relationship moments of just fucking around and being silly. Thumbs up.
Wow. I think we got it.
Hey, Foo Fighters.
Today, let's thank Canada. Thank you for legends of music and heroes of comedy. Thank you for this heartthrob. Thank you, Canada, for peanut butter, the paint roller.
Peanut butter?
Poutine. That's French fries with cheese and gravy. It's good. Thank you for creating
Poutine
the
is good.
Milwaukee. And the battery. The egg carton, the ironing board.
Whoa,
the
I'm actually
electric
learning
wheelchair,
stuff.
Hawaiian pizza, instant potatoes, canola oil, trash bags, and thank you for this. Thank you for giving us hockey, basketball, and
Basketball as well?
for football.
What? No way.
Yeah, look it up.
Wow.
Thank you, Canada. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. I like that. That was a cool ad. Damn. I actually learned shit. That was one of those rare ads that I actually learned shit that I found interesting. I had no idea that Canada was responsible for so much good shit. Or just shit in general. Regardless of quality. And, what's his name? Daniel Gruhl? The leader of the Foo Fighters? I probably shouldn't call him the leader of the Foo Fighters. The front man. The leader is such a weird way to describe that. Wait, here's a text description. Peanut butter, paint rollers, poutine, the replay button, walkie-talkies, batteries, egg cartons, ironing boards, electric wheelchairs, Hawaiian pizza, instant potatoes, canola oil, trash bags, hockey, basketball, football. Jesus Christ. Instant potatoes? See, hockey doesn't surprise me because they're all about their ice hockey, but basketball and football coming from Canada is a shock to me. I thought those were just straight up American. Did American invent any cool sports, or did they just take the coolest ones and make a big deal out of them, like the Super Bowl? That's a big thumbs up. That's a double. Wait, double. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Basketball and football, like American Gridiron, American is in the name. It kind of fucks me up to think that two of the most American sports in the world, seemingly American sports, are Canadian inventions. Because the Super Bowl and the NBA are like huge things in America. You just would assume that they made it. Who made soccer? Because that is something that is massive all around the world. What was the first country to do soccer? I'm going to guess Brazil? Football. Sorry. Some people like to call it football. I thought basketball was American. No, that's what the ad was saying. Everyone knows that Canada is responsible for hockey, but apparently, Canada also invented basketball and football, which is what was fucking me up. I had no clue. Soccer's invention. Origin. Here we go. 206 BC, first records of Chinese soldiers playing Tzu-Chu, kicking ball. Don't tell me China invented it, really? Wait a minute. When was soccer first invented? According to FIFA, modern soccer began in England. Okay. So if you want to go really in depth, versions of kicking a ball go back as far as 200 BC China. But if we're talking soccer as we know it today, we're talking 1800s England. Cool. That surprises me too. That England invented soccer. Modern soccer. I would have gone with a much more European-y country like Brazil. Did I just call Brazil European-y? What the fuck? That's a stupid thing to say. Why would I call Brazil European-y? It's not even the right part of the world. It's just the vibe, man. It's just the vibe they give off. Basketball was created in America by immigrants, Canadian immigrants. Oh, baseball. Sorry, I read that as basketball for some reason. My eyes are starting to get blurry from tiredness. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. See, if it wasn't America, my next guess would have been Japan because of how massive baseball is in Japan. But America would have been my first guess. I guess it's kind of silly that I would have assumed that a place like Brazil would have been the place where soccer was invented, solely because Brazilians are just really good at soccer. Like, that's not much evidence to base that on. I was being a bit silly. What's this?
Hey, corporate types, would you stop calling each other rock stars?
You're a rock star. You are a rock star.
Rock stars, please.
You know what it takes to be a rock star?
I've trashed hotel rooms in 40
Oh, shit.
countries.
I was on the road since I was 16.
I've done my share of bad things. Also, your share of bad things.
We know that using Workday for finance and HR makes you great at your job.
That don't make you a rock star.
Man, they're really
Oh, Ted in finance.
they're really going in on finance people.
Hey, Liz in HR, can you do this? Unless you work with an actual rock star.
You are a rock star.
Thank you.
Why did he have a chainsaw?
Hi, I'm Oswald.
Hello, Oswald.
Give it up for Pam. Pam, you are a rock star. I wasn't gonna say it.
That was good acting. Alright, that was awesome. Some of these extra ads I've been finding just at the tail end of this are actually all pretty good. Man, they got some names in there. Ozzy Osbourne, Gary Clark, Joan Jett, Billy Idol, Paul Stanley. I don't know who Paul Stanley is. Who the fuck's Paul Stanley? I'm about to embarrass myself. Hang on. Oh, fucking Kiss. Alright. But specifically Starchild, which is, you know, the least popular member of Kiss. So that's why I didn't recognize his name. Could they not get Gene? Or is he dead? No, he's alive. Age 73. I guess he was too expensive. That was pretty good though. I like that.
Meanwhile, on Paramount Mountain.
Okay, this mountain has 3 faces. The northern face.
Holy shit, dude. Cool. Lower Decks, Beavis and Butthead, Dora the Explorer, that guy from the Comedy Cop Show. Name escaping me currently. The new Star Trek Discovery captain. I don't know who these chicks are. Can't really see them. Okay, good start.
This mountain has 3 faces. The northern face, The southern face. And
The Sylvester Stallone face.
Is it Reno? Reno 911? How we? I think.
the southern face. And
The Sylvester Stallone face.
Okay.
Of course.
Who's crazy?
Yes.
enough to
Okay.
climb
Good. I remembered it correctly.
Hey, how you doing?
And Stallone's here.
Is that Dad? Yeah, he always does this.
Wait, is that his daughters? Why is Sylvester Stallone's daughters there? What the fuck do they have to do with Paramount? They're attractive. The Italian Stallion has got some good genes.
I got goosies. Look at my legs.
Hey, that tickles.
No, don't sneeze.
Dear God, no.
Keep it in there, big boy.
I've never seen his kids before.
Hold it in. Hold it.
hold it.
Don't do it.
Go!
He's dead.
He'll be all right. Maybe.
He's fine.
And he's gone.
He does this. This is normal.
Okay.
I wonder if I need surgery.
Slightly cheesy, but I really do enjoy characters from like different things coming together and stuff. That kind of tickles me. I think Dora was really stealing the show there. Dora the Explorer, reading the map and geographic location information about where they were was really fun. And yeah, I've never seen his kids before. Sophia, Scarlett, and Sistine. Does he have any sons, or is it just 3 daughters? Sylvester Stallone strikes me as the kind of guy that would have kept having kids until he had a son. Like he would have wanted a son that bad that he would have just kept popping them out one after the other until he got 3 daughters and he was like, you know what, fuck it. That's good enough. I don't need a son anymore. I'm tired of having kids. Yeah, Reno 911. Their name escaped me briefly, but yeah. Oh, it's not Star Trek Discovery. I'm an idiot. Star Trek Strange New Worlds is what that captain was from. And the cartoon was Lower Decks. See, I always find that kind of... I love crossing universe stuff. I think that's always fun. I like seeing how characters from different things would interact with each other. Like, that's an instant winner, if you ask me. Like, if you were doing, like, a really expensive Netflix ad, and you had, like, Dustin from Stranger Things, like, talking to other character from other Netflix show. I can't think of any. I'm on the spot. Oh, my God. Why, brain? You've betrayed me. Oh, my God, there's so many Netflix shows, too. Like, maybe back when the Marvel stuff was still on there. Like, Daredevil could have talked to Dustin from Stranger Things or some stupid shit. And, you know, I would have been amused. I don't know why I'm mental blanking on Netflix shows of all things. There's so many to pick from. Not fuck it, I'm moving on.
Breakfast is ready.
This is for Amazon, I think.
It seems like only yesterday.
Get it, bonito. Good boy.
I'm excited to see you in person. Don't forget your homework.
We're all back in the office next week, right?
Can you believe it?
Now you're all grown up inside.
Let's go. Lockdown is over.
You've access to be a good boy.
Moments flee. Life is brief, but when it's
Aw.
gone,
This is cheating. Don't pull heartstrings with Sad Dog. Cheating. I call party foul. He's a naughty pupper.
I know you can hear me.
Wow, that actually frustrates me a little bit. Which one?
You might like that one.
Oh, dude.
life is brief.
Oh, fuck. You bamboozled me. Oh, I thought that. Oh, okay. Well played. Well played. I thought they were going to get rid of the dog because it was a menace, it was destroying the house, and they couldn't afford to keep it. They bamboozled me. They got him a pupper friend, keep him a brother. They got him a brother. Single tier. That was good. That was very good. I'm still mad that they cheated and used cute dog to win commercial. I'm gonna give you a pass because it was a good bamboozle. That's all. That's all. Okay. Boom. That's everything. Awesome. There was not as much awesome stuff in like a spectacular kind of way, if that makes sense. I swear that older Super Bowl commercial periods had like bigger, more explosively amazing shit. Whereas this time they just had some nice wholesome stuff, some nice funny stuff, and then a couple of stinkers. It seemed kind of low key to me. Oh, hey, Tanky. What's up? Oh, for a second I thought that was a Biscoff, but that's a link. What is? Hitman 3's freelancer in less than a minute. Okay. What? Outside requires master level 13. Circumcision knife. Oh, this is the same artist that did the one you showed me one last time you were here. I think it's the same art style. Probably same dude. I remember commenting on it saying it was like it gave me the vibes of like early 2000s Newgrounds animation. Cartoonishly. Yeah, this dude's got that raw animation style, like Newgrounds. Groovy. Lots of stuff came out recently, didn't it? Hang on, let me Metacritic real quick, because I know Wild Hearts came out and Theater Rhythm. Jeannie, you were saying as well. Metacritic. Let me full screen that shiz. I just want to see everything that's come out and what the scores are looking like. Games? Games. Games, motherfucker. Octopath Traveler, Like a Dragon Ishin, there's Wild Hearts. 2 of the 3 that you're into. Is there a longer list? Why are you only showing me 3? Here we go. Octopath Traveler 2, averaging 86. Horizon Call of the Mountain, the VR, PlayStation VR 2. Launch title, 79. Like a Dragon Ishin, 82. Wild Hearts, 79. Labyrinth of Galleria, Moon Society. Never even heard of that. You're into all 3. Oh, I didn't know you played Octopath. There's Theater Rhythm, 87. That one's riding high. Tales of Symphonia Remastered, 68. That one's dropping a bit. Helveti, never heard of it, 67. Cosmic Shake, SpongeBob SquarePants, 70. Oddballer, 72. Oh, that's that party game on PlayStation. Oh, this is all by console. Wanted Dead, 59. I was expecting that to be lower, actually, to be honest. Hogwarts Legacy, 90. Deliver Us Mars, 70. I'm actually pretty keen for Deliver Us Mars. I played Deliver Us the Moon a little while back, and that was really good. I enjoyed that. Oh, you played the demo of 2? Octopath Traveler 2? Hey, Wanted Dead is awesome. Oh, I'm not personally passing judgment on Wanted Dead. I just know that the reviews have been rough. I've watched a couple of video reviews and read a couple of written articles, and they went hard. They went pretty hard on Wanted Dead. And to be honest, I understand, like, having not played it, so I can't really give an opinion. But from what I've seen and what has been discussed in the reviews, I kind of understand why it's getting the numbers it's been getting. Like, the examples that I've seen that have lowered its scores a lot have been pretty legitimate criticisms. I would still play the game myself personally, and I don't think I would be too bothered about all the nonsense. Because I play shit games all the time, and it's not really a issue for me. Reminds me of Wet, but faster pace. What did Wet get? Wet Metacritic. I'm just curious what the reviews for Wet were like back in the day, because I enjoyed Wet. 69% 360, PlayStation 3 70%, so basically 70. Can I see overall, not console specific? Fuck Wet. Okay, I can't seem to see any overall, but generally 69, 70 average. What was this getting? Well, much lower. I can see Wet being a better game than Wanted Dead though, because I remember Wet had style. It was fun. It was mechanically sound. It had decent voice acting. Pretty straightforward plot, but that was, not a big deal. Other than that, pretty straightforward. Nothing groundbreaking. Wanted Dead has a lot of more specific issues, I think, than something like Wet. Like, there are things that are actually kind of fucky about it. Like, I saw some of the voice acting, and I did cringe. It's a little bit all over the place in a big way, and I think that would be very distracting throughout the game, but also kind of make it more entertaining in a fucked up kind of way. Wanted Dead is RGG stuff. What is RGG? I'm not remembering all my acronyms correctly. Oh, it's a company? Oh, Ryuga Gotoku. Responsible for Yakuza stuff. Yeah, I saw that as well. Like, there's a scene where you're basically playing like a rhythm game to eat ramen. And then there's a karaoke scene with really shitty controls or something. I was watching footage of it and I was like, God damn, that's a bit of a mess. But I do like rhythm gaming, mini-gamey type stuff. Like, that doesn't bother me. I just think it is kind of wild how, from what I've seen of it, how messy and kind of everything in the kitchen sink into a stew kind of game it is. Like, it seems kind of like unhinged. Like, a bunch of crazy people were making a game and that never quite got finished, but they made it up to a point and then it just randomly came out. And that somewhat makes it interesting, like more interesting than a bland, boring game that isn't doing anything interesting at all. So, despite the fact that I'm willing to accept that it's probably not a good game on an objective level, like, it still makes it more interesting to me as something that I want to play. I'm more interested in playing it after seeing all the shitty stuff and the bad reviews than I was before, having just seen the trailers, if that makes sense. Because I mean, I guess that goes for like a lot of Let's Players and streamer type personalities and mindsets, but I really like playing dumpster fires. Like, and Wanted Dead isn't bad enough to be considered a dumpster fire, but it's not done too well. It is a bit of a clusterfuck. That's a good word. It's not a dumpster fire, but it is a clusterfuck. But either way, it's probably a good time. Wild Hearts is hitting lower than I thought it would with the 76. average. I thought people would be more stoked about Wild Hearts in a it's like Monster Hunter but even better kind of way. But from the looks of it, it's not pulling off the even better. It's probably just like Monster Hunter but an alternative that is as good but not surpassing. I do like seeing Yakuza and Like a Dragon style games get good ratings. That tickles me. It is kind of fascinating how Wild Hearts and Horizon Call of the Mountain got the same average. Because Wild Hearts is a huge game, and Horizon Call of the Mountain is a couple of hour-long VR tech demo. Yeah. Have you ever heard of Labyrinth of Galleria Moon Society? That looks like a JRPG type thing, but I've never heard of it, and it's on PS5. So I thought maybe that was something that you're familiar with. Risen? Xbox One. Ship Graveyard Simulator for the Xbox One, 53. What the fuck? Alright. Metroid Prime Remaster, 95. Hitting good. The remaster of Metroid Prime is getting them good reviews. I like that. It's a sequel and a new first-person dungeon. Oh, first-person, really. That did not look like a first-person game from the box art, but box art can be misleading. You know what else I was weirdly not aware of? Symphonia Remastered? Oh, wait, what was that? Hang on. Oh, Tales of Symphonia. 68. It's not doing too good. Wait, that's for PS4. What about PS5? 68 on PS4. Bill and Ted's Excellent Retro Collection on PS5? What the hell? Where the hell is Tales of Symphonia PS5 version? Dude. I'm scrolling, but nothing. I'm not finding anything. Okay, never mind. I guess PS4 it is. 68. Let's see what people said. Critic reviews. Although the passing of the years hasn't been forgiving, it's still a game with a story full of interesting twists and good battle system. As a remaster, it's only limited to the graphical facelift, but it is forgiven for what it offers by itself. So it sounds like a lazy remaster. Like they've up-res the graphics and that's about it. And so all you've got left with is some dated gameplay features that don't hold up as well. And that's the best review. That's an 8 out of 10. The worst review, a missed opportunity for an emblematic title for the RPG genre, pointless remaster that leaves the original in a bad place. Oof. Here's a middle review. Close to 2 decades later, Tales of Symphonia Remastered is a reminder of how neatly crafted the original GameCube title was. Barring a few rough edges, it's still a great action RPG full of charm and character. The only downside is that the remaster itself leaves a lot to be desired. Yeah, so I think it's just... The original game was solid. The remaster is just a bit lazy. What was I saying before? Oh. It's a port of the PS3 remaster. Oh, it was on GameCube and PS3. So I guess people just use the consoles' names interchangeably just to denote era. I don't think they were expecting you to get hung up on that detail. The thing that I was about to say before, when I was looking through this list, this might be kind of dumb of me because I didn't actually catch this, but I always thought Hogwarts Legacy was a PlayStation Sony exclusive. I did not realize that it was on Xbox as well. I was kind of shocked to see the Xbox entry here on the Metacritic list. I don't know why I thought that. I don't think at any point anyone ever really said out loud that it was a PlayStation exclusive. But for some reason, I just kind of took it like that. Every single remaster is lazy then? Oh no, there's all kinds, I'd say. I'd say the laziest kind of remaster is the kind where you basically just crank up the resolution button and then do nothing else. There's a lot better attempts at remastering than that. Especially when they go in and actually update textures and stuff, which literally requires you to create new visual assets to put in the game. It has exclusive DLC. Oh, this Tales of Symphonia remaster. Oh, you're talking about Hogwarts Legacy. That might be why. I think every trailer I saw of Hogwarts Legacy always was spruiking some PlayStation-related thing at the end. Exclusive DLCs and the like. So I think that kind of put... the idea in my head that it was a Sony exclusive. Turf shit? Wait, there was turf shit as exclusive DLC? What? Wait, what? Or am I reading? Am I understanding you wrong here? Hogwarts Legacy exclusive DLC. Has no plans for DLC, which seems like a mistake. Oh, future DLC. Never mind. Oh, they're all talking about the lack of future DLC. Which also shocks me, because I always assumed that the reason there was no Quidditch in the game is because they were going to add it after the fact as paid DLC. Like, try to scam people, essentially. Like games tend to do. Electronic Arts, I'm looking at you. EA? You motherfuckers. Oh, wait. Maybe for exclusive pre-order. That'll find it. Exclusive PlayStation pre-order. Why is this so hard? PlayStation exclusive content for Hogwarts Legacy will last for 1 year, meaning that after a year from release, Xbox and PC will be able to enjoy the Haunted Hogsmeade shop quest and all the extra. Oh, okay. So all the PlayStation exclusive stuff is one of those timed contract things that Xbox and PC have to wait a year to get. Kind of like what Sifu did. Like, the entire game of Sifu was PlayStation exclusive for a year, and then just suddenly came out on Xbox and PC. So Haunted Hogsmeade shop quest was a thing. An additional dungeon, shopkeeper cosmetic set, in-game well, that's Hogsmeade again. Felix Felicis potion recipe. Oh, and Epic exclusive? So the Epic Store on PC got it too? Oh, that's fair. That's more than what I expected. Oh, the Haunted Hogsmeade shop is like that horror-themed side quest. I remember seeing a trailer for that too. Oh, here's more. An Onyx Hippogriff mount. Okay. A Dark Arts pack, which includes a Thestral mount, Dark Arts Cosmetics, Dark Arts Battle Arena, and Dark Arts Garrison. See, if I was playing that game, that's what I would want. The Dark Arts shit. I want to be like spooky dark wizard looking dude, like Sith from Star Wars, but apparently it's locked behind pre-order bonus bullshit. Lame. Oh well. It's not like I'm playing it anyway. I ain't rich. I think I'm gonna go out and buy a AAA game. Fuck you. I'm trying to afford my next McDonald's dinner. Wait, so which exclusive content was accused of being like turf shit? Or were you just talking about the game in general? just like random insult. I may have put two and two together there that aren't meant to be a thing. You know what I find kind of fascinating about the discourse around Hogwarts Legacy? The fact that like the game itself and the creators of the game, in terms of the game's content, we're clearly trying to put trans-friendly stuff into the game to like balance it out, like the connection that it can't help but have with JK bitchface. And yet it doesn't really matter in the end. Like it still gets copped with the turf thing. But it is just funny to me that a piece of art can contain so much like trans-friendly stuff and still be like the quintessential like tagged trans exclusionary thing just in the broader political discourse, just because it can't really escape that woman's shadow. The trans character is Sir Ona and has a man's voice. I actually saw the trans character in a video review, and I heard her talk. And I did notice that the voice was surprisingly deeper than I expected it to be. Almost in a like point and look and like look, she's trans kind of way. They wanted to make sure that you caught on that this wasn't a female at birth, with just this ridiculously deep voice. It was a bit strange. That and the character creator seems to be very what's the word? Self-awaredly trans-friendly in terms of how you can create your wizard by not actually tying out any of the male or female options for character creation to one gender or the other. You can just go nuts with it. But yeah, like, I mean, the political discourse is always going to happen. Like, the internet was always going to turn into a shit show regardless, no matter what you did actually with the game. So it's not like it really matters in the end. It was just always funny to me seeing that disparity between what was being attempted in the game and what the broader thing was just never going to budge on. Other than that, I am still shocked that they're not going to rape people's wallets with a Quidditch DLC. You'd think that would have been a no-brainer, especially not having any Quidditch in there at all to begin with. I thought they'd admitted it on purpose so they can pre-make it and sell it back to you, something that should have been in there in the first place, but I guess I was wrong. I was a bit too harsh on them, I suppose. It boggles my mind why Ship Graveyard Simulator has apparently recently come out on Xbox One and has been reviewed. Like, what the fuck? Okay. Well, that's all I wanted to know. I wanted to catch up just quickly on what had come out and what the review averages were looking like. I did notice that some of these games are getting rougher reviews on PC than they are on console. Wild Hearts and Like a Dragon, Ishin, have both got slightly lower review averages on PC than they do on PlayStation and Xbox. Maybe PC-specific reviewers are a lot more harsh with their criticisms. Don't know. Anyway. I think I've looked at enough shit. That was a longer stream than I was doing. Hit new indie title Silk Song is releasing, exclusive for the PlayStation 3. What? Tanky, what are you talking about? PlayStation 3? They should do it just to piss people off. Silksong is such a sought after game. You could really fuck with people with that. It's coming out just for the GameCube. Sorry, everybody. Ugh. Anyway, good night, Tanky. Good night, Genie. I need to replan some of these Sunday Hangout streams a little bit, because my whole goal was to have these only go for about 4 hours max, and it's weird that I managed to make this go for 7. All I was doing was watching trailers. Like, how the fuck did I go for 7 hours? I didn't even have 7 hours worth of trailer backed up. I didn't even have half of that. Man, we must have talked a lot of shit during this stream. To be fair, I think I did talk a lot of shit. I went on some rants earlier that did go on for a while. To the point where I would think I paused the Flash trailer halfway through and then talked about something for like an hour before coming back to the Flash trailer. Almost forgot that's what I was doing. I'm like, oh shit, we were watching the Flash. Holy tangents, Batman. It's so funny to me. Anyway, let me just fix my desk. Yeah. Good night, you guys. And whoever else is lurking. I'll be back Wednesday. I got Monday, Tuesday off to do some work, and I'm coming back for Crown Trick on Wednesday. Do some more rogueliking, I guess. That's the plan. I'll probably get through that one in 2 or 3 streams. But yep. Good night.